dating back to 2003. Investigators say they discovered improvised explosive devices at the clinic and more at a nearby motel where he was staying, but say they do not suspect terrorism.
There is no information at this point that leads us to believe that there is any nexus with any type of domestic terrorism.
Authorities believe Ulrich targeted the clinic or someone inside because of previous conflict he had with the facility. The investigation continues with federal agencies aiding local law enforcement. Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Claudia, thank you so much for that update. We're now live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, everybody. I would also like to let you know that we are going to be getting a live report at 6:45 this morning with the latest there. The reaction about the victim dead, 4 injured, suspect in custody, and reaction from the community, our sister station out there. We will have an update for you a little bit later right here on News Now from Fox. But of course, we're taking a live look now. Again, I said this is downtown Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Looks like a pretty morning out there. If we get any gorgeous sunrise pictures, I will bring them to you right here on News Now from Fox. But of course, all eyes are on Capitol Hill this morning, day 2 of former President Donald Trump's second impeachment trial. Ray Bogan is here to get us all up to speed with what happened yesterday and what we can expect today.
Sources say former President Trump is furious with his legal team's performance on opening day, but they've only been on the job a little over a week. The first day of former President Trump's impeachment trial ended as expected, with a 56-44 mostly partisan vote to proceed.
The Senate shall proceed with the trial.
Their vote on the constitutionality of the impeachment trial came after nearly 4 hours of debate. In their opening remarks, Democrats pointed to the Constitution itself and argued there is no, quote, January exception for holding presidents accountable.
Their argument is that if you commit an impeachable offense in your last few weeks in office, you do it with constitutional impunity. You get away with it.
Trump's legal team fired back, arguing it's unconstitutional to impeach a president who has already left office.
Presidents are impeachable because presidents are removable. Former presidents are not.
Democrats presented a 13-minute video highlighting January 6th events.
Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump!
Trump's lawyers countered with a highlight reel of their own.
I continue to say, impeach him!
And the House managers made a compelling, cogent case, and the president's team did not.
Day 2 is expected to bring more arguments, but longer. Both sides have up to 16 hours to make their case.
We'll listen to arguments and we'll see what the votes are.
According to a bipartisan agreement for the structure of the trial, the prosecution and defense will now have 2 days each to make their case. In Washington, Ray Bogan, Fox News.
Ray, thank you so much for that update. We are taking a live look now at the White House in Washington, D.C. Don't forget, everybody, the impeachment trial is expected to resume today at noon, and you can find it right here on News Now from Fox. Again, the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump, the second one, will continue at noon today, and we will have it for you live, raw, unfiltered on News Now from Fox. All right, everyone, the reason I took you to the White House is because these 3 next top stories I have for you in the morning brief all have to do with President Joe Biden's agenda. Now, he is saying the Senate will handle the impeachment and he will handle the business of the nation. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the details.
President Biden is brainstorming ways to help low-wage workers hurt by the COVID-19 economy with the heads of giants like Walmart, The Gap, and J.P. Morgan.
American people are hurt because a lot of people are in real trouble.
And Biden thinks it would help to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, something the CBO projects could lift 900,000 people out of poverty but eliminate 1.4 million jobs. So the White House is pointing to a different part of that projection.
27 million American workers would be able to would help get them out of poverty. So there's a huge impact of raising the minimum wage.
There are also questions about who qualifies for a full $1,400 stimulus check. House Democrats favor sending them to individuals making up to $75,000 a year.
Does President Biden support sending stimulus benefits to undocumented immigrants?
Again, I don't. If somebody has a Social Security number, like a child or a spouse, then they would be eligible.
Laid off Keystone Pipeline workers have been told they'll soon be eligible for green jobs, including Christina Dickerson.
Why does it have to all be green? No, oil and gas. Why can't it be a little bit of the both till we see how it's going to work out?
14 Republican attorneys general have the same question, asking President Biden to reconsider pulling the plug on the pipeline and threatening legal action, writing, "It's cold comfort to suggest to now jobless Americans that by turning the page on projects like Keystone XL, workers can look forward to high-paying green energy jobs that don't yet exist."
We're not going to go build solar panels. Solar panels are going to be built by the cheapest bidder with the cheapest parts that we can get.
The Biden family's business deals are under new scrutiny by ethics experts, curious about the son-in-law who once advised candidate Biden on a COVID-19 response while working for a company invested in various parts of the COVID-19 response, Dr. Howard Krein.
Dr. Krein has been at the White House since the inauguration. Is he still advising the president on COVID-19 response?
Well, Dr. Krein is his son-in-law. The president.
There are questions about a potential conflict
Well, and
of
I think
interest.
he was here because the president was inaugurated recently, which is understandable.
We are told President Biden has not been watching the impeachment arguments, and we should not expect to see him weigh in on the latest developments tomorrow. The press secretary, Jen Psaki, says that is because he is the president and not a pundit. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, Peter, thank you so much for that update. I'm coming at you live, everybody, from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I like to call it Mission Control. You get a different vantage point of the set here. You can see all the buttons that I have to push. We've got lots of keyboards, lots of mice, and lots of monitors in front of me here. Continuing on to let you know, President Biden is boosting the number of refugees allowed to enter the U.S. to 125,000, up from 15,000, the cap that was put in place during the Trump administration. Critics say more people means more stress on a deteriorating system. Fox News State Department correspondent Rich Edson has the story.
A major component of President Biden's immigration overhaul, a massive increase in the amount of refugees the United States welcomes each year.
We shine the light of lamp of liberty on oppressed people. We offered safe havens for those fleeing violence or persecution.
The president is targeting 125,000 refugee admissions for next year, more than 8 times the cap of 15,000 the Trump administration set for this year, a historic low. The State Department now faces a considerable challenge, boosting a refugee resettlement system to handle such a substantial increase.
We are starting from a very slow rolling speed.
There also is immense demand. The International Rescue Committee says, quote, with 80 million forcibly displaced people worldwide and counting, restoring the U.S.'s long-standing and bipartisan resettlement program is absolutely critical. In lowering the refugee cap, the Trump administration's State Department argued there's already a backlog of more than 1.1 million asylum seekers waiting for the U.S. to evaluate their claims. A report from the Republican staff on the House Judiciary Committee says, quote, at a time when Americans are suffering from a global pandemic and the American people are trying to jumpstart the economy, admitting high numbers of refugees is a poor decision that will only exacerbate economic challenges. Proponents argue immigration expands the U.S. economy. As for the cost of rebuilding the refugee admission program, a State Department spokesperson says officials will consult with Congress. The administration is also pushing to accelerate special visas for Afghan and Iraqi combat translators who've helped the U.S. military, trying to alleviate a backlog of thousands of those applicants. At the State Department, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Taking a live look now at the gorgeous Chicago, Illinois skyline, everybody. Look how gorgeous it looks out there. The sun has not yet risen, but still looking pretty nice out there along the lake. You see plenty of cars out there for considering how early it is in the morning. The Justice Department is asking dozens of U.S. attorneys appointed by former President Trump to resign from their posts, but the administration is allowing 2 investigations to continue. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has the story.
Dozens of Trump-era U.S. attorneys are preparing to resign. This afternoon on a phone call, Acting Attorney General Monty Wilkinson expressed his wish for 56 U.S. attorneys to step down.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
The move is not unusual. When a new administration takes power, U.S. attorneys from the prior administration usually leave.
I, Jeff Sessions, do solemnly swear
In March 2017, then Attorney General Jeff Sessions asked for the resignation of 46 Obama-era U.S. attorneys, but received heavy blowback as the attorneys were told to leave immediately. The Biden administration is giving them several weeks. But at least one U.S. attorney is being asked to stay, U.S. Attorney David Weiss of Delaware, who is investigating Hunter Biden's business dealings. Last month, President-elect Biden made it clear the Department of Justice would operate on its own, free from White House pressure.
I want to be clear to those who lead this department who you will serve. You won't work for me.
John Durham, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Connecticut, will resign in that role, but he'll stay on as special counsel to investigate the origins of the Russia probe.
I think President Biden had a limited role of choice here. I think that had he terminated those U.S. attorneys, he would have come under attack for making political decisions.
The U.S. attorneys have until the end of the month to resign. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, David, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. I'm coming at you live from Orlando, Florida. In December, President Biden said in his first 100 days he wanted the majority of U.S. schools to be open. On Tuesday, just yesterday, the White House said this remains the goal, defining open as some teaching in classrooms at least one day a week. All of this as Chicago public school teachers are voting on a deal to get students back into classrooms as soon as tomorrow. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has this report.
I'm in school! The White House says the goal is to have more than half the schools in the nation open for in-person instruction by the end of April.
That means some teaching in classrooms. So at least one day a week. Hopefully it's more. And obviously it is as much as is safe in each school and local district.
Wednesday, we will learn if Chicago school districts will start opening. After a bitter, drawn-out struggle with the mayor and the chief of Chicago schools, the union voted on a tentative agreement that guarantees vaccinations for teachers, creates thresholds to shut down in-person instruction if the virus surges, and starts phasing students back into the classroom on Thursday if passed. In San Francisco, teachers and the school district reached a tentative agreement for a return to class, but with the spread of COVID at its most severe state and no timeline for a return, the city is taking its own school district to court, attempting to force safety measures.
I'm worried that the tentative agreement proposed by the union will not get us to a place in this city where we will even open schools this year.
Philadelphia teachers, at the urging of the Federation of Teachers, defied their school district and refused in-person instruction.
The school district is hell-bent on forcing thousands of educators into unsafe buildings held together, in some cases quite literally, by duct tape.
Dr. Rochelle Walensky, director of the CDC, has said a vaccine is not necessary for a safe return to the classroom and said the data doesn't show the virus spreads aggressively in an environment like a school. President Biden said official direction from the CDC about reopening schools could come as early as Wednesday. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Taking you back out to New York City, just outside of the Fox News headquarters there. I'm actually going to head on over to our sister station, Fox 5 New York, to see exactly what the temperature's like out there, the current conditions. I was hearing this morning that Washington, D.C. could be seeing some snow, but in terms of New York City, it's currently 27 degrees. They are expected to reach 32 degrees this morning, or actually today, I should say. And I'm looking, and as of right now, it does not appear there is any snow in the forecast for the New York area today. But the major headline out there that we're about to brief you on right here on the Morning Brief on NewsNOW from Fox is that Citi Field is set to open for vaccinations, but we're hearing the supply remains scarce. Let's get the latest from Fox's Stacey Delicat.
It's a different kind of opening day.
Citi Field is focused on Queens residents. No one bore the brunt more than Queens residents.
And tomorrow, Citi Field will open as a mass vaccination site exclusively for Queens residents, along with restaurant workers and taxi drivers. But just as the stands here have been empty for a year now, the vaccination site will also open to slim crowds, operating for now just Wednesday to Thursday with the plan to eventually go 24/7.
We're being starved of supply. We could be doing 3 times as many vaccinations per week right now.
Unlike the Yankee Stadium vaccination site in the Bronx, which is distributing shots in conjunction with New York State, Citi Field will be operated by the city, which Mayor de Blasio says means access to fewer shots. But there is hope on the horizon.
The White House did announce a 5% increase in vaccine allocation.
Governor Cuomo says the federal government will be doling out more vaccines, bringing the state's weekly intake to more than 300,000 doses. Plus, he says the state will now reallocate unused doses from the federal nursing home program.
The reallocation from the long-term health care program could be consequential. That could be in the tens of thousands of doses. So we're working on that.
All right, everybody. Of course, we are staying on top of all of your top stories from across the country this morning on your morning brief here on News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to bring you back out here to the state of Florida. This is a story that's caught a lot of people's attention, and that's because it has to do with a city or a town's water supply and hacking. So this is a follow to a story that I brought you earlier this week right here on News Now from Fox. Security experts are investigating a cyber attack. A hacker breached a water treatment plant and tried to taint the water supply with a caustic chemical. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has the latest.
It was a high-tech attempt to disrupt one of life's basic necessities, drinking water, as investigators try to determine the source of a cyber breach at this water treatment plant in Oldsmar, Florida. City officials are warning other municipalities.
These kind of bad actors are out there. It's happening. So really take a hard look at what you have in place.
Although part of the sprawling Tampa Bay area, Oldsmar has its own municipal water system, serving nearly 15,000 residents. On Friday, an operator at the treatment plant noticed someone had gained remote access to the computer system and was increasing the release of sodium hydroxide. The chemical, also known as lye, is used in small amounts to balance pH levels. However, the hacker had set the controls to release more than 100 times the necessary amount.
Because the operator noticed the increase and lowered it right away, at no time was there a significant adverse effect on the water being treated. Importantly, the public was never in danger.
City officials say even if the increase had gone undetected, pH monitoring sensors throughout the system would have set off alarms to prevent any harmful water from being released to the general public. But the FBI and Secret Service have joined the investigation because of the threat cyber attacks pose to critical infrastructure. Florida Senator Marco Rubio tweeted, "This should be treated as a matter of national security." The Oldsmar water facility has temporarily disabled remote access while it upgrades its software to prevent future cyber attacks. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Yeah, no doubt there will be a lot of updates from that story there. Hey, we are taking a live look here in what you're supposed to be seeing as downtown Orlando, Florida from the SunTrust camera. But as you can see, it's extremely foggy. Yesterday morning, okay, everybody, I've been telling you this all week, so if you don't know by now, I wake up at 3:30 in the morning in order to make it here on time to start the show at 6 o'clock in the morning. So when I woke up yesterday, I looked outside and I was like, whoa, it is really foggy. And I was concerned about driving to work. I was hoping that I was going to be able to see. This morning, it was still foggy, but I didn't think as bad as yesterday. And then I see this live picture and I'm like, wow, it's really foggy again. So I don't know how fog works. I might need to speak with Jamie King here, the Fox 35 Orlando meteorologist or something to figure out how does fog work, when does it roll in, when does it roll out, and all that jazz. But I'm looking at the Fox 35 Orlando website, and it appears that the fog is going to be sticking around until about 8 o'clock this morning, so more than an hour and a half to go. And yeah, it's about 67 degrees out here, but tomorrow we are expected to get some showers as well as Friday and Saturday, taking a break Sunday, and then picking up again Monday and Tuesday. So yeah, it definitely appears that some rain and some storms are in the area for sure. They're going to be moving their way through here. A lot of precipitation and yeah, humidity in the air. But yes, fog is expected to be in our area through 8 o'clock this morning. Hey, I've got Colin McShane next with your business briefs.
Little juice for the job market. The Labor Department saying that available positions in the U.S. rose to 6.6 million in December. Now that is a 5-month high. But hiring declined as companies continue to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. To Wall Street, with markets finishing mixed, the NASDAQ hitting a new record while the Dow and the S&P 500 closing lower, investors weighing possible stimulus and vaccine progress. Meantime, most Americans have been struck by Cupid's bow, as 62% will be celebrating Valentine's Day this year, this according to a Debt.com survey, and over half say they plan to shell out up to $100 on the holiday. But hopefully that spending won't have your partner seeing red. A survey from Magnify Money found that 74% of millennials and Gen Zers say they have been mad at their significant other for a financial decision. The most aggravating money moves included their partner making a big purchase without telling them, or spending a lot of money on something that they found to be frivolous. And that's business. I'm Connell McShane.
All right, Connell, thank you so much for that. Everybody, we are taking a live look at 4 different cameras. We call it a quadruple box here. On the top left-hand side of your screen, that's the White House in Washington, D.C. Top right-hand side of your screen, that's the Capitol Hill. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, that's New York City, just outside of the Fox News headquarters. And bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is downtown Austin, Texas. It appears they're experiencing some fog as well. More news now from Fox is just 2 minutes away, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Well, welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We have some breaking news from our sister station, Fox 5 DC, that I wanted to show you really quickly. Of course, this is a very fluid situation. Very few details out at this moment, but what we do know, officers are on the scene of a shooting inside of a home in the 3300 block of Wilkins Drive in the Falls Church section of Fairfax County, Virginia. Of course, this is a developing story. Stay with us for any updates from our sister station, Fox 5 DC. Meanwhile, I do want to show you some good news, take you back out to Texas, where we're learning that an officer delivered a baby.
On this day, patrol duty in North Richland Hills is pretty quiet for Officer Matthew Boyd, a former Hood County paramedic with 2 years on the force. It's a far cry from, well, an actual cry. A few days ago,
I had been on a couple childbirth calls, and And usually it doesn't happen that quick.
Officer Boyd was responding to calls on February 3rd. His dash cam recorded this video when a woman went into labor at her home. He was a block away, and not a moment too soon.
Mom said that her water broke and that her contractions were about a minute apart. I timed one of them. They were getting closer to 30 seconds.
Officer Boyd's paramedic training kicked in.
I was more anticipating to make sure that she was okay and then maybe get a little history for the incoming paramedics.
Not so. Within 4 minutes of arriving, the family's baby boy was entering the world. A cool and calm Officer Boyd also focused on keeping the mom calm.
Just struck up a little conversation with Mom and asked her if it was her first kid, that sort of thing, and what she was going to name him, that sort of thing. Wasn't much time for much more than a little conversation, but and then once little guy made his entrance, I was able to hand him over to the fire guys.
And there's another timing coincidence to this special delivery. Officer Boyd and his wife are also expecting a baby boy.
My wife and I are expecting our first child in April, so she got a good kick out of this story for sure when I got home.
That is so sweet. Officers, man, they serve their communities each and every day. Again, everybody, you are watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Hope you are having a fabulous morning so far. Hope you enjoyed the morning brief, getting you all up to speed with the top stories that you wanted and needed to know about from across the country. Now we're going to head on over to D.C., where the police are talking about a new task force addressing the increase in carjackings in the city.
Economic development to address the concerning issue of carjackings and auto thefts in ways that communities can stay safe. Washington, D.C., along with other major cities across the nation, has experienced a significant increase in carjackings over the last year. Motor vehicle thefts across the district have also increased 51% over the same time period. Currently, only a little over a month into 2021, we are already seeing increases in these offenses across our city. On January 25th, 2021, I created and dedicated a task force to address the rise in carjackings, stolen autos, and robberies in the district. This task force consists of teams of detectives specializing in robberies and violent crimes that will focus on all carjacking cases in the district and hold those responsible for committing these crimes accountable. The detectives have a number of resources at their disposal and will be working alongside with other MPD units to closely monitor and address this criminal activity that has been plaguing our residents. MPD is also working together with CSOSA, DYRS, OAG, DFS, local law enforcement partners such as Montgomery County Police, Prince George's County Police, Metro Transit Police, as well as our federal partners at the FBI, ATF, and the United States Attorney's Office to share information and tackle this problem. I'd like to remind the public, especially our delivery drivers in areas such as this, that there are ways you can prevent your auto from being stolen. Never leave your engine running and unattended. I know that with the cold weather, it is tempting to leave your car running or to run in very quickly to pick up a delivery, but this leaves your car vulnerable to theft. Keep track of your keys. Even if you have your key fob on you while your car is running, someone can still take your vehicle. Always lock your doors and be aware of your surroundings. If you are a victim of an auto theft or carjacking, call 911 immediately. Our hope is that this dedicated task force will reduce and address the number of carjackings and auto thefts in our city, hold criminals accountable, and keep our residents safe. Now Director Doe will say a few words about how the city is engaging with local businesses and delivery drivers to keep our residents safe.
All right, everybody, this is a perfect time for most of you to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are just minutes away from a live report with Fox's Doug Luzader about the impeachment trial, day 2.
regulatory arm of the for-hire vehicles that regulates Uber, Lyft, and Via limousines and taxis. And what we've seen during this public health emergency is that we're moving from transporting passengers to transporting parcels and goods and food deliveries. And that's why we see an increase in for-hire vehicle thefts. And to this vein, what we're doing is we're working with MPD to amplify that message and to make sure that we reach out to our for-hire vehicles that leaving your car on for just a second is not worth it. And if you do fall victim of being a car theft, please do not fight back and let MPD do that work. And if your car is theft, please not only report it immediately to MPD, but also report it to DFHV. And our website is dfhv.dc.gov. And if we follow just those simple rules that MPD has laid out, we will make sure that we reduce car thefts in our city. Thank you so much. Sabongli Cook, Director of Business Development from DEMPED.
Thank you so much, Director Doe and Chief Conte. I think the recurring theme here that you've heard today is that safety is the primary concern, right? And so we want to make sure that everyone understands that this is extremely important and critical. So encouraging our small businesses to make sure, as you probably have seen these wonderful flyers that we'll be posting and working with businesses to help coordinate with us, along with the list of community-based organizations and other partners that Chief Conte mentioned, that we want to make sure that everyone is safe, especially our drivers. And so we want to ensure that they are aware that we strongly want to make sure that they are safe too. So again, this is just a reminder to those drivers out there that are delivering food. Take heed to the tips that you just heard. You'll also see this information posted with some of our businesses here. And we want to make sure that everyone is being as safe as possible, our businesses and our drivers. Thank you.
We'll take any questions that you may have.
Chief, there's this really scary case early January. Coach at Begbie had his two kids in the car. He's already delivering food. Talk to me about what you know about the case and whether you've made any progress specifically on that.
Yeah, they're still working on that case. Obviously, there's forensics that we have to check in that case. The individual, as you mentioned, the kids were in the car. Eventually, the police were able to recover the car. Thankfully, the kids were safe. No physical harm or anything to them. But the case, we continue to work that case. And again, I think that's a perfect example. You have families that are out here that are trying to struggle and make it, and sometimes parents are doing, side jobs of delivering food. And in this case, having the children along for the ride. But in that quick second, that quick moment, to drop off a delivery, a car was taken, and thankfully again the kids are safe. But we just want to make sure that all of our drivers, our vehicles for hire, that people are aware of the dangers that exist out here.
Can you break it out? I don't mean to blame the victim here, but have you looked at it, analyzed it in terms of what percent did the driver make a mistake?
Yeah, I'll just say this. There's a high percentage. A lot of these cases are preventable. I think that's a key point to make here. A lot of these cases are preventable. When you have keys that are left in the vehicle, when you have a vehicle just that's running unattended, when you have
All right, everybody, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at the sun rising on Capitol Hill. They're gorgeous. Purples, blues, pinks even. I'm currently joined by Fox's Doug Luzader, who is also in Washington, D.C., to talk about the impeachment trial day 2, and this is when opening arguments get underway. Good morning, Doug. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, this all begins at noon today, Eastern time, and we expect maybe 8 hours or so. This would be 8 of the 32 hours they have allotted for the arguments back and forth for this really main section of the trial. Yesterday, we saw the opening salvo, which was really a question of jurisdiction, whether it was constitutional for the Senate to even take this issue up to try a former president. Ultimately, every single Democrat in the Senate joined by 6 Republicans to affirm that, in fact, they believe that the Senate can take this on. So off we go to the races now, and this may, take a few days, but this is still expected to end relatively quickly.
Doug, we're hearing that the former president is not too pleased with his legal team. Does he have a reason to be angry after their performance yesterday?
Well, I think a lot of people saw the performance yesterday as meandering. That was a word that kept coming up, a little unfocused. Look, in their defense, they came on board pretty late here. We saw the president switch legal teams midstream after the initial legal team quit just days ago, really. So this team has not had a whole lot of time to put this case together. They kind of admitted that they had to, very quickly, kind of shift their stance yesterday based on the arguments that the House impeachment managers were making. They get something of a reset now. No one was surprised that the vote came out the way that it did yesterday for the most part. So it's not as though they're being blamed for losing round one. So they get another opportunity here. We think they're walking into a pretty advantaged playing field for them because it's just pretty evident right now that whatever their performance is, the votes are just not likely there to convict.
Yeah, now Democratic prosecutors yesterday showed disturbing video from the Capitol breach on January 6th, and congressmen and women made personal testimonies. What were the emotions like out there on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, I think this was, not that surprising. I mean, you have this unusual circumstance where you have this trial where the jury itself were, kind of the alleged victims here. So it's a very unusual circumstance that we're watching play out. Clearly, there are a lot of personal stories from that day, folks that were at the Capitol when it was attacked on January 6th. At the same time, you have these folks that are sworn in and they promise to be impartial jurors. The bottom line here is most people, probably nearly everyone, has already made up their minds on this before this thing even begins.
Yeah, matter of fact, 6 GOP senators sided with Democrats. All right, Fox's Doug Luzader live in Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us this morning on News Now from Fox.
Thanks so much.
All right, everybody, we're taking another live look at Capitol Hill. Friendly reminder that the trial resumes at noon today, and we will stream it for you in its entirety right here on News Now from Fox. Depending on how you're watching us, if you're wondering, hey, I want to tune in right at noon, I want to make sure that I do not miss a thing, what do I do? Just head on over to newsnowfox.com. Again, that's newsnowfox.com. You'll be able to find all of the different ways that you can watch us, and guess what? You don't just have to watch us while you are at home. You can take us with you on your smartphone, on your tablets, on your laptops, wherever you are. News Now from Fox can be there with you. And matter of fact, you can even be watching us on YouTube while Bluetooth is on in your car. Kind of listen to us like radio. Yes, News Now from Fox is 24/7. All you have to do is go to newsnowfox.com. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. For those of you sticking around, we're going to continue to watch the sunrise on Capitol Hill. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We are just minutes away from a live report with our sister station in Minneapolis. So let's get the latest about the situation that happened with the shooting at the health clinic. Again, this is a top story from across the country.
Terrifying moments inside a Minnesota health clinic as a 67-year-old man opened fire. Police say the suspect, Gregory Paul Ulrich, entered the Alina Clinic in Buffalo just before 11 a.m. and began shooting, sending people running for their lives.
It's a horrible looking scene, and our staff immediately began rendering aid to those victims.
Those victims were transported to a local hospital. The extent of their injuries not known at this time. This woman was pulling up to the facility when two nurses leapt into her vehicle, looking for a safe escape.
They said they heard about 11 shots within a minute, and they didn't see a shooter, but they assumed that's what it was, and then about 2 minutes later, we saw the front windows be shot out.
Authorities arrested Ulrich at the scene. They say he's well known to them with unspecified calls dating back to 2003. Investigators say they discovered improvised explosive devices at the clinic and more at a nearby motel where he was staying, but say they do not suspect terrorism.
There is no information at this point that leads us to believe that there is any nexus with any type of domestic terrorism.
Authorities believe Ulrich targeted the clinic or someone inside because of previous conflict he had with the facility. The investigation continues with federal agencies aiding local law enforcement. Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
All right, Claudia, thank you so much for that update. Everybody, we are live in the skies as I am preparing to do a live hit with our sister station, Fox 9 Minneapolis. I'm trying to let you know exactly where we're flying around at. This is New York City aerials. You guys enjoy it while I speak with our sister station and make sure that we are all set for our live shot right here in just moments. All right, everybody, thank you so much for your patience here on News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look courtesy of Fox 5 New York at Citi Field. You heard this morning it's going to be a mass vaccination site. But the beauty and magic of News Now from Fox is that we can jump from one side of the nation to the other. Right now, we're going out to Buffalo, Minnesota, where we have Fox 9's Bill Keller for us. Good morning, Bill. How are you doing, and what is the latest there on the health clinic shooting?
Well, Pilar, this is a small town. It's about 45 minutes west of the Twin Cities metro area. They're really still trying to process not only how this could happen to them, but really how one of their own could do this. Now, this is what we know. Police say about 11 o'clock yesterday morning, a man walked into that Alina clinic there, again, west of the Twin Cities. He opened fire, shooting 5 people. All were rushed to area hospitals. One of them later died. Now, 3 this morning remain in critical condition, and we're told that one was actually treated and released yesterday. We're getting a little information about the victims. One, we're told, was a receptionist at the clinic. We're hearing at least a couple of them were nurses. And the family of one 58-year-old nurse says that that woman was shot 3 times, including once in the stomach. In fact, the daughter saying another victim, her mother required surgery and is now in critical but stable condition.
Bill, what do we know about the suspect? I actually do have his mugshot. I'm going to pull it up here while you talk about him.
Yeah, he's a native here. Police have identified that suspect as 67-year-old Gregory Ulrich. In fact, local police, the sheriff here in Buffalo, says that he was well known to law enforcement before this attack happened. But his criminal history really includes things like DUIs and some marijuana possession. But investigators are now looking into the motive in this case. Here's what they know. They say that he was upset about the health care that he had received at that clinic, that somebody was likely targeted. In fact, that those who knew him well say they were well aware of how he felt about this clinic. And in fact, get this, at one point even going so far as to put a sign in his yard criticizing one local doctor.
Wow, and what has the reaction been from the community? Of course, it has to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, again, this is a small, modest-sized rural town, about 16,000 people. It's kind of a bedroom community to some folks who work in the Twin Cities. Again, they had a vigil last night to try and cope with this. Again, most folks who work here live here. Again, a small town. In fact, one thing that was quite upsetting was the fact that they believe that they found two suspicious packages, potentially bombs, one that was inside the clinic and one at a nearby hotel that he was living at. The bomb squad called out. They cleared those devices. Still unknown if any were activated. By the way, Ulrich is set to make his first court appearance tomorrow. So when that criminal complaint comes out, we expect to learn many more details about this incident.
Yeah, no doubt. Fox 9's Bill Keller out there in Buffalo, Minnesota. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning on News Now from Fox. We will likely be following it for quite some time.
Yeah, good morning.
All right, for the rest of you who are back out flying around New York City, we're going to have more reaction on that health clinic shooting here in just a bit on News Now from Fox. Most of you, though, are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. Again, Fox 5 New York's Sky Fox is flying above Citi Field, going to become a mass vaccination site. A lot different looking opening day out there, and look at how snowy it still is. And they're going to be vaccinating people for COVID-19 there at Citi Field. So again, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. I let you know we had some reaction to the Minnesota Health Clinic shooting, and we're still using Fox 9 Bill Keller's live picture there outside of the clinic in Buffalo. So the latest I had for you here, I do have a graphic that says, there we go. I wanted to make sure that I was getting it right. This is from the health clinic itself, at Alina Health on Twitter, saying, quote, "Today our hearts are broken. We are a family at Alina Health, and this has been an incredibly traumatic day for our entire organization, the patients we serve, and the community of Buffalo. Our thoughts are first and foremost with those tragically injured and their loved ones." Continuing on, this is from the Minnesota Hospital Association at MN Hospitals on Twitter. "Clinics, hospitals, and health systems should be places of safety and healing for caregivers, patients, and visitors. Our thoughts are with all at Alina Health team members and the community of Buffalo." Next, this is from the Minnesota Vikings, the NFL team at Vikings on Twitter, reading, "Our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and the entire town of Buffalo, Minnesota, following today's senseless tragedy." This next one is from Hennepin EMS. "To our friends and partners in healthcare at Alina Health, at Alina EMS in Buffalo, know you are all in our thoughts during this very difficult time for all of you and your patients." And then this next one is from the Minnesota State Patrol, reading, "State Patrol pilots are flying 6 boxes of blood from the Red Cross to Buffalo Hospital, so it is ready for victims of the shooting incident at the Alina Health Clinic." And that's it. We will continue to follow this top story right here on News Now from Fox. Hope you all are having a great morning so far. I'm going to bring you back out here to the state of Florida for a couple different reasons. First, you're waking up with us right here on News Now from Fox, right? Second, it is a gorgeous morning at Port Canaveral. Oh, this is why I love working this early in the morning. The 3:30 wake-up call, it is worth it to bring you gorgeous sunrises such as these from Port Canaveral, Florida. Absolutely, positively gorgeous out there. I cannot wait until cruises start sailing again. I would love to be able to get back on the water, and I would love for life to get back to normal. We've been living like this, everybody, for almost exactly a year. Approaching the anniversary since the pandemic started impacting our daily lives, a lot of us reflecting on exactly what was the last thing that we remember that was normal that we did before all the lockdowns, the shutdowns, and the like. In March of 2020, for me, I was in Arizona. I remember going to a spring training game. I love baseball, and it was a gorgeous time there, fun time with friends, and then life as we knew changed that very following week. Again, this is News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for waking up this morning with us. I'm going to take you out to Governor Ron DeSantis' latest news conference, and that's because he's talking about how additional stores and resources are becoming available to vaccinate Floridians. Again, this is News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for waking up with us.
So beginning on Friday, there'll be 119 Walmart stores across 34 counties that will begin offering COVID-19 vaccinations for senior citizens. And this is over 30% of their total footprint in Florida, which is a really, really good start. They're getting allocated about, about 25,000? So around 25,000 doses for the Walmart portion of the mission. And I think that they have a great plan. They're spreading it pretty far and wide. And then as those doses increase from the federal government, they'll be able to do more shots at each store without much of a problem. We're here in Northeast Florida partially because there's a great announcement for Duval County. They're going to have 18 Walmarts right here in Duval County that are going to start giving shots on Friday. And so that'll be really, really good for folks in the Jacksonville area. But it's not just that. There's going to be one of the Walmarts in Baker, one in Bradford, one in Clay, and one in Columbia. And so some of those areas didn't have the Publix footprint. And so when we talked to Monisha, we talked to the Walmart team, we said, okay, there's a certain Publix footprint. If you guys could take a look at that and then look at your footprint and focus on areas where you didn't have a retail pharmacy footprint already, that would really be helpful. So clearly, Duval was one of the ones that didn't have the Publix. Now, Duval's done very well. 42% of all seniors have gotten at least one shot in Duval. That's better than the state average because you have a good, strong hospitals and a good health system. But I think this will supplement those efforts and really be good for senior citizens. So the federal pharmacy program also allows us to expand to other retail pharmacies. So we've already had the relationship with Publix, but that was when the state would get an allocation. Some of those were set aside for Publix. Obviously, we said the hospitals, county health, state sites, church missions, all these different things. These are additional doses, not even counting what we're already doing from the federal pharmacy program. So Publix will also get more doses now than they had been getting just from the state. And so they are also going to expand. So right now they're in 325 pharmacies across 23 counties. Starting by the end of this week, they will be in almost 600 Publix stores statewide across 41 counties. And we already have them in Nassau and St. John's. There'll be 6 Publix in Clay County, and there'll also be 1 in Columbia County. It's also important to point out when you talk about Walmart, they also have the relationship with Sam's Club, of same company, and so they're going to be offering at both Walmarts and some selected Sam's Club. So when you go to schedule a vaccine appointment for Walmart, you visit walmart.com/COVID vaccine, but you can also go to samsclub.com/COVID vaccine. So again, that's walmart.com/COVID vaccine or samsclub.com/COVID vaccine. And you do not have to be a member of Sam's Club to be able to get a shot at a Sam's Club pharmacy, which we obviously very much appreciate because we want this to be as widely available as possible. And of course, many seniors have already successfully made appointments with Publix. Some have tried and haven't been able to get through. Well, there's going to be more appointments for this week, and Publix's website is publix.com/COVID vaccine. So I think that the retail aspect of this is going to be very positive. I think Walmart has so many folks in the communities who shop here on a regular basis. This is a place they're comfortable with. You got a lot of great employees that work here, and if you look on your way out, if you look where they have the setup for this, I think it's going to move very smoothly, and I think it'll be a really good operation. So I commend Walmart for getting in this, and I think you're going to see a lot of positive developments. If we're over 40% of seniors, or 42% of seniors in Duval right now, without even having these pharmacies in the mix here, just think we're going to be able to add to those numbers and have a majority of seniors in no time, and hopefully as many seniors as we can. Now, I don't think every senior has wanted it thus far, but I think the vast majority will, and that'll be really good. People will ask, well, when are you going to do this group or that group? We will move on when we have done right by the seniors. We're doing seniors first, 65 and up. Folks that are not 65 with comorbidities are getting shots through hospitals and physicians. We're not having that at retail just because I think refereeing that is difficult. But we have all 65 and up. So we have a third of seniors, of our 4.5 million seniors, over a third have been reported to have had a vaccine, but the reporting lags. And so we've probably done close to 1.7 million seniors that have gotten at least one shot. Florida is the only state that's even crossed 1 million thus far. I think Texas is about to do it. But we are #1 with vaccinating seniors, and we're ahead by hundreds and hundreds of thousands, and we're one of only a handful of states that's vaccinated a third of our senior population. Some other states have done well. Obviously, we have a much bigger state, so getting to all these footprints is administratively and logistically more challenging, but people are doing a really good job. So seniors first. We've gotten a lot done. We're going to get more done. Now that we have the federal pharmacy program, that's in addition to everything that the feds had been sending the state. So we're having more vaccine as a result of this, which is great. We've also told the federal government if they're going to do some of these, if they want to do their own sites with additional vaccine, fine. Now, I think it's easy just to send it to us because I have so many places to do it. But if they want to do it and not take it out of our kitty and add to the kitty, that's fine as well. So I know there's discussions about them potentially doing that. At the end of the day, we want to get as much vaccine in the state as possible and get it to our seniors as quickly as possible. But just with the federal pharmacy program addition, we also got some more vaccine for this coming week, where the vaccines that's landing yesterday and today. So we're now about 325,000 just for the state's allocation that's going to the hospitals, that's going to the county health, that's going to our pop-up sites and drive-through sites. And so that's good, because we were at 266,000 a week for most of January. Now you have the federal pharmacy. That's on top of the 325,000. And hopefully with the Pfizer production, we will be able to see an increase in production there and have even more of the Pfizer vaccine hopefully in the coming weeks. We do anticipate the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to be approved at the end of the month. I think they should approve it sooner. You just have to work the weekends. You can work round the clock, but the sooner we get the Johnson & Johnson, the better off it's going to be for a lot of folks. And so kind of the next phase will be seniors the demand will start to wane, and I don't think it has waned yet. I think there's still tense demand. But as you get to 2.5+ million seniors, you're going to see the rest of the seniors, some aren't going to want it, and some will take it but aren't necessarily crawling over hot coals to get it. If it's there, they'll do it. So if you start to see, once we start to see some softening in the demand, then we need to get the footprint wider. Obviously, there's people that are 63 and 64 that would definitely want it, and I know there's a lot of different occupations that have asked. So we want to do that as soon as we can, but we got to do seniors first, keep our eye on the ball, stand by the folks, our parents and grandparents, and we'll do it. I think over the next couple weeks, we'll start to get a sense of the effects that the vaccines may have on things like hospitalizations and infections. We've seen a big decline in hospitalizations in Florida. I think we're down to 5,300, where we had 10,000 over the summer. But I think probably that's the natural COVID cycle. We're seeing it all over the country go down. Whether the vaccines have contributed that, I don't know. But I think as we get further into February and more seniors have had the second dose, and we're seeing massive numbers of people getting their second dose now. I think we were averaging between 50 and 60,000 second doses last week during the week, and so you're going to continue to see a lot of second doses being given about a 7 to 10 day period after that to really get the protective effect. But when you have 1.5 million, 2 million seniors over the next few weeks that will have both doses, that's going to make an impact on these numbers, and I think move them in an even more positive direction. So we're looking forward to doing that. We really are happy to be here at Walmart. We've been talking with them from the beginning. They said they wanted to be helpful, and when this opportunity came, they were ready to go, and so they've been really good to work with. And I think it's going to make a big impact. You're going to see a big imprint in places like Duval. I know in Orange County there's going to be a big imprint. I know Broward is going to have a bunch. Dade is going to have a few. Some of these other areas that didn't necessarily have the big retail footprint with Publix. And so this is another great step in the direction of protecting our folks from coronavirus. I want to thank Mayor Curry for being here and working collaboratively with the state. Duval's done a really good job. And when you have 42% of seniors that have gotten at least one shot, that's way better than the national average for seniors, not even close, and that's about 10 points higher than the state average, and we're one of the top states in the country for percentages of seniors vaccinated. So good job to Jacksonville, good job to Duval, and Mayor, if you want to come up and say a few things.
Thank you, Governor.
Yep.
Good afternoon. First, obviously, I want to thank you, Governor, and your entire team for your leadership and support in getting our most vulnerable Floridians vaccinated, especially our Duval County citizens, to the vaccinations for COVID-19. Thank you to Walmart for stepping up, not just in our county and our city, but all over the state of Florida, again, to make sure we're taking care of the most vulnerable. My team and I are focused on getting Jacksonville citizens access to the vaccine. The governor and his team have been amazing partners on that front. Just last week, we received an allotment of vaccines from the state, and on Friday and Saturday, we distributed the first dose to our most vulnerable neighbors in northwest Jacksonville. I watched news coverage that morning of folks who were first in line to receive
All right, everybody, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. I was trying to pull in a video to the system when this happened. I am trying to figure out what we can do for you here, and we'll be back rocking and rolling as soon as we can. But thanks for your patience and understanding.
Is that it's not caused by just one thing. I think having about 10% of the state immunized is certainly contributes to
All right, everybody, good morning. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Sorry about those technical difficulties. I have been working with this set for more than 3 years, though. Took a little bit of troubleshooting, but I was able to get things back up to normal. Now we are live in Tampa, Florida. And guess what? We've got Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan here with us this morning to talk about the excitement of everything that is going to happen this morning. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us again. This afternoon is actually when all the excitement gets going. What's going to be going on out there?
That's right. We've got a boat parade Super Bowl champion party. And, you know, just 4 months ago, we saw the Stanley Cup sail down this river just behind me. And today it's the Lombardi Trophy's turn. So we have a big parade that's starting up at 1 today, and it'll be miles long. As I was explaining last week with our river walk and all the NFL Super Bowl celebrations set up along it, there is plenty of room for everybody to spread out. Masks are going to be required, even though this is an entirely outdoor event. But if you're not familiar with Tampa, this is kind of what we do. We're actually in parade season right now. So right now, we would normally be celebrating something called Gasparilla. That's when pirates invade our city. It is a weird and fun event, and just about everybody in town who has a boat joins into this giant flotilla that happens. There's a huge pirate ship, and so that's kind of what we do on an annual basis. Now they took that roadmap, used it for the Stanley Cup parade, and today the Bucks will use that same blueprint for their parade as well. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Kelly, that sounds like so much fun. And I want to know, are fans still sticking around Tampa from the big game, or is this really just about the locals?
This is just about the locals, and that usually is how the Super Bowl parade goes. It's oftentimes that people fly out, the next day after the Super Bowl. But, with this happening in our hometown, the Super Bowl happening in our hometown, we have plenty of people that are on hand today. Now, the 1 o'clock start does make things a little bit tricky. I have a feeling, Pilar, that a lot of people are not going to be returning after lunch today.
That is so true. And unfortunately for us, the impeachment trial resumes at noon, so we're going to be showing that, but we are definitely hoping that we'll be able to get the parade replay on a little bit later on News Now from Fox. So Fox 13 Tampa's Kelly Cowan, thank you so much for joining us live again this morning.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, we're taking a live look at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Yes, the impeachment trial resumes at noon today, and we will have it for you in its entirety right here on News Now from Fox. Both sides making their opening arguments. You heard Doug Luzader talk about it this morning. You heard Ray Bogan talk about it this morning. Again, we will have all that action and activity for you right here on News Now from Fox. So as always, everybody, I want to thank you for your patience and understanding. Had a little bit of technical difficulties from what I call mission control right here at News Now from Fox. You can see so you can't see the whole set, but I have a total of 5 monitors. I have 3 keyboards. I have 3 mice. I have this main board that helps me operate the show. I have an audio board, so you don't just hear or see the News Now from Fox host. We control the entire show. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a vantage point there as to how things are operated here. And so sometimes there's technical difficulties, but we make it work and we get the show back up and running as quickly as possible for you News Nowers across the globe. So thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you are having a fabulous day so far. We are going to continue with all of your top stories from across the country, show you all these different live pictures from across the country. It looks like we might have a wreck in the New York area or something that is at least impacting traffic a bit. Yeah, it looks like they're towing a vehicle there on the middle portion of your screen, and at least 1 lane is blocked on a highway there, definitely impacting traffic in the New York area for rush hour just past 7 o'clock. Eastern here. Again, thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break, but we've got much more news, top stories ready to go for you when you return. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a live look at aerials from our sister station, Fox 5 New York. When you get a chance to fly above New York City, you certainly take it. Hope you all are having a great day so far. Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. We've got some more top stories from across the country ready to go for you. We are on standby in case any news breaks as well. But coming up next here, I do want to show you this report from Fox 13 Tampa talking about how a certain grocery store chain right out here in Florida is going to be offering COVID-19 vaccines.
Effective this morning, more Florida seniors can go online to Publix's website to sign up for a COVID-19 vaccine. The earliest availability this Friday, February 12th, and this comes as Tampa Bay area Walmart and Winn-Dixie stores opened up availability for vaccine appointments just Tuesday. All of those appointments already filling up. The new round of appointment times with Publix coming from a distribution including doses from the state as well as the federal government. This also expands appointment availability to nearly 600 Publix pharmacies in more than 41 Florida counties, including Tampa's Hillsborough, Manatee, Polk, Sarasota, and Highlands. You can only sign up online. You cannot call to make an appointment. More on that in a second. As has been the case so far, this is only for people age 65 and older. Of the 4.5 million seniors in Florida, more than a third of them have received at least one dose of the vaccine. And doctors at USF Health say vaccine expansion is coming at a critical time. A new COVID variant called B117, more infectious and spreading quickly in Florida.
So Florida is predicted to be the first state to have this B117 variant as its dominant strain. And that will probably happen early March. The only thing that's missing is kind of a concerted effort by the public to buy us some time so that these vaccines can come out.
Meaning avoiding complacency, wearing masks and social distancing still as important as ever. Some need to know information this morning. Again, these appointments online only at publix.com/COVID vaccine. New appointments now available. You'll want to have your Medicare ID number ready and be prepared to answer questions about your allergies and long-term health history. And if you can't get an appointment today, Publix says the reservation system will open additional times this Friday, February 12th. As for Walmart and Winn-Dixie locations, as soon as we find out more information on when they will be reopening registration, we'll bring that to you here. Reporting in Tampa for Fox News Now, I'm Matthew McClellan.
Matthew, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Unfortunately, we've been having to report on some deadly avalanches already this 2021 season. We've heard about Utah. We've heard about the state of Washington. And reports say Alaska, Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, and New Hampshire all impacted by this devastating and deadly season. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you two reports from the Fox affiliate in Salt Lake City, Fox 13, talking about the two avalanches they've had out there recently. Then we're going to go back to the state of Washington for our In Case You Missed It segment with a sheriff out there talking about how a state trooper was killed in an avalanche. And then we're going to have a live report or a live interview, with an avalanche expert. So again, this is all happening right here on News Now from Fox. Lots going on here this morning with the record number of U.S. avalanches.
Craig Gordon with the Utah Avalanche Center says we are seeing unprecedented avalanche conditions out here right now. He says the only other time we've ever seen 4 people killed in one single avalanche was back in 1992. It's a day that will go down in history. 8 people caught in an avalanche. 4 of them never made it home.
It's tragic, and our heart goes out to them. Our deepest condolences to you. This is horribly tragic.
Saturday's accident makes for 6 people who have died in Utah avalanches in less than a month. Craig Gordon with the Utah Avalanche Center teared up just thinking about it.
I know that everyone loves the snow in the mountains as much as I do. And it is very hard to see young lives who have that exact same passion, who no longer are able to share that with their friends and their family.
Gordon says this warm winter is making for very dangerous conditions in Utah's backcountry.
So the foundation is structurally compromised. It's like a bunch of dominoes sticking up like this. We put a dense, heavy slab on top, we kick the dominoes over, and boom, now we're staring down the barrel of a very dangerous avalanche.
People should check the avalanche forecast before they do anything in the backcountry. Plus have the proper avalanche rescue gear and know how to use it.
Once we have to deploy that, that means that the accident has already happened. And as we have seen in recent events, the outcome is devastating. It's tragic. It's catastrophic.
The last time more than one person died in a single Utah avalanche was in 2013. Gordon says it's just so difficult to see the tragedy this year has already brought, knowing the snowpack is still very unstable.
This is unprecedented. To have 6 avalanche fatalities in just the span of less than a month, it gives a really good indicator how sketchy things are right now, how deceptively tricky the avalanche conditions are, and unfortunately this isn't a condition that's changing anytime soon.
Even though we do have some snow storms in our forecast coming up, Craig Gordon says that will actually only make things more dangerous. He says in order to really get things under control, we need several strong, consistent snowstorms to help with the snowpack. In Mill Creek Canyon, Cindy Glenn, Fox 13 News, Utah.
All right, everybody, this next top story I have for you that's avalanche related was filed February 1st. Let's listen in.
A skier in northern Utah is dead after being buried alive in an avalanche he triggered. Family and friends are mourning the loss of Kurt Damschroeder. The 57-year-old was out with one of his buddies Saturday when the tragic incident occurred.
Their agreement was if one of them didn't feel comfortable going into a specific area, the other would stand by and watch just in case something happened. And that's exactly what happened in this case. The friend watched Kurt go down the square top area, unfortunately watched the avalanche get triggered, and it buried him.
The friend leapt into action after witnessing the horrific event. He was able to locate Damschroeder's body under the snow using a beacon device. After digging, he was able to reach Damschroeder. He performed CPR for more than an hour, to no avail. Authorities say Saturday's conditions on the mountain were too dangerous to launch a mission and retrieve Damschroeder's body.
It can really be scary for our rescuers that have to go in and attempt to rescue or recover someone that's been involved in an avalanche.
Authorities were able to recover Damschroeder's body the following morning after detonating explosives in the surrounding area, causing additional avalanches which made ascending the mountain safer.
This is not the kind of avalanche situation that you can outsmart. Yeah, it's great to have the rescue gear, but right now these are super dangerous avalanches that are taking out the entire season's snowpack.
Anyone embarking in the outdoors needs to take extreme precautions, but experts say no amount of preparation guarantees your safety. Salchi and Grasso, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Next, we're going to head on out to the state of Washington for our In Case You Missed It segment about the state trooper who died in an avalanche.
Approximately 11 o'clock this morning, 2 of our local residents, Stevie Hoole and Oscar Selzler, were snow biking up on a ridge between Lake Clallam and Lake Achese when they were caught in an avalanche. Oscar was able to dig himself out. He tried unsuccessfully to find Stevie, and so he managed to get his bike out and rode down and contacted some folks who notified us. We mobilized our Kittitas County Search and Rescue, put approximately 20 people into the field, avalanche trained folks, a couple of avalanche dogs, and we were also able to put some air assets up with thermal imaging. At about 7 o'clock this evening, Stevie was located. He had been buried in the avalanche, and we basically turned it over to State Patrol for questions with respect to him. Do you have any questions with respect to the search itself?
Just confirming you found him dead.
That's correct. He was deceased.
How deep buried?
I can't tell you what the specific circumstances are. They're still in the field. They're still working on bringing him down, and we don't have communications up there.
Was it the thermal imaging that was the determining factor that found him?
I believe it was actually one of the avalanche dogs that located him.
You know, for perspective, what are the conditions? I mean, when we say an avalanche, you see the images on TV. Was it a big one, or did you provide any?
There's actually multiple avalanches. In fact, our search teams reported there were additional avalanches while they were searching up there. So it's pretty steep country, and we got a lot of new snowfall. So that's another reason that we only send in folks who are certified and trained in avalanche recovery and rescue.
Sheriff, how rare is this to have such a tragic event happen because of an avalanche in this area?
It's actually fairly rare. Folks are pretty good. It's just unpredictable, and so we've been very fortunate here. But it does happen. It's high country, and it can be pretty risky.
Would you advise people in the area to not go out on their snowmobiles recreationally?
Well, we recommend that they look at what the conditions are. You can go online, Avalanche Northwest, and you can kind of get an idea. They rate the areas as far as the danger goes, and it's like anything else. If when you go into the backcountry, things can happen, and this is just a very sad and unfortunate thing. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family.
Did you know them personally?
Yes.
Are they law enforcement?
Stevie, our victim, is law enforcement. Yes, he's with Washington State Patrol.
Just speaking emotionally, Sheriff, I mean, that's tough for anyone, but especially, a law enforcement officer.
Well, it's always hard. It's hard when we lose anybody. Fellow law enforcement, for us, yes, it touches us in a special place. It really does.
Yeah, that must have just made this search just, I can't imagine. I feel like you can see it in your face, how painful this has been.
Well, it's always hard when we lose somebody.
And Sheriff, before we talk to Washington State Patrol, as far as now, are there any investigations into the avalanche? Are there experts that come out and look at this area, or is it pretty much, you found the victim and...
Well, there'll be a report. The people who are up there doing this will put their information together. They conduct the investigation on scene for the circumstances.
Would you ever, it's an avalanche, do you ever look deeper into the trigger, or is it just, backcountry? And
It's pretty tough as to how these things are triggered. Sometimes they're triggered by the recreationalists, sometimes they're triggered just by nature itself, and you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Anything we didn't touch on you want to add, Sheriff?
No, I think we're there. Thank you for taking the time to come up here and report on this.
All right, everybody. Joining us live here on News Now from Fox this morning is Dr. Carl Birkeland. He is the director of the U.S. Forest Service National Avalanche Center in Bozeman, Montana. Thank you so much for waking up so early for us this morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks.
This, unfortunately, it's not a good reason why we're talking. It's the deadliest week for U.S. avalanches. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, we've had a really unfortunate accident cluster, and over the course of now 9 days, we had 16 avalanche fatalities. And what's unusual is both the number of the fatalities. That was more fatalities than we've had in that period of time since the early 1900s. And the other thing that was unusual was the wide geographic nature of the fatalities. They were covered most of the states within the western U.S. because we had very widespread unstable snowpack throughout many areas.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask you, what is contributing to these avalanches, especially when we're hearing the West, but we're also hearing like New Hampshire. And so talk to me about like the snowpack. What does that matter, and what should people know if they're going to go out, whether it's snowmobiling, they're skiing, they're snowboarding and the like? What do they need to know when they go out in the snow conditions?
Yeah, so really what we had through much of the country is we had some early season snow, and that snow was relatively thin. And then after that, we had dry weather. And what that did is it allowed that snow that was on the ground to change, and it changed into very loose, cohesionless snow. And what that does is it forms a very weak base. It's like having a weak foundation for your house. It forms a weak base for subsequent snowfall. So then we had a series of storms that hit many areas, and those series of storms added that new snow, and that new snow overloaded the weak old snow underneath, and that created the conditions that were just primed for humans triggering avalanches. And And so when people go out into the backcountry, the main things that we tell them is the first thing you have to do is you have to check the avalanche forecast. So there's avalanche forecasts available for large parts of the United States, and you can do that at avalanche.org. You also need to have avalanche rescue equipment. So that's a beacon, a probe, and a shovel. And then you should also get the training. So get some avalanche training before you go out. So those three things: get the forecast, get the gear, and get the training. And that's the way people can minimize their odds of getting caught and or killed in an avalanche.
When you were talking about humans triggering avalanches, is there a specific thing that they do, like step in the wrong place or create too much noise that triggers avalanches, or what exactly triggers avalanches?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, there's sort of this myth that that noise will trigger avalanches, and it comes from, I think, old movies with Heidi and her grandfather yodeling in the Alps and down come the avalanches. But noise actually doesn't trigger avalanches. It's actually the weight of a person. So so the way an avalanche is triggered is simply, typically rather, would be someone who is out recreating. So typically they're skiing or they're snowmobiling, or sometimes they're hiking through the snow. And it's their added weight on the surface of the snowpack that causes that weak layer underneath to fracture. And once you cause that weak layer to fracture, then the entire slope can go. And avalanches are really unique because they're, you know, unlike a hurricane or an earthquake or something like that, we can actually trigger avalanches. People trigger avalanches. And typically, in other words, in over 90% of the cases of when people die in avalanches, it's either that person or a member of their party that triggers the avalanche.
Now, I am an avid hiker, not in snow, of course. As a matter of fact, the state of Arizona, where I'm from, recently got a lot of snow. So a lot of people were heading to the high country, Sedona, to Flagstaff and the like, to hike. There were rescues that had to take place. I know what type of gear to pack when I go hiking. So you were talking about the gear in order to avoid getting stuck in a bad situation with an avalanche. We're talking about shovels in particular. Are those easy to carry when out in the backcountry?
Yeah, so typically the three big things we tell people to carry is you need to have an avalanche beacon, and each person wears that, and it's set at the beginning of the day to transmit. And then if someone gets buried in an avalanche, you then set, and you're not buried in the avalanche because you should only expose one person to avalanche terrain at a time. Then the other people in the party can set their transceivers to receive, and they can use that to find about where the person is. Then folks carry an avalanche probe. It's a lightweight probe, basically a long stick that then you can push into the snow in that general area where you think that they are. You probe, you hit them, you know exactly where they are. Then at that point you have an avalanche shovel. These are relatively small collapsible shovels. They fit in your backpack easily, and then you have to dig them out. And so avalanches are really, I mean, avalanche rescue is a really tough deal because once you're buried in an avalanche, your odds of surviving go down dramatically after about 15 minutes. So what that means is that everyone else in the party is really responsible for trying to get you out of the snow as quickly as possible. And that's why everyone has to carry that gear. You have to practice with it. And that's where taking a course really comes in, is you get to learn how to use the gear appropriately, and how you can possibly get your partners out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, because I think I heard of at least one instance this month where a person was able to successfully dig themselves out. So it's all about preparedness and knowledge. I know a lot of people love the great outdoors. They see the snow, they think it's beautiful, they want to get out there, but you really have to know what you're doing before you get yourself in a situation such as that. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I think the main thing is just that, avalanche conditions change on a daily basis. And so we go through periods of heightened avalanche danger and then periods where the snowpack is fairly stable. And this past week, we went through a period where we had very dangerous avalanche conditions over a large area. And the best way for you to understand and follow how those avalanche conditions are changing is to go to avalanche.org. And there's a national map. It's colored by the avalanche danger in different areas. You can click into that map and see what the details are, the forecast for the area that you're in. And that's really the baseline information that you need before you go into the backcountry.
All right, Dr. Carl Birkland, the director of the U.S. Forest Service National Avalanche Center, waking up really early from Montana to join us this morning on News Now from Fox. So thank you so much for the valuable information for our viewers.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, for the rest of you, we're going to head on out to the latest White House briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Hi, everyone. Happy Tuesday. A couple of things to just update you on the top. As we've discussed previously in this room, the President and the administration are making the case directly to the country about the need to pass the rescue plan so we can finish the job and get $2,000 into the pockets of working families, so we can reopen schools safely, and so we can get economic relief to struggling Americans and communities. As part of that work, the President, the Vice President, and Treasury Secretary Yellen will meet this afternoon with business leaders to discuss the vital role that the American Rescue Plan will play in saving our economy and getting Americans back to work. Private sector leaders understand how important it is, and we've seen calls from across the political spectrum, from leading business groups to labor and progressive lawmakers, for Congress to act quickly in getting additional economic relief out the door. These calls have been echoed by leading experts and economists who have praised the plan, including top economic advisors to the last 4 presidents, both Democrat and Republican. And analysis after analysis has shown that the economic cost of inaction would be incredibly painful for the American people, something we saw last Friday with the latest month of weak job numbers. But they also know that we have a way to help workers and get our economy back by passing the rescue plan. So a couple of pieces of economic data you all may have seen. A CBO projection last week found that it would take the economy 4 years to bounce back and return to full employment without the rescue plan. Studies by the Brookings Institution and Moody's Analytics found that the economy could recover from the pandemic and return to full employment by the beginning of next year if the rescue plan is enacted. Moody's also found that passing the rescue plan would double economic growth, returning the economy to full employment a full year faster. A couple of other updates from our COVID team. You may have also seen this. Jeff Zients, the COVID coordinator, made a few announcements earlier this afternoon. Today, we announced the launch of our Federal Quality Health Centers, FQHC, vaccination program. Community health centers provide primary care services in underserved areas, reaching almost 30 million people. Under this new program, we will begin directly sending vaccine supply to community health centers, enabling them to vaccinate more of the people they serve, alongside other efforts like mobile health units and community vaccination centers. This announcement is another tool we are providing to state and local leaders in their work to reach underserved and hardest hit populations. Importantly, this program grew in part out of a suggestion from House committee chairs that the President had, of course, had a meeting with them on Friday, but even discussions prior to that. And he informed them during a call this morning that this program would be rolled out. Let's see, last few pieces. We also announced another increase in weekly vaccine allocations to states, tribes, and territories, bringing us up to 11 million doses. So overall, this after weekly increases the past 2 weeks, and it's a net 28% increase to states since we entered government. These announcements convey our steady drumbeat of progress and action by the federal government and our whole of government pandemic response. The President also will meet with members of the COVID response team in the Oval Office today to discuss their work and the next steps in shutting down the virus and getting American life back to normal. Last thing, I've noted a number of times, and some of you have asked about our progress and efforts on confirmations. We're pleased to see Dennis McDonough confirmed last night with 87 yes votes as the new Secretary of Veterans Affairs, and he, of course, is being sworn in today. We also would just like to reiterate the importance of getting our nominee, the President's nominee, to lead the Department of Education, Miguel Cardona, confirmed, obviously at a time where The American people are focused on the reopening of schools, focused on doing that safely. This is a step that Congress could take. He's obviously a pivotal and key partner in ensuring we can get that done swiftly and safely. With that, Alex, let's kick it off.
I wanted to ask you at the top about the attempted hacking and poisoning of the Oldsmar, Florida water supply. Does the White House have any details on who committed the hacking, and is there any plan for review of water supply stations across the nation, or an effort to shore up the cybersecurity measures at those stations?
Well, as was announced earlier today, the FBI and the Secret Service, of course, are undergoing an investigation. That's something we'd certainly defer to them on any specific details of their findings of that investigation. I will say, broadly speaking, that the President, the Vice President, members of our national security team are focused on elevating cybersecurity as a threat that has only increased over the past several years. That's why they've made it an across government focus on why he has elevated positions in the White House and other parts of our government.
And then can you share any details on the President's visit to the Department of Defense? What will he be discussing with Secretary Austin?
Sure. The President will visit the Pentagon tomorrow, where he will thank the men and women serving our country and keeping the American people safe. As the first president in 40 years with a child who served in the military, he has a personal connection to the important role of the work of the military, the men and women who serve. He will also discuss the vital role of the Department of Defense and our national security, talk about the significance of having the first African-American Secretary of Defense in history leading the department. The visit has special resonance coming during Black History Month. Over 40% of active duty forces are men and women of color, and you will hear President Biden pay special tribute to the rich history of Black service members tomorrow.
Any new policy rollouts tomorrow, or is it just...
He will certainly, as I noted, talk about the important role of the Defense Department in our national security, but we will have more to share about that as we get closer to his visit. Go ahead. Oh, let's go. Jeff Reuters, I promised you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Can you tell us how the CEOs were chosen for today's meeting with President Biden? I see some diversity in that group, which isn't always common at the top echelons of corporate America. Was that one of the factors?
Far too uncommon, yes.
Is that one of the factors, and how did you go about choosing them?
Well, first I would expect that this is the first of many engagements the President will have directly with leaders from the business community, and this was an opportunity to speak directly with some who are major employers in the country, some who are leading the Business Roundtable or other organizational kind of business groups where they speak to many business leaders across the country. So this is an opportunity to have a smaller meeting. It's only about half a dozen, as you know, and discussion about the American Rescue Plan, how it will impact workers and American families, and how they can work together to get people back on their feet.
Specifically, Walmart and J.P. Morgan, what is the President's ask of those types of companies for this?
I wouldn't look at it through that prism, Jeff. I would look at it as a conversation with leaders who have, Walmart is, of course, one of the biggest employers in the country and states across the country. Obviously, Jamie Dimon is somebody who has been in the business sector for many, many years. So it's more of a discussion about the country and the economic downturn that we've gone through. The President wants to lay out all of the specifics of his plan, hear feedback from them, as he has with many different groups over the past couple of weeks.
Just one other econ-related question. Did the White House ask OMB Director nominee Neera Tanden to apologize to Republicans in her testimony this morning, and how confident are you about that nomination now?
Well, the President wouldn't nominate anyone he wasn't confident could get confirmed and didn't deserve the consideration and confirmation of Senate Democrats and Republicans. We certainly did not ask her to make any specific comments in her testimony today. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of questions on the impeachment and the COVID package that President Biden is proposing. First, on impeachment. Today there's going to be a debate over the constitutionality of the process, whether it's constitutional to try to remove from office a former president. Does President Biden have any concerns that this trial could set a dangerous precedent for the institution of the presidency?
Well, President Biden, we put out a statement following the conclusion of the House vote just a couple of weeks ago, and he made clear in that statement that he felt the process should proceed as history, and many laws predetermine, and he is going to wait for the Senate to determine the outcome of this. But his view is that his role should be currently focused on addressing the needs of the American people, putting people back to work, addressing the pandemic.
Does he see it as constitutional?
I don't think that's for me or us to opine on. Obviously, he said that the process should proceed, and it's doing exactly that.
And let me ask you, as millions of people tune in to watch this trial, presumably throughout the week, they're going to see the former president's lawyers argue, based on the briefs that they have filed, that some Democrats have used incendiary rhetoric. They are going to point to Representative Maxine Waters, for example, who in 2018 called on supporters at a rally to confront and at one point harassed Trump officials over their support of the child separation policy, the zero tolerance policy. That's something that Cedric Richmond said she had a constitutional right to express those views. So how does the White House view that as any different?
Look, Joe Biden is the president. He's not a pundit. He's not going to opine on the back and forth arguments, nor is he watching them that are taking place in the Senate.
Okay, let me ask you about the COVID relief package. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee Democrats proposed limiting the $1,400 direct payments to those making $75,000 or less. Is that something that President Biden supports, and does he have any concerns that progressives might not be on board with that?
Well, the president has conveyed from the beginning of this discussion that he's open to having a discussion about the thresholds. He has been firm in his resolve that Americans should be made whole on the $2,000 checks, which of course would mean maintaining his firmness on the $1,400 checks, right? But there's been a discussion about the thresholds and what those should look like. And he doesn't feel that families making over $250,000 a year should be the target of this relief. But there is a scale up, right? Even in the recent negotiations from the 75 and from the 150, it's just will reach a certain top threshold where people would not receive relief.
So has he determined whether he would support that? Does he support $75,000 as being the threshold?
It's not the threshold. That's kind of who would receive the maximum amount. There's then a scale up beyond that. These negotiations are ongoing. We certainly support the discussions as they're happening, and certainly his view is that he's open to the discussion about making them more targeted and ensuring that people who need relief the most receive the relief. Go ahead.
I had a couple, but I wanted to follow up on something Jeff asked, which is Jamie Dimon is among those participants, and there's been complaints both that big banks like JP Morgan have made it difficult for small businesses, minority businesses to access PPP loans, and lots of data that shows recently big banks have been scaling back consumer lending and instead buying government securities. And so I know that this is kind of a cheerleading event for the president's legislative package, but is he going to raise either of those issues with Jamie Dimon when he has the opportunity?
Well, the president does not have a litmus test that he gives people before he meets with them in the Oval Office. Otherwise, he would not have met with 10 Republicans last week. So they don't agree with him on everything. I'm sure the business leaders would convey that to you. He doesn't agree with them on everything. But this is really a discussion about the American Rescue Plan, a plan that will help spark economic growth, help put people back to work, help get our economy on a path to recovery, and hopefully that's something they can all agree on.
And I know that you guys have put together a task force to look at domestic extremism following what happened in January. But there's been a lot of reporting about the breakdowns that have happened in the government ahead of that, coordination between DHS and the FBI and Capitol Police. So I'm wondering, especially as there's chatter indicating that there might be further sort of demonstrations surrounding the election, what, if anything, the administration is doing to
surrounding which election? Sorry, I'm just trying to follow you.
The past one.
The past one.
Yes.
Okay.
There's been online chatter that there's going to be another demonstration in March here in Washington. My point is the administration doing anything to look at the kind of breakdown that happened within law enforcement and the federal government ahead of of January 6th to make sure that it's not replicated in the future.
Well, I think one of the steps we took was the president named a head of Homeland Security in the White House, a role that did not exist in the prior administration, who can serve in a coordinating role to ensure that we are in touch with state and local authorities and officials, something that wasn't happening at a pace and with a level of coordination that should have happened in the last administration. We obviously came into office, or the president came into office, and our entire national security team did at a time of heightened alert, even on the day of the inauguration and following. So I would say we certainly are not looking to the past administration as a model, and we are charting our own path to make sure we do things differently.
And lastly, the World Health Organization said today that it was extremely unlikely that the coronavirus escaped the lab in Wuhan. And I'm just wondering, especially now that we've sort of resumed our participation in the WHO, if the administration agrees with that assessment.
Yeah, we have obviously seen those reports, as I mean the public reporting on it. We're looking forward to receiving the report and the data from the WHO investigation. We haven't looked at the data specifically ourselves, so we'd like to do that. We've expressed our concerns regarding the need for full transparency and access from China and the WHO to all information regarding the earliest days of the pandemic, but we weren't involved directly in the implementation of this investigation, and again, we'll just look forward to reviewing the findings in detail. Go ahead. Oh, we'll come back to you, Caitlin. Sorry. Go ahead.
Two questions on schools. You opened up talking about reopening schools as being a priority for the administration. Are there any discussions within the administration of providing these kind of rapid tests that are being produced by Illum and other companies to help that move quicker, to get those tests to local school systems within the states?
Well, our focus really at this point in time is waiting for the CDC guidelines to come out and give schools across the country, school districts across the country, the first medical and scientific recommendations and guidelines that have been given from the federal level. And obviously, once those are put out publicly and concluded, we will look for ways to work with states to ensure that schools are getting the resources they need. That's part of why we proposed funding in the American Rescue Plan, but we want to wait to see what the health and medical experts have in those guidelines to ensure we're directing those resources in the right way or working with states to do exactly that.
Secondly, on President Biden's transgender rights executive action, specifically when it applies to high school sports. What message would the White House have for trans girls and cis girls who may end up competing against each other and sparking some lawsuits and some concern among parents? So does the administration have guidance for schools on dealing with disputes arising over trans girls competing against and with cis girls?
I'm not sure what your question is.
The president's executive order had...
I'm familiar with the order, but what was your question about it?
My question is, does the president have a message for local school officials on dealing with these kind of disputes that are already starting to arise between trans girls who are competing and cis girls and a level playing field, particularly in high school sports when it leads to college scholarships? Is there any kind of messaging or clarification that the White House wants to give on the executive order?
I would just say that the president's belief is that trans rights are human rights, and that's why he signed that executive order. And in terms of the determinations by universities and colleges, I would certainly defer to them. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Caitlin. Go ahead. Go ahead, and then we go to the back. Go ahead.
It's okay. I don't mind when you call me. I have 3 quick questions. One on what Democrats have put forward with these stimulus checks. It's not changing the income cap. So instead of limiting it from the $75,000 to get the full $1,400, that's staying where it is. President Biden had said he was open to targeting that. So did he sign off on what the Democrats have now put forward?
You mean where the cap stops or where the threshold stops at the top?
The cap stops for the full $1,400. Right now it's $75,000 as opposed to $50,000 or what others like Joe Manchin had proposed. So did he sign off on the latest proposal from them yesterday?
Well, his proposal was originally $75, right, and $150. And he's open to targeting, which it still will be targeted, because it's about the question of what the threshold goes up to, right? Because prior, in earlier proposals, it had a higher threshold where it went up to a higher income level for families where they would get some version of a check, not the $1,400, right, but a smaller version. So
He's fine with not bringing down that cap at the $75,000 to a $50,000 like others?
He supports that. Where the status of the negotiations is at this point, yes, of the $75,000.
Okay. My second question is, we had the acting attorney general ask all of the Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys to resign from their post, with the exception of two, the one overseeing the beginnings of the Russia probe and the one overseeing Hunter Biden's tax probe. Can you comment on that?
As you know, this has been commonplace among previous administrations, and we look forward to working with the Senate to swiftly fill these openings in the coming weeks. The President has also made clear that he wants to restore the independence of the Department of Justice and to ensure it remains free of any undue political influence. That will be helped when our Attorney General is, of course, confirmed. But the decision to leave two U.S. attorneys in their roles is a reflection of that commitment.
Okay, so he had no conversations with the acting attorney general about the two who remained in their post.
In what way? You mean who would leave?
Biden didn't have any Did he have any conversations with the acting attorney general about leaving the U.S. attorney in Delaware and Connecticut in their post?
These were decisions that were made in order to fulfill his promise of maintaining independence and ensuring that he sent that message in every action that was taken.
Okay, and my last question, I know you said the president is not a pundit. I think we all agree with that, understand that, but he is the first president to be in office and have a former president, his predecessor, go and face an impeachment trial just down the street. So how can he not weigh in on whether or not it's constitutional, given he is the current office holder, and the questions of what precedent this sets and whether or not he agrees that it's constitutional?
Well, again, this is obviously a big story in the country. No one's denying that here, and there's certainly going to be a lot of attention and focus on it. But our focus and the president's focus is on putting people back to work, getting the pandemic under control, and that means we're not going to weigh in on every question about the impeachment trial, and we don't feel it's necessary or our role to do that. Go ahead.
Couple topics. I'll get through them quick. The CBO is projecting that raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour would lift 900,000 people out of poverty, but it would cost 1.4 million jobs. That is a difference of 500,000 people. What happens to them?
I would also say that in the CBO findings, I should say, that they've also concluded that 27 million American workers millions of low-wage workers, I should say, 27 million American workers would be able to would help get them out of poverty. So there's a huge impact of raising the minimum wage. That's why the president supports it. There are also many other economic studies that show that raising the minimum wage has minimal impact on employment. A study of U.S. state-level minimum wage changes over 4 decades found that the number of jobs remained essentially unchanged over the 5 years following the increase. So the president supports it because he believes that raising the minimum wage is something that American workers, American families deserve, and that lifting 27 million American workers out of poverty, reducing inequality, would be a very positive step for our country.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for watching News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. My name is Rain Augustine, and I will be your host for the next few hours on this beautiful Wednesday, February 10th. Now, I want to talk about President Trump's second impeachment. There's been a live debate on whether this is constitutional or not. Well, I want to bring you all a recent interview from Fox 26's Craig Jackson. He's breaking down the latest that we know when it comes to President Trump's second impeachment trial.
Professor Craig Jackson, always cool to talk to you.
Hi, Greg. How are you?
I wish it weren't an impeachment proceeding, but here we are, an impeachment trial. The argument being made by the president's defense lawyers is that because he's no longer in office, that it's somehow unconstitutional. I know you've taken a look at this issue. What are your thoughts?
I think that, first of all, when it comes down to the issue of impeachment, it's only had a few in history, and this breaks a lot of new ground. This is the first time a president who has left office is being tried. And let's be clear about what we mean by the term impeachment. Impeachment is what the House did. That I guess the best analogy would be an indictment, if you will. The focus is on this language in the Constitution that suggests that, doesn't suggest, it says very clearly that the penalty for conviction of impeachment is removal from office and also disqualification from any further elective office in the federal government. Charles Cooper, who is a conservative attorney, good bona fides with the Federalist Society and with conservative legal community nationally, has said basically that disqualification is a minimum penalty for a president who is still sitting in the office of the presidency. Disqualification is an additional penalty that's also included within the Constitution. And the point he makes is that you cannot disqualify a president, a sitting president, from office. You have to remove him first. It also suggests, though, that the disqualification part of the penalty, if the Senate were to vote that way, could only be assessed to a non-office holder. And that would be the case here of Donald J. Trump. So it's a fair, I guess you would say that it's fair to say that one commentator suggested that if there is any poll of constitutional scholars, not just academics like me, but scholars, practitioners nationally, would be something along the lines of 85 to 15% that do believe that this trial does have constitutional legs. Senate has tried office holders, former office holders before, who were impeached while in office. And so that this suggests that there is precedent for that. But this is one of those rarefied areas where there is very little precedent. The precedent that does exist would tend in favor of the impeachment trial. And certainly the interpretation offered by Charles Cooper does suggest that it is totally constitutional.
Professor, I heard the analogy today, and you've broached this issue already, that this former president was impeached or indicted while he was still serving. And just like a statute of limitation, if in fact a defendant is indicted before the statute runs out, he can still be tried for the crime he has been indicted for. And that's the logic moving forward. What do you think of that argument?
Well, actually, the indictment statute of limitations argument is one I've not heard. I've heard the various permutations of the Charles Cooper argument that you cannot remove a president unless he's no, you cannot disqualify a person from running for office unless that person is no longer in office. So that would strike me as at least within the context of impeachment, a more compelling argument. But certainly the indictment analogy does make sense.
Let me ask you this. You spent a good bit of your adult life sifting through the intellect and the writing of the founders. Mm-hmm. What is your instinct telling you about this particular case and what the founders would have done had a sitting president been accused of inciting overthrow of the government and the clock ran out on his presidency? It was unsuccessful. Would they have allowed, what do you believe it was their intent for that person to be allowed to return to private life without accountability?
Well, here's the thing about the founders. The scenario you present is that the founders are still alive. So they would have seen that and they would have said, okay, we didn't mean that. We didn't mean that, as House Manager Jamie Raskin pointed out today in his introductory remarks, that there should be a January, or at least in the old days, a February or March, when the inaugurations were held in March, surprise that allows a president to get away with crimes that high crimes and misdemeanors that he would not have gotten away with earlier in his term. And of course, previous presidents have all been male, so I use the male pronoun. But I think that they would have reacted to that. I think they would have said, that's not what we meant, that we don't intend there to be a free pass, if you will, for crimes and misdemeanors committed late in the term. Especially if you assume that the founders and the framers, I like to refer to them as the framers, intended to rid the government of such behavior. So that's why they added the additional penalty of disqualification. So if you can avoid disqualification and run again, that would seem to speak against the intent of the impeachment and the impeachment trial on the part of the framers.
Let's take this down a notch to the everyday American and even perhaps even your students. What are you hoping they are watching this process and taking away?
Well, I hope they're watching it for the legal arguments made. I like my students to be analytical in their reasoning and to take away from the process the analyses that are offered for each of the arguments that are going to be offered today, tomorrow, next day, and however long this thing lasts. So I train my students basically to be critics, to identify weak arguments, strong arguments, and to consistently engage in critical analysis of arguments. So basically, that's what I'm hoping for. They can analyze the arguments, understand the law, and critique the arguments as those arguments are being made on both sides of this case.
Well, let's go back to that opening salvo. If in fact a senator votes for acquittal, are they essentially voting for that 1 month of anything goes for future presidents?
In the interim period, which was shortened from March to January 20th, the president still has full power. The president can engage in any kind of activity that could be antithetical to the union, and certainly there is a need for accountability and certainly a need for a check on that from the Congress. So I don't think the framers intended there to be in the case of after the election, a 2-month pass for the president to engage in any kind of behavior he or she would like to engage in. I think that the check is there. The check is that the Congress, the House, votes to impeach, and the Senate has a trial and votes to acquit or to convict. In that case, basically, the president still has an obligation to engage in proper behavior and to abide by his or her oath.
Well, as we learned in the Russia investigation, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you were involved in some of our discussions here, there was a belief, at least in the Justice Department, that other courts could not hold a chief executive accountable, that it has to be the Congress. And therefore, there is no other venue for any law breaking that the president commits during, on the way out from office. There's no other venue for accountability other than that provided under the Constitution.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening into a segment from Fox 26 Houston as a political analyst breaks down the trial's constitutionality. Now, yesterday, the Senate voted to dismiss the constitutional challenge. Doug, what can we expect today when it comes to President Trump's second impeachment trial?
Yeah, we kind of get into the meat of the trial today, Rain. I mean, yesterday was just the question of constitutionality. Today we begin opening arguments for really the central question here, which is whether the president incited an insurrection. So we're going to have in total as much as 32 hours of arguments here, spread out over the course of about 4 days or so, and they're going to work right through the weekend. Even though the president lost round one yesterday and the Senate decided to move ahead, saying that the trial is constitutional, for this next round, we just still don't think the votes are there to convict the president. You'd need 17 Republicans to buy into Democratic arguments here, and it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. They may get a handful. I think Democrats are encouraged that they got 6 Republican votes yesterday, but 6 is not 17 And that's going to be the central issue here once this thing really comes to a vote, maybe next week.
Doug, you mentioned that the president kind of lost round one. We're also hearing that he's not too happy with his defense team.
Yeah, it would have been interesting had the president been on Twitter yesterday. And of course, he's banned from Twitter now, but to get a read of where he was on all of this. Sources close to the president indicate that he was not happy with his legal team. He was quite angry, in fact. So they may recalibrate here. I think in fairness to that legal team, we have to remember that his previous legal team abruptly quit not too long ago. So these lawyers have not been on this case for all that long, didn't have a great deal of time to prepare, and I think, according to a lot of folks watching yesterday, that lack of preparation really showed. Now, they may have spent a fair amount of time last night kind of recalibrating, figuring out exactly how they're going to respond to these House managers, essentially the prosecutors and all of this. So we'll see. I mean, they get a little bit of a do-over now that we enter this next stage of the trial.
Do we have any sort of timeline for the trial?
Well, we mentioned those 32 hours of arguments. They're going to split that up into 8-hour days, it sounds like. So you've got 4 8-hour days ahead. They're going to work through the weekend, even over Sunday. So that means that this thing could go to a vote maybe early next week. Now, we still don't know some things about this, whether there is going to be an effort to call witnesses, what kind of evidence will really be presented here, whether there'll be more video evidence, as we saw yesterday, that seemed to have a pretty big impact. I think everybody is still kind of on pins and needles here about what comes next. But I think it's widely expected that this trial will wrap up sooner rather than later.
Everybody is definitely on pins and needles. I'm sure that people will be paying attention well into the weekend. Doug Luzader with Fox News, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Rain.
Some of our reviewers will now see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at the Falls Church section of Fairfax County, Virginia, where authorities are on the scene of a shooting inside of a home. Now, right now, all we know is that the shooting was reported around 5 a.m. in the 3300 block of Wilkins Drive. Officers say one person was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Looks as though we are awaiting some sort of announcement from the area. We are also in touch with our sister station, Fox 5 DC. This story is very new and developing, so we will keep you all updated as more information unfolds. I want to bring you all now a raw and unfiltered image from Bangkok, Thailand. Right now, anti-government protests are erupting in the streets. Please keep in mind, guys, that this is a raw and unfiltered feed. Now, Thailand activists are calling for the resumption of anti-government protests, asking the public to bang pots and pans to show unhappiness with the government's handling of the economic crisis. The call came days after people in Myanmar made banging noises from their homes to show the public resistance to the coup. Now, protests have also been put on hold since the new year because of the COVID-19 cases, but recently we have been seeing the people take to the streets. So we will be paying close attention to this right here on News Now from Fox. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all the latest top stories and headlines from around the country. Now, yesterday, the National Transportation and Safety Board Committee evaluated the cause of Kobe Bryant's death. We know that he was involved in a deadly helicopter crash that killed his daughter and 7 others, but the board recently announced its findings when it comes to the investigation. So in just about 10 or 15 minutes, we will have a helicopter expert on board to break down the findings from the NTSB. But right now, I want to bring you all the full announcements right here on News Now from Fox.
Asking the question, if you would kindly turn off your cameras. Thank you. For example, the Island Express party submission says that the Van Nuys Tower failed to inform November 72 EX that it was in radar contact. Well, that's kind of funny because Van Nuys Tower does not have radar. We did not find that the lack of flight following had any effect on it. And to go out and make that statement is just simply not true. The pilot has the ultimate responsibility to control his or her airplane or helicopter, as this case may be. And so we feel that whatever air traffic control did or did not do was not a factor at all in the crash. Okay, and is there, the next question would be from Jane Wells.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. One is the NTSB and FAA seem to be at cross purposes at times. Is there anything suggesting, because such a beloved icon was on this flight, or there's a new administration or even a new transportation secretary, or anything that might give the NTSB more clout in getting these long recommendations enacted? And the second question is, there's now a bill to mandate HTOS for Part 135, but in this case, the crash investigator said it could have been more of a nuisance. So should it be a law? So a political question, do you have more clout? And secondly, do you support a law mandating HTOS? Thank you.
Well, we would certainly always push for our safety recommendations to be implemented, and we're hoping that regardless of who is in the administration, we are hoping that those safety recommendations would be implemented. As far as HTOS, we have been calling for HTOS for a long time. Whether or not that becomes a law, that's up to Congress. I will point out that as we said clearly in the board meeting, is that HTOS would not have prevented this accident. So we are going to stick with the facts and let the facts guide us. Any follow-up on that, Jane?
Only that in the case where it could actually be a nuisance, then it's almost, and others have suggested that HTOS could give VFR pilots a false sense of security if they get in trouble. So the drawbacks of it, I'm wondering if that has you rethinking that at all.
Yeah, I kind of missed some of that because of distractions on the screen here. But say that just one more time, Jane. Please.
Sorry, we live in a Zoom world. Yeah. I'm all happy to go back to conference calls at some point. But in any case, just the fact that in this particular case, HTOS could have been seen as a nuisance or a detriment, and others suggest it can be seen as a crutch potentially for VFR pilots who think, well, if I get into trouble, I have my HTOS. Is there any sort of mitigation in your desire for making that legal?
No, we feel unequivocally that HTOS can save lives, and that's what we are pushing for. But again, I want to stress that it would not have made a difference in this crash at all.
Thank you.
Okay, you're quite welcome. Laura Diaz, hello.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for talking to us today. So you talked about the fact that the pilot made a series of decisions. And my question is, Mr. Chairman, how many junctures along the way do you think that the aircraft could have been landed safely?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say that it could have been landed safely all the way up to the point where he entered the clouds. As said earlier, there was an airport about 12 miles behind him, an actual airport, but you can also land a helicopter in many confined spaces. So there were opportunities along the way to have reversed the course and prevented this crash by simply landing. And there was the former chairman or president of the Helicopter Association International, Matt Zuccaro, tragically died about 1 year ago today, almost to the date. And in 2014, he wrote an article saying, "Land the damn helicopter." And so that's certainly an option. And we wish that that option would be exercised appropriately.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Chairman, can I make a quick point real quick? For housekeeping, if you can please, if you're not asking a question, can you please turn your camera off? And also, once you've ask your question. If you can lower your hand, that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I made that suggestion about the cameras earlier, but it doesn't seem to work. Sarah, would you be interested in turning your camera off at this time? Okay, so Elon, hello.
Hello. Thank you again for taking my question and having this availability. What I'd like to do is I'd like to explore this idea of self-induced pressure in the broader context of the helicopter industry's culture and expectations. So in the docket, there's an interview from an Island Express pilot who incidentally felt that he'd been punished for making one of those land and live decisions. And he had suggested that the accident pilot had actually flown through clouds in the past in very similar episodes. And so he had the quote, with respect to flying charters. So yeah, if that's what I have to do, well, then I don't want to do charters. I don't want to go fly an A-Star at 2 in the morning and have to descend through fog at 300 feet over the water or anywhere else. So where do you draw the line between self-induced pressure and these widespread expectations in the industry that may influence a pilot's decision-making?
Well, I think that the idea of you need redundancy in the system, and pilots, as I said, pilots are very can-do oriented. Pilots want to get the job done. It works for us, and it can work against us. And that's the advantage of having a very good and closely refined flight risk assessment, so that if the flight risk assessment values reach a certain level, then you have to go to someone else for their consultation as to whether or not you should even initiate the flight. So I'll just leave it at that. Any follow-up on that, Elon?
Yeah, just like, one follow-up. So another quote from the same pilot, I think the leaders should make an example, and flying with a minimum stats that low, it's sort of an indication to the other pilots that, hey, maybe they're expected to do that, or maybe they're not good enough, or maybe they would want to push themselves to do something like that. So, you found that there was no pressure from the company, but it seems like there might have been subtle pressure from the company in a way that extends throughout the entire helicopter industry.
Well, we did not, as you pointed out, we did not find pressure of that within the company. They canceled 150 flights the year before due to weather. They canceled flights, 13 cancellations that particular month, the month of January of last year. One on the day before the accident flight, and one 2 days before the accident flight. Or those were when those cancellations were. 13 in January, all within 2 days of the accident flight. They did constantly stress in their safety meetings the need to just land the helicopter. So I think that, we do try to look at organizational issues and see if there were external factors that influenced somebody's decision. In this case, we found that the company, that there did not appear to be that external pressure. But again, as a pilot myself, I can tell you that the notion of self-induced pressure is definitely real. Warren Morningstar, hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Warren Morningstar from AOPA. And this is sort of a broader question about pressure on pilots, or how things go. I wonder, what is your thought on whether pilots sometimes avoid getting the help that they really could use from ATC for fear of getting a violation? It's just a little bit fuzzy. If I call and say I'm in trouble, then I'm going to get investigated, and I don't want to deal with that. Do you think that plays a role in the accident situation?
Well, it could. In general, we don't know exactly what this particular pilot's reluctance was, but we found in the past that pilots don't want to necessarily fess up that they're getting into problems, and we found a reluctance of pilots overall, not this accident pilot, but overall we found a reluctance of pilots to declare an emergency. Certainly a inadvertent encounter with IMC conditions is literally considered to be a life-threatening emergency, and so you make a good point. Pilots don't necessarily want to fess up their problems. So anyway. Okay, we'll go to Pete. Pete from CNN.
Hi there. Quick question on how important is it now for the FAA to act on this, and do the FAA and NTSB see eye to eye on these recommendations, given the fact that in 2006 the NTSB recommended HTOS and the FAA felt that it was not necessary in helicopters of this type? Do you think the FAA sees these recommendations as now a mandate to act?
Well, I certainly think that's a question you'll have to ask the FAA. It's important to point out that we don't come up with recommendations just for the fun of it. We come up with recommendations based on problems that we have seen in accidents and crashes, and we issue recommendations accordingly. And we feel that if certain recommendations had been implemented, the likelihood of a crash goes down. And so, again, I would refer your question to the FAA. We will continue to push. You did mention HTOS. Again, I want to make the point, HTOS would not have prevented this crash. But the other recommendations we've called for, they continue to drag their feet, and we are pushing like crazy, and will continue to push like crazy to get those recommendations implemented.
Just a tiny follow-up. How aggravating or how upsetting is it to you that this pilot continued to fly at 140 knots, did not slow down, did not take any of the outs, airports on the way, parking lots, etc.? How does that make you feel now, having heard all that today over 4 hours?
Well, I think it's important to point out that that this pilot did make mistakes, but that does not mean that he was necessarily trying to be malicious. I certainly don't think he was out trying to kill himself and kill his passengers. But apparently it was an issue of judgment and decision making that led to this tragic situation. Tom Costello, you're next.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Had to find my mute button and my camera button for that matter. Mr. Chairman, you've made the point about HTOS and how it would not have made a difference in this case. But that really is at the core of this legislation being proposed by Senator Feinstein and also Representative Shaw. Is that an appropriate? I'm just wondering if your thoughts are that that would be an appropriate name for the legislation on HTOS, or whether it maybe should be modified to be more precise in how it could be useful.
Well, how legislation gets drafted and how it ends up certainly is in the hands of Congress, and we will leave it to the policymakers to decide what to do on that. I will reiterate that HTOS would not have in any way have prevented this crash. Is there a follow-up for that one, Tom?
No, sir. Thank you. I think most of my questions were asked already, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. David Meyer, New York Post. Good afternoon. Let's see if I can unmute you somehow. Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you now. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. This was asked earlier. I just wanted to ask it again because I don't think there was an answer. There was a mention of Island Express's inadequate review and oversight of its safety management process. Can you explain what that meant and why, at the same time, the investigators concluded that there was nothing uniquely unsafe or problematic about the operator?
Yeah, I caught the first part of that, and I'll ask for the second part in just a moment. We did, and thank you for the question. We, and see, now I've already forgotten the first part. Yeah, what did we find deficiencies with say that again, I'm sorry.
You cited, the NTSB cited inadequate review and oversight of Island Express's safety management process. But the second half of my question was that at the same time, there was no indication that the company was uniquely unsafe or a problem operator. So what were the issues with the processes, and why did they not lead to a conclusion that there were issues with the company as well?
We did find that Island Express helicopters lacked a documented policy and safety assurance evaluations to ensure that the pilots were consistently and correctly completing the flight risk analysis forms, and that impeded the effectiveness of the flight risk tool altogether. This flight risk tool that they had, as you heard Member Hamidi point out, that even when she did the flight risk assessment herself and threw in things that, kind of gave them the benefit of the doubt and said, well, I'm going to throw in the clouds or this instead of that, she came up with about a 38. On the Island Express flight risk assessment, to get to the next level of get it out of a normal category into a higher risk, you would have had to have gotten to a 45. So we felt that the flight risk assessment itself was not robust enough to prevent greater oversight. We found that there were audits done of the company, and there were certain things that they did not do. Let me see if I can find a couple of those. I had it all written down here, and no telling where it is right now. There were things that, like the company in an audit by Chevron conducted in October of 2019, they found that the safety manager had been in a role for about 2 years, but had never received formal safety training. So we felt that there was more that Island Express as a company, could have done to provide oversight of their operations. And there was probably, I think there was a second part of your question too.
At the same time, I believe I heard that your investigator said that there was no indication the company was uniquely unsafe or a problem operator. I'm just wondering how you square that.
Well, it is hard to square, because as you heard me ask, well, they're the company that had the crash. And you have a company that really, we did not find significant glaring issues with the organization. They had canceled a number of flights due to weather, and that's what we want companies to do. They did voluntarily implement an SMS program, but we did not feel that it was robust enough. So, as Bill English said, quoting him loosely here, but bad things can happen to good organizations. And by the same token, the pilot himself, we felt that the pilot, there were many very good glowing comments about the pilot, and I know from experience, having been on this board for almost 15 years, that good people can end up in bad situations.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening to the full announcement from the National Transportation Safety Board Committee as they addressed what caused the chopper crash that ultimately led to the death of Kobe Bryant, his daughter, and 7 others. Right now, I am joined with Michael Bizzett. He is the president of the Helicopters Experts, joining us from San Antonio. Michael, are you joining us from a helicopter right now?
Yes, I'm in an aircraft here in San Antonio area. That's correct.
Is this aircraft any similar to the aircraft that Kobe Bryant and 7 others were in when it crashed?
No, ma'am. This is a VFR aircraft, a small training helicopter that's used for training in non-instrument flight conditions.
Okay, just wanted to get some background information on that. So, Michael, we were just listening to the most recent update from the NTSB. What can you tell us about the findings? Right now, we do know that they're saying pilot error is what ultimately led to the crash.
Well, the reality of it is it likely was pilot error, and it's a common pilot error. In fact, I can safely say that 95 or a large part of the major accidents and fatal accidents that occur in small aircraft are from flying into bad weather during poor weather conditions.
Michael, can you kind of explain to us exactly what spatial disorientation is?
Yes, well, first of all, it'd be good for me to explain some basic things about helicopters. And it's safe to understand that helicopters are a very unstable machine. They have to be flown at all times. And there's really 3 different ways to operate a helicopter to keep it safe. And one of those is by simply looking outside, and that's what we call VFR, Visual Flight Rules weather conditions. And although visual flight conditions are the minimum allowable weather to operate an aircraft, you have to have visual perception. You have to have ability to see outside, see the horizon, and see the ground. And in order to fly that way, you need to be able to operate the helicopter with all the flight controls at the same time. And without the cyclic control, the collective and the pedals, the aircraft's difficult to control. Another way to operate the helicopter is with instrument flight rules, where the helicopter pilot and the aircraft are set up for flying in instrument conditions, which is clouds. And those kind of flights require the pilot to do a lot of pre-flight planning, have an aircraft that's capable of flying in those conditions for the entire flight, and they'll file a VFR flight plan or an IFR flight plan so that they can safely maneuver the aircraft and report when they get back. The third way to operate a helicopter in these kind of conditions is simply to have an autopilot that can get you safely out of those conditions and keep the aircraft stable. And for VFR flight, you have to keep the aircraft controlled with regard to what we call pitch, and that's nose up and nose down, and roll, which is turning or banking left or right, and yaw, which is going to the right or left. All three of those flight conditions, accesses of aircraft, have to be controlled with the pilot, and the only way to safely do that is to have visual sight with your eyes to the terrain, and to have unplugged ears. You couldn't have a cold or anything because your body really relies on your vision and your ear canals to sense how the aircraft's operating. And what very likely happened here is when the pilot went from VFR conditions, which is marginal weather like you see today, or they flew into the cloud by accident, the pilot had to go from VFR conditions, which is looking outside, to simply using the instruments. And a certain amount of time occurs before the pilot's brain can transfer from flying VFR into IFR, especially if it's not planned. And that could result in the helicopter pilot losing control of the aircraft. And what really happens is once your eyes lose sight of the horizon, you're simply relying on the ear canals to sense the motion of the aircraft. And once that aircraft gets into, for example, a slow turn during flight, which can't be sensed by looking outside if there's no visual perception, the ear canal cannot sense a very slow change in aircraft attitude. Because of that, the pilot may abruptly make a control input, and then the ear starts to sense that motion, and the pilot can then over control the aircraft and get it into a condition where either it's turning or pitching up or pitching down, and ultimately lose control of the aircraft because the pilot thinks that the aircraft's in control and has no visual cues of what's going on outside. And this has contributed to the largest cause of general aviation accidents, flying into bad weather conditions.
Now, the agency did mention that they criticized his decision to fly into the clouds. What can you tell us about the visual flight rules?
Well, you know, the reality about that is the visual flight rules that are required, there's a very minimum weather that a pilot can fly in, is really not that good of weather. We're talking about a half-mile visibility. Well, that's looking outside the windshield of the helicopter for about 8 city blocks. That's what a half mile is. That's not very far. And the regulations also require that we do not fly in the clouds. Well, just looking outside right now, I don't have VFR conditions. I don't have a half mile. And it's all clouds around us this morning here in Bulverde, Texas, where we're based. And those conditions require a lot of pilot aptitude and skill. Just to even operate in the minimum conditions, you have to have a way out. The unique thing about a helicopter is you can always land. And, you know, if there's any open area around you and the weather's looking worse, land the darn helicopter and live.
Now, board members also, during a unanimous vote, voted that self-induced pressure from the pilot is part of what ultimately led to the crash. Now, you've been a pilot yourself for several years. Do you think that self-induced pressure from certain clients may lead to higher expectations?
Absolutely. The pressure we get from customers that rely on us to get them from point A to point B, especially celebrities and people that are really, really highly known by the public. And everybody wants that flight. Everybody wants to take that person. They'll do whatever they can to achieve that flight. And often that flying into bad weather could cause it. Or running out of gas is another thing that happens when people try to fulfill these flights. And really what it is, it's a attitude called the macho flight attitude, which is a dangerous flight attitude that can be induced on a pilot by trying to fulfill a flight that can't safely be done.
So obviously these recommendations are in place for a reason, and this was a very high profile crash. Do you expect to see any updated recommendations moving forward?
Well, I will say that there's been a lot of focus on flight instructors by the FAA to concentrate on human factors. And human factors are things that get in our way. It's like driving down the highway in your car and texting. We know it's not safe, but you could just put yourself into a situation where you can ultimately kill innocent people by an accident. Helicopters are no doubt the same thing. We have to maintain our professionalism, fly in weather conditions that are safe. If you have to fly in those minimum VFR conditions, you have to leave yourself an out. Go ahead and land. I'd much rather land with a celebrity on board and say, hey, look, we can't do it. I've got to stop and drop you off. And I've done this several times in my career.
Michael Bizik, president of Helicopter Experts, joining us from San Antonio. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Right now, some of our viewers
It's a
will see
pleasure to be able to
quick
share.
commercial
Thank you
break.
so much.
Thank you. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. We now want to bring you the latest COVID-19 vaccination guidelines from Fox 2 San Francisco.
Doc, I just wanted to start with how challenging this process of drafting these guidelines has been because of all the pressures that you face.
So the drafting guidelines work has been very challenging because there are so many interests. So we determined that we're going with equity, transparency, and safety. Those are our guiding principles. And then when we chose the groups, we said it would be those that had high risk exposure, those that had a significant effect on society, equity, and an effect on the economy. So when we put all of that together, we came up with the fact that there should be those with age, 65 years and older, and then healthcare workers, obviously, and long-term care facility adult day. After that, we looked at it and we said we need to get those people that are keeping society moving. So when we looked at that, it was education, which is teachers, et cetera, emergency services like firemen, policemen, and then food and agriculture. We need to eat as a society. And then we also see that there are people that are dying again because of AIDS. We also looked at age 65 years and older.
Doc, as you look at the approximately 4.7 million inoculations that have gone out, or the doses of the vaccine that have gone out thus far, do you feel like those pillars have been met?
Some. I would say maybe 60%, 2/3. And I would like to comment on that. I am hearing in the national press that states like Florida and Texas are doing so well because it's whoever shows up gets a shot. So if you did it that way, you would have no equity. It would be whoever had the wherewithal to obtain a shot. So when you're trying to do it in an appropriate fashion, it gets more challenging. I would say, however, I do know that the vaccine is getting out in the underserved community, not as well as it should at all, but it is getting out.
And I wanted, when you say 60%, is the 40% that's lacking primarily as it pertains to equity? The governor said today that we would begin to see more statistics from counties as it relates to who is getting it, the race of the folks that are getting it, and perhaps the zip code of who is getting it. How critical are those metrics for measuring things like equity?
So they are critical. Under the new management of the vaccine allocation and distribution, that specific data, race, ethnicity, zip code, will all be captured. And then you can only work when you have the knowledge, when you have the data. So it'll be critically important.
The governor talked today about all these mega vaccination sites that are opening. We have a couple that are opening, a favorite in the Bay Area, the Levi Stadium, the Oakland Coliseum from FEMA. But that the supply is lagging. How much of a hindrance and a hurdle has that been as the federal government tries to expedite creation and delivery of these doses?
That has been the critical element missing, supply. If they dumped 20 million doses on us, then we wouldn't have to really even worry as much about equity because there'd be enough for everybody. But since we haven't gotten the allocation that we would like, the critical issue is that we just don't have enough vaccine. If there were enough vaccine, I wouldn't even need to worry about allocation.
Sir, we've seen the guidelines shift a couple of times, most recently to that age-tiered system. Can you talk about the impetus to do that? I know you touched on it early on, but what drove you to change from kind of a profession-based assessment to the age that we're seeing now?
Well, there was just a lot of data showing that those 65 years and above had higher mortality, higher rates of hospitalization. So it also was a bit more functional. When you're looking at trying to do it by underlying condition, by work sector, it's a bit more challenging. And so I think that it was allowing us to get the vaccine out more rapidly, to have more points of distribution, because you show your license, you're 65, you get vaccinated. There are a lot of, I would say, difficulties in trying to document others as it relates to that. That being stated, we also need equity. So it's been trying to thread a needle. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, you talk about equity. I want to go back to that question about meeting people where they're at, right? And this Oakland Coliseum site is right next to two communities that have some of the worst health scores, but not everyone can get to a vaccination site. And I know that the idea of mobile vaccination sites is also being floated around. That's correct.
Yes, I would say, though, having it at the Coliseum is excellent. Everyone can't get there, and that is correct, but those that can get there should get there. And I want to impress upon the community to be motivated to get there. Find a ride, take an Uber, borrow, get a van and get, 6 people in it. I would like to see some creative actions to get people there. I mean, if the city, if the county can get the vaccine there, let's get the people there.
Certainly, we know part of that motivation also is based in sometimes the deep distrust for Black and brown communities of governmental health care dating back to the Tuskegee experiment. And I know that the state is also investing money in campaigns to encourage people to get their vaccines. Can you discuss that? I mean, perhaps even in your own experience in Watts?
I have employees.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening in to the latest COVID-19 vaccination guidelines. Switching gears momentarily, right now I am joined with Dr. Ray Saldana, the president of Communities in Schools. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Absolutely. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be on.
Now, Dr. Saldana, we're getting reports that 1 to 3 million students have not had in-person learning since last March. How is this affecting students around the country?
Well, the biggest thing we need folks across the country to consider is imagine that these 1 in 3, these 250,000 students in a place like Texas who have gone without any teaching since March of last year, 9,000 in a place like Florida, that these could be our own children, and what we would do to ensure that they are not falling behind, falling through the cracks. And we need to consider what the world is going to look like, not just to get these students plugged in and saying, let's pat ourselves on the back because we've got them to show up for virtual class or in person. We have to understand the real valley that these students may be going through now as we learn to uncover what it looks like to develop relationships with these students so that they would trust us. And that's what we do at Communities in Schools. We're working in 2,900 schools across the country alongside teachers and principals, because the bottom line is this: teachers are going to be asked to do a Herculean job to make sure that students who are 4 months, 6 months, 12 months behind, if you look at the comparison of students who are Black or brown or living in poverty, who may be 6 to 12 months behind in class, teachers are going to have enough on their plate before we ask them to also be social workers, psychologists. That's the work of Communities in Schools and other nonprofits who are coming in to develop relationships with these students, because what we're going to have to measure is not just attendance and test scores, but levels of engagement. How are we ensuring that that student who is dealing with issues at home or in their community can be turned on to living before they get turned on to learning? And that's the long term rather than just the short term snapshot of let's make sure they get back into school. There is a long road ahead.
Now, for students who do not have the option of returning to in-person learning, what are some ways that parents and teachers can keep their children engaged during this time?
This is still a country, and in many neighborhoods and communities, still a place where our parents trust public education. So what that means is that we trust that public education will care for our students in no matter the format, whether that will be in person or virtual. But what needs to be true, even in virtual settings, that teachers and parents come to an agreement, is that we are working on not just the latest steps in math or calculus or English and history, but that we're truly developing relationships now between those who work at school and organizations like ours at Communities in Schools that focus specifically on students, to ensure that we are connecting with them in important ways so that they remain engaged. I can tell you that as an organization that's been around for 40 years, combating issues like absenteeism or dropout, that slow process of a student disengaging begins quickly. And we know a lot of students who are turned on virtually, but may not be turned on to making sure that they're connecting with their students or their teachers. So the relationship now between parents and teachers needs to be stronger than ever, especially because in some of our communities, especially those where students are suffering through the effects of poverty and the undoubtedly economic crisis to come, there will be a lot of parents who count on the teachers in the schools. So we need to ensure to invest in those schools so that schools and teachers can help hire the support they need to truly connect with students on that level.
Dr. Saldana, your organization, Communities in Schools, is doing a lot of work when it comes to keeping students engaged, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Where can people find more information?
Well, we hope that folks who want to find out more information about this new lever for change, how do we change the insides of public schools to meet the reality outside, that they'll visit us at communitiesinschools.org. We're in 26 states all across the country and growing. Now we believe is our moment so that we understand the non-academic concerns of our students as much as we're focused on their academic concerns.
Thank you so much for joining us. News Now from Fox returns right after this break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now we are taking a live look at New York City. I want to briefly show you all the stock market has not begun trading yet. However, that's not stopping the drama that's unfolded. Here joining me to talk about it all is Fox Business contributor Gary Kaltbaum. Gary, good morning.
Good morning to you. Thanks for having me.
So where do we start, Gary? We have been talking about what's being called meme stocks for almost 2 weeks now, and now we're getting that Robinhood may be facing several class action lawsuits. What can you tell us about this? I'm just going to call it a mess.
Well, they're definitively facing class action lawsuits, but let me first talk about outcome, because these people suing Robinhood should probably be thanking them. Robinhood's slowed down and stopped trading of some of these names like GameStop. When GameStop was still over $400, it's now $50. There are other stocks that got squeezed to the upside that have gone from 127 down to 17. So people being prevented from buying these things, not the worst thing in the world. They saved a lot of money. But the issue at hand is the company just stopped trading, and you're supposed to have a free flow of trading, both buying and selling at all times. So the lawsuits are basically they did not keep their end of the bargain. But the other issue is at hand is that they didn't have enough capital to continue trading these stocks. It was so crazy. You have to keep up capital requirements, and without getting too technical on it, it's all about the money, and they didn't have enough, and that's why they had to raise $3.6 billion to keep business running.
Can we expect these lawsuits to actually go anywhere?
There's always that potential. I suspect there'll be some settlements. I don't know if they're going to be long lasting. And the good news for Robinhood, it looks like they have some very big backers with a lot of deep pockets. So I think they'll be in good stead, but they got to fix the business up. You cannot do what they did and stay long term, because you have thousands of others as competitors. And I can promise you a lot of people have migrated away from Robinhood to other places they can trust better.
Okay, we have a lot of ground to cover here. I want to switch gears quickly. So Bitcoin has hit a new record after Tesla has expressed interest in it. For those who are unfamiliar, can you first explain what exactly is Bitcoin to begin with?
I think there's about 50 different explanations. Let me just make it easy and say it's an asset class. People are betting on price continuing to go higher. It's not like a company that has sales and has earnings and products and margins. It's just another asset class. And it seems to be, we can call it a mania, we call it a bubble. Prices moving higher, and you're getting some big, deep pockets getting involved. It turns out Elon Musk quietly was touting it while he was buying it up, and then announces it, and that lifted it even more. But there are other players in it, and there's all kinds of rumors of other companies, and I suspect there's a chance more will show up.
Yeah, so Bitcoin has now reached about $40,000 per coin ever since Elon Musk purchased about 1.5 billion. Do you think that cryptocurrency is the currency of the future? What can we see after this?
I'm worried in that it just seems to me that people are just hoping for higher prices. Currencies are not supposed to skyrocket and crash. Currencies are supposed to be stable. So I remember a few years ago when crypto first had its big run, a few companies decided to take Bitcoin as currency, and as soon as it crashed, they stopped. So I think you got to be careful. There's some outrageous targets from people out there saying it's going to 1 million. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but just buyer beware. I'm pretty good at this, and I'm still trying to figure out what backs this thing, except for people paying a higher price.
Gary, do you think that what we are seeing recently with the stock market, the cryptocurrency push, in your opinion, is it similar to a casino, a gambling?
I think we're in a moment in time where valuation doesn't matter, price doesn't matter. People are just piling on each other. I will tell you, there are hundreds of companies now where their stocks are skyrocketing that have no sales. In other words, if your son or daughter opened a lemonade stand on the corner and sold one glass of lemonade, they'd have more sales than some of these companies' stocks that are skyrocketing. That's worrisome long term. It reminds me of late stage manias. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it continues forever, but I think we know better from history.
Gary Caldbaum, Fox Business contributor, thank you so much for joining us on News Now from
Pleasure.
Fox. All right, guys, News Now from Fox will return right after this very quick commercial break, so stay with us. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. We are continuing to bring you all the latest headlines and top stories from around the country. I want to bring you all a story out of Texas. A Texas attorney was involved in a very awkward, let's just call it a predicament. Here's what I mean. An attorney joined a virtual court hearing where a Zoom filter made him appear like a fluffy white kitten. That's him in the lower right-hand corner. He immediately saw the filter when the hearing started and alerted the judge that he had no idea how to remove the filter and stated, quote, "I am not a cat," end quote. The funny moment ends with the judge and others in the Zoom call working to help the attorney remove the filter. Just wanted to show you all some bring you all some good news right here on News Now from Fox. You know, we cover all of the breaking news and top stories, but sometimes we all need a little laugh, and that's pretty funny for the attorney and the judge. It would be interesting if we can interview him on News Now, because that's definitely a viral moment. Okay, guys, switching gears. I want to bring you all a story out of New York City. Mayor Bill de Blasio recently gave his COVID-19 update, and he also, I believe, addressed the 2021 fiscal budget. So let's listen in.
In this city, but we could be doing so much more. We're literally not able to do hundreds of thousands of vaccinations each week right now for lack of supply. So I'll keep saying it. We need to see the pharmaceutical companies step up in a way they're not right now. It's only 2 companies and a third coming. We need to see the rest of the pharmaceutical industry step up and help speed up this vaccination production. We need to see the freedom to vaccinate, the ability to use the second doses now. We could be reaching so many more people right this moment. But we've surpassed 1 million vaccinations from day one, and if we get that supply, we're going to do a lot more, a lot quicker. Now, when we talk about recovery for all of us, what's more important than where people live? Our neighborhoods and the places that people call home, the fact that people need a place to live that they can afford. And boy, has this crisis put a point on that. Folks fearing for the last year that they might lose their home. The threat of eviction looming all the time. This has been a crisis within the crisis. The pain that folks have felt, losing their jobs, losing their incomes, and then worrying they're going to lose their homes. We've been working intensely to keep people in their homes, but we have to do the bigger work of creating more affordable housing in New York City. This is part of our recovery. This is part of our comeback. Now, here's the good news. In 2020, even with all the challenges of coronavirus, even with all the roadblocks, the city of New York reached its second highest one-year total for the creation of affordable housing ever. Second highest ever in New York City history. In 2020, this city created an extraordinary number of housing units, over 30,000 housing units. We're 30,000 affordable apartments for people in need. That's something amazing. And we intend to keep that progress going. Our goal and the plan that we announced way back in 2014 and then we added to in 2017 is to create 300,000 affordable homes by the year 2026. That plan remains on track. There's nothing else like it happening anywhere else in the country. New York City is leading the way. And this is part of how we keep moving, keep rebuilding, keep recovering. Here to tell you about this extraordinary progress, I really want to express my thanks to everyone who's been a part of this, the whole team, folks at HPD, HDC, EDC, all the wonderful city agencies who make this work happen all the time, and Deputy Mayor Vicky Bean and her team, everyone who's been working so hard to create this extraordinary level of affordable housing. Here to tell you about it, a strong leader who's been keeping it going no matter what's thrown at her, our Commissioner for Department of Housing Preservation and Development, Louise Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. So 2020 was quite a year. At the start of the year, HPD was ready to once again respond to the tremendous need for affordable housing by making significant progress towards your administration's goal to achieve 300,000 affordable homes by 2026. And since 2014, we've been shattering production records to serve more of the city's most vulnerable residents, our seniors, the homeless, and New Yorkers barely getting by. Then March hit, and New Yorkers were asked to stay at home to keep safe. And we knew that our work to provide safe, quality, affordable housing for New Yorkers to learn, to live, and work was more urgent than ever. Despite the pandemic and its challenges, under Your Home NYC, this administration's comprehensive approach to helping New Yorkers get, afford, and keep housing HPD and HDC found a way to continue production to end 2020 with the second highest total affordable housing production for a calendar year. It's not just the amount of housing, but also the type of housing. As we continue to sharpen our focus to help the most vulnerable New Yorkers and on achieving greater racial equity and inclusion. We financed nearly 30,000 affordable homes in 2020. And as promised in last year's State of the City, more than 65% of the newly constructed homes will serve families earning less, families of three, by the way, earning less than $52,000. These developments will provide security to our hardest hit families and communities and create jobs that will aid in our city's recovery. To date, we financed almost 178,000 affordable homes, enough to serve 445,000 New Yorkers. And through our new and improved Housing Connect lottery system, we're continuing to work on all fronts to move New Yorkers as quickly as possible into safe, permanent, affordable housing that they can live in. I'm proud to work for an administration that knows the importance of affordable housing and has not wavered in that commitment. Working with you, Mayor, we will make the city stronger, more affordable, and more equitable for all New Yorkers in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you. You've got a good fighting spirit. Not let the coronavirus stand in your way. And in 2021, you're going to see amazing things from our housing team. So even with the roadblocks, they're going to keep pushing by them in 2021. The goal in 2021 to create at least 25,000 more affordable homes, to create tens of thousands of construction jobs to help move this city forward through the creation of affordable housing. Now, we can tell you about the goals, we can tell you about the records that have been sent, we can tell you about the statistics, but there's so much more. There's the human reality. There's what it means when a family gets affordable housing, a family like so many working New Yorkers that struggled for years and years to make ends meet. We all know so many New Yorkers pay a really disproportionate amount of their income for rent. We know how much people suffer because of that. That's why when we create affordable housing, it changes lives. It changes a whole family's life for years, for decades ahead. And I want you to hear a wonderful example of this, a real New York City story. Harana Fall is someone who epitomizes the New York City dream, the American dream, came here to create a better life, and now has affordable housing to make his life and his family's life so much better. I want you to hear his story. Harana, what a joy to have you here with us. Please tell everyone about your experience.
Thank you. My name is Harana Fall, and thank you, Mayor de Blasio. And thank you for having me here today with you. And to the Commissioner Ashvili Carroll also. It's easy for me to speak to the importance of affordable housing because it makes a huge difference in my life. I came to New York from Senegal in 1991. I have worked hard as a cab driver since, and I raised 3 children along the way. But no matter how hard I worked, it's been difficult to keep up with rent that will keep going up. We had to keep moving. Couldn't find an apartment to fit our family. But I knew the city was creating new affordable housing. I kept applying on Housing Connect. And you know what? It worked. In 2020, we moved in a brand new affordable apartment in the Parkchester section of the Bronx, it's a neighborhood where my 3 children were born in. Living there made life so much easier. Everything I do is for my kids. Not having to worry much about rent helped me, make it easy for me to help pay for college and give my kids a better life. with the pandemic having a big place also for them, make a big difference and help them study easily online. With this economy, which is very hard, I work as a cab driver, which the income goes come and up and down. And it's hard these days to really make it up. So having an affordable apartment which keep up the rent low and easier for the future make a huge difference. Also, and by helping make the end meet. We need affordable housing we can get, all the affordable housing we can get. I talk about a lot with people in my cab. And I'm so happy to be here today and see that the work is continuing through the pandemic. Because it makes it very important, it's very important than ever to have affordable housing. I look forward to many wonderful years in my new home, and thank you all for the good work that has been done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Haruna, I love hearing that story, and I'm so happy for you and your family that you now have affordable housing you can depend on, and it's going to mean a much better future for you and your family. And listen, through generations and generations, we have turned to New York City cab drivers for wisdom, and Haruna has given us some wisdom here. This is why it makes such an important difference in people's lives. This is why we invest in affordable housing, and we're not stopping just because of COVID. We're going to keep investing this year, 2021. We're going to create tens of thousands more apartments and get a lot of people jobs in the process of building those apartments. So this is really good news for New York City. Okay, now, another thing we got to talk about when we talk about recovery for all of us, it means addressing inequities, addressing disparities, addressing things that were not discussed out in the open the way they should have been in the past, and environmental injustice. Environmental injustice, unfortunately, there's a long history of that in New York City, and we have to identify the injustices and overcome them. One of the things I talked about in the State of the City is that we've got to now, for the first time, have an environmental justice for all report card. We've got to look at exactly what is going on and what we need to do to address it. So we're going to look at the fact that many of the choices of the past burden communities of color unfairly, and we have to do very different things in the future. By taking stock of what has been, it will allow us to lay the groundwork for a citywide environmental justice plan. This is the kind of change we want to make in our city, because when everyone knows they're being treated fairly, that's what a sustainable city looks like. Not just sustainable in the environmental sense, sustainable in the human sense, a place that people want to be, a place that people feel belonging in. That's what we need to create. So we're starting by going to the grassroots. There's going to be a 90-day public comment period. We want to hear from the public on questions of environmental justice. And the first act in this outreach effort will be a virtual town hall starting, this first one will be on February 25th, 6 o'clock. We want people to be a part of it, offer your analysis, offer your observations, offer your suggestions. We need it all. And anyone who wants to follow up can go to nyc.gov/EJstudy. Look, we talked about in the State of the City the biggest challenge we face, the challenge that we're going to be talking about for years and years to come, long after we stop having to focus on the coronavirus. We're going to be talking about climate change. We're going to be talking about global warming, the threat posed to all of us. As we address that threat, New York City has to lead the way in this country. We have to do it from a place of justice. And this new approach will help us ensure that that's exactly what happens. Okay, let me go over the indicators for the day. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report 251 patients with a confirmed positivity level of 72.31%. Hospitalization rate 5.18 per 100,000. Number two, new reported cases on a 7-day average today, 3,587 cases. Number three, percentage of people testing positive citywide for COVID-19, Today's report on a 7-day rolling average, 8.09%. A few words now in Spanish, and I'm going back to the topic of affordable housing. Nuestras comunidades enfrentan el desafío diario.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are listening in as New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio gives us the most recent coronavirus updates. He is also updating the public on the affordable housing crisis that's taking place in New York City right now. Due to the pandemic, the city is halting evictions. News Now from Fox will return right after this 2-minute commercial break.
A recibir a todos y les va a ayudar a tener un hogar seguro. Okay, before we turn to our colleagues in the media, I just want to give a media update that today there is going to be an important hearing at the City Council on the topic of press credentials. There's been a lot of concern about how to handle the credentialing of members of the media going forward. It's a very important process. It has to be done the right way. I believe it is the right time to move that function from the NYPD to the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. I think the very orientation of that office, MOME as we call it, is a place that could best handle journalists, make sure they get the support they need, make sure the process goes smoothly and quickly, because it's important as new journalists come on the scene that they get those credentials quickly and we do it the right way. So given that the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment has experience, of course, dealing with the media and dealing with permitting on many levels, it's the right home, and we'll be talking to the City Council about that and working together to make a change going forward in how we credential the media. Okay, with that, let's turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Hi all, we'll now begin our Q&A. With us today is HPD Commissioner Louise Carroll, Deputy Mayor Vicky Bean, Chief Climate Advisor Dan Zarelli, Adriana Espinoza, Climate Justice Advisor, Senior Health Advisor Dr. Jay Varma, Health Commissioner Dr. Dave Tchotchke. With that, we'll go to Juliet from 1010 Wins.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good, Juliet. How you been?
Okay, thank you. So my first question involves testing. You were talking about the city's pandemic lab increasing testing capacity. Is the city developing rapid testing at all? Do you think that would help in opening venues and business?
Yeah, look, I'll turn to Dr. Varma and Dr. Tchotchke. We're working on all fronts, Juliet. There's definitely a place for rapid testing, but we have to make sure we have quality tests and that they're sufficiently available. But we want to bring this city back strong. And rapid testing is definitely part of how we do that. So to give you some detail, Dr. Varma, then Dr. Tchotchke.
Great. Thank you very much for the question. As we've all discussed from the beginning of this epidemic, testing is absolutely one of the most important pillars, and we
Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now we're listening to coronavirus updates from New York City, and they are addressing the question of coronavirus rapid testing. Is it more effective? We want to also bring you a story from Fox 5 Atlanta. They have the latest when it comes to coronavirus questions and answers.
Of the COVID-19 vaccine have been given out. That means just under 10% of Americans have had both shots now. Many of our viewers eagerly waiting, right? Their turn to get vaccinated. So what can you expect when the big day arrives? Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us live to talk about this. What should we expect, Beth, when we go in to get vaccinated? Good morning.
And good morning, Caitlin. So I think, it's going to be a lot like when you go and get a flu shot with a couple of exceptions. So you are going to have to wear a mask. That's an exception. And you're going to have to social distance or keep some physical space between you and the other people who are getting vaccinated. But the process is going to feel very much like when you get your yearly flu shot, I think, as far as, the needle and the syringe and everything. The only thing that is going to be a little bit different is after you get your shot, they're going to ask you to stick around for about 15 minutes, Caitlin, to kind of keep an eye on you and make sure that you don't have a very rare, severe allergic reaction to the vaccine. They have had, very low rates of that happening, but they want to go ahead with this vaccine and sort of keep an eye on you just to make sure that you're fine before you leave the premises. Caitlin?
And some side effects are okay. What should we be prepared for, not panic about?
So there are some less common side effects and there are some common side effects. And we'll start with the common side effects. Really common, Caitlin, to have some soreness in your arm or some swelling or redness in the arm where you got the vaccine. Also, you may have, and this is less common, but some people have kind of all over whole body or systemic side effects, and that can include a fever, chills, fatigue, headache. Some people have muscle aches. The CDC is saying that, expect that you may have some of these side effects. It doesn't necessarily mean that anything is wrong. What that is typically, Caitlin, is that your body is reacting to the vaccine. Your immune system is kind of revving up and recognizing that something is there and that it needs to do something. So you may feel sluggish, you may feel tired, you may feel a little bit achy for about 24 hours. Typically, these are not lasting side effects and they go away after, a day or two.
And just to be clear, though, so, okay, you may feel a little lousy, but you don't have COVID-19, right? You can't get the virus from the vaccine. Just want to make that clear.
Yes, the vaccine cannot give you the virus because the two vaccines that we have available right now do not contain live viruses. So it's impossible for the vaccine to give you COVID-19. So again, what that probably is kind of your immune system sort of revving up and kind of taking charge and saying, okay, we've got something here that's been introduced and we need to check this out and figure out and produce some antibodies against it. So what the vaccine is doing is it's basically kind of jump starting your immune system and teaching it to recognize this virus and react to and kind of shut down and neutralize this virus when you do face the virus out in the community. Caitlin?
So I guess, Beth, if you have an option, I would try to schedule an appointment before my weekend. Is there anything else someone can do if they do end up feeling a little sore or achy after their shots?
I think, I've heard from a lot of people who have taken the shot and they have said that, kind of varying side effects. Some people had no problem. My mother got it, had no issues at all. They say that the second shot, you have a little bit higher risk of having some side effects from that second shot. But so great idea what you said of maybe plan it at a time where you have a little bit of downtime where you can go home and take a nap if you want to. You can try kind of a cold compress on your arm if it is achy, or try moving it around or stretching it or exercising your arm. If you're having kind of fever or achiness or muscle pain, you may want to think about, acetaminophen or ibuprofen or something like that. I think it's just, just about rest and giving it 24 hours and you should feel better. If you start to have any kind of a severe reaction or you're not feeling better and it's been a few days, then I would check in with your doctor. But most people are just going to have a little bit of aches and, pains, maybe some redness on their arm, but they should be fine. Caitlin?
Sounds like that calls for a sweet treat after when I eventually get my vaccine. Chocolate helps with everything.
Absolutely. Chocolate helps with
Beth.
everything.
Absolutely. Good to see you.
About Valentine's weekend is approaching, and ahead of V-Day, restaurants in Philly may just open up at 50% capacity. Here's the latest from Keely, our Fox sister station correspondent.
It sounds like every restaurant's going to need an HVAC expert and somebody, a professional. And if they want to go to 50%, they've got to get a professional to certify officially that they are meeting the new requirements to move from 25 to 50% by Valentine's weekend. Not only do they need an expert to certify that they have enough 20% of outside air constantly circulating inside, but they need to get the machinery to do that, which is quite costly because Cuba Libre's owner, who we frequently talk to on our show, told the Philadelphia Inquirer yesterday they have $20,000 invested in a new purifier system that's going to get installed as soon as today, maybe, if it's just a one-day job. And maybe they're one of the few that can go up to 50% because it's going to be tough to meet these requirements that were listed in a 5-page application form called the Enhanced Ventilation Standards for Indoor Dining application for increased dining capacity. And they've got to get that certified officially, or they're going to stay at 25%. And with the snowfall and the cold temperatures coming this weekend, it's going to be a cozy, cuddly dinner outdoors for a lot of Valentine's dates. And I'm thinking that's what you want to do anyway on Valentine's Day. You want to get cozy and cuddly. And boy, this will be a memorable one. If you sit out in a snowstorm for Valentine's Day and have dinner somehow, I think that's the Valentine's date you're going to remember when you look back on 50 years of marriage.
Here's the full update when it comes to coronavirus-related issues from Philadelphia.
A sufficient time for questions, so we're going to move Armando's translation of the remarks of the mayor and Dr. Farley until the end at 2 p.m. So the Q&A portion will come first. Spanish language reporters who are on should still ask your questions during regular Q&A, and Armando will be here to translate. And with that, we begin our briefing with opening remarks from Mayor Kenny. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. As many of you are aware, we announced yesterday that Children's Hospital of Philadelphia will assist the Department of Public Health in a new school COVID-19 vaccination program. This effort is intended to inoculate teachers, principals, and staff at all schools in Philadelphia. This includes staff at all district-run, charter, independent, and pro schools, as well as at child care centers and pre-K providers. Classroom aides and cafeteria workers will also be included. The vaccination effort is expected to begin by the end of February and expand to a number of locations, including pop-up clinics located in school buildings throughout the city. Further operational details are still being developed, but we want to get the word out now. As we near the one-year anniversary of the pandemic, getting children back into classrooms throughout the city is vitally important to their future. Thrilled to see Children's Hospital of Philadelphia stepping up in a major way for our kids. While I fully support Dr. Height's plan to have students back in classrooms the week of February 22nd, we also know this vaccination program will go a long way toward easing some of the concerns that teachers have expressed to us. It is imperative that our children get back to in-person learning, and every Philadelphian should be thankful that CHOP is able to offer its resources and expertise for this crucial effort. I want to just quickly mention one other important matter. We have spoken before about the Philadelphia COVID-19 Restaurant and Gym Relief Program. This is our latest effort to provide at least a bit of relief to two industries that have been particularly hard hit during the pandemic. The application for this $12 million grant program closes today at 11:59 p.m. So for owners and operators of gyms and restaurants, if you have not yet applied, please do so before midnight. Awards will be made based on eligibility and alignment with program priorities, so it's not too late. Grant awards are estimated to be up to $15,000 per business. Businesses can apply online at phila.gov/RGRP. That's phila.gov/RGRP. On that site, we also have a list of organizations that can help businesses fill out the application, including translation and technological assistance. However, most of these community organizations are only available during normal business hours. So you need to reach out soon if you need assistance applying before the deadline. And now Dr. Farley has a couple of other important announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Our COVID case counts are falling in Philadelphia. I'll update you on the epidemic, on our vaccine program, and our restrictions. First, the numbers. Since this time yesterday, we've identified 473 new cases of coronavirus infection in Philadelphia residents confirmed by the PCR test, bringing us to a total confirmed case count of 109,183 since the beginning of the epidemic, and an additional 99 new probable cases diagnosed by the rapid antigen test. Now, for the past week that ended on February 6th, we averaged 303 cases per day. That's the PCR test and the antigen test combined. So far, we expect more to come in later. And of those people tested, 6.2% of the tests were positive. Now, for comparison, the week before, we averaged 371 cases per day, and 6.3% of the tests were positive. So our case counts are still high, and we still need to take precautions, but it's nice to still see that continued downward trend. As far as deaths, we have 8 new deaths identified today, bringing us to a total of 2,955 since the beginning of the epidemic. Now, we peaked at somewhat over 100 deaths per week in late December, And in January, we're averaging about 60 to 80 deaths per week. That number has generally been falling with the declining case counts. Now let me move on to vaccination. First, let me just say, I realize that many people want this vaccine, and I'm really glad that they do want this vaccine. But also, I know that many people continue to be frustrated that they can't find a way to get it. Because of the limits on doses and because of our vaccination capacity, that is the situation we're in right now, and we are working on all that. We have three guiding principles as we go forward here. First, to get the vaccine out as fast as possible to people. Second, to do it in a way that saves the most lives to those people whose vaccination would prevent the most serious infection. And third, to do it with racial equity. We have more work to do in all three of those areas, but we are making progress. First, let me talk about our vaccine supply. We continue to have limited vaccine supply, but there's some moves in the positive direction here. This week, we're receiving 10,700 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, and a Moderna vaccine allocation increased to 14,400 from a little more than 10,000 before. In addition to that, there's a new federal pharmacy partnership that is bringing in an additional 4,900 doses of Moderna vaccine to Rite Aid pharmacies specifically. Now that's welcome. Those increases are great. But remember, we have 1.2 million adults in the city of Philadelphia, so it's still going to be many months before everyone has an opportunity to get vaccinated. Now also, not too far in the future, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is likely to be approved. And the best estimates are that it may be shipped to Philadelphia around March 1st. And this vaccine has a couple of major advantages. It's only a single dose rather than 2 doses. And it can be kept in a refrigerator. It doesn't need to be frozen. However, it is somewhat less effective than the other vaccines. The numbers that come out of the press release from the companies, we haven't seen the studies yet, are that it's 72% effective at preventing infection, but it's 85% effective in preventing severe disease, which is more important. Now, as vaccines go, that's still a very good vaccine. I would highly recommend people get the vaccine if they have the opportunity, but it is not quite as good as the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines that we're giving right now. Now, initially, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will come to us in very limited doses. Based on what I've heard at the national level, I'll estimate that our initial allocation may be between 5,000 and 10,000 doses only. And it's unclear how many doses we'll get after that. But still, this is one more weapon in this battle, and that's very much welcome. Let me talk about how we're doing with administration of our vaccines. As of this past Sunday night, we reported vaccinations of 121,250 people for their first doses, and 50,000 people of those have received their second doses. So far, most of those people who have been vaccinated are healthcare workers. Now, the other people who are eligible in phase 1A are people who live in nursing facilities or facilities like that. So there are teams from the pharmacies that have visited 83 nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and personal care homes. And 42 of those sites now have had 2 visits and then delivered 17,600 doses. So we are making real progress amongst the people who are clearly the most vulnerable for serious disease. So we're now in phase 1B, as we said before, and we'll be in this phase for many weeks. That includes people who are frontline essential workers, and we're continuing to vaccinate our first responders, people in the jail, service providers who work with vulnerable populations, and soon transit workers. People also eligible now are people who live and work in congregate settings like behavioral health facilities, people over the age of 75, and people who have high-risk medical conditions, especially those with cancer, chronic kidney disease, organ transplant, and diabetes. So how's the vaccine being made available now? For hospitals, they are inviting patients to their facilities who meet those criteria, who are over the age of 75 or chronic medical conditions. And they're bringing them into their clinics to be vaccinated. Likewise, the federally qualified health centers and other clinics like that are inviting their patients in to be vaccinated. That started out fairly slowly, but that should increase this week. Then we have mobile teams that are going out primarily to behavioral health facilities to vaccinate people in those facilities. Then one area that's growing fairly substantially is pharmacies. We now have ShopRite, 3 locations.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. And I wanted to start the top of the 10 o'clock hour with the viral video of the day. I know that Rain Augustine showed it to you earlier, but this is getting so much attention on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, everywhere, anywhere. You're catching it on all the news shows across the country. An attorney in the state of Texas was involved in an awkward predicament during a Zoom call. I'm going to play the entire 38-second clip for you so you can hear exactly how it all panned out, and then I'll let you know the details as soon as it's over.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take
we're
a
trying
look.
to, can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I can see that. I think if you click the up arrow next to
I'm not a cat. Not just the viral video of the day, everybody, but the quote of the day. The attorney joined a virtual court hearing where a Zoom filter made him appear like a fluffy white kitten. He immediately saw the filter when the hearing started and alerted the judge, who had no idea how to remove the filter, and stated he is, quote, not a cat. The funny moment ends with the judge and others in a Zoom call working to help the attorney remove the filter. Like I said, this has gone viral. So many people are talking about this today. And matter of fact, even the judge took to Twitter to say that he was excited, he was happy to make some laughs during this pandemic, and even said that he was just happy that the feedback has been all positive, and he was able to do that for those of us who have been paying attention to social media and have watched the video. It's made its rounds, and I wanted to play it for you right here on News Now from Fox. Continuing on to other news of the day, here's a live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board, currently up about 90 points. Nothing but green today. Stocks started trading about 32 minutes ago. We are on standby. Don't forget, News Now from Fox is going to have all the activity on Capitol Hill today. Former President Trump impeachment trial, the second one, is going to resume today at noon. It's when both sides get to make their opening arguments. We will have that for you on News Now from Fox. And also on standby right now, we are waiting for a WHO, which stands for World Health Organization, Strategic Advisory Group of experts on immunization, presenting its interim recommendations on the use of the AstraZeneca vaccine against COVID-19. So we're on standby for that to begin. So lots of moving parts here this morning. We're going to stay on top of it all right here for you on News Now from Fox. But right now, I do want to take you out to our sister station, Fox 5 Atlanta. They did a segment with Dr. John Deloney about strengthening marriage. A lot of relationships are suffering during this coronavirus pandemic. So let's get the latest right here on News Now from Fox.
For nearly a year now, even the happiest, most stable marriages have been challenged, right, by COVID-19, balancing work life, personal life, confined to the house, or social distancing. Then, of course, throw in the kids, right? Here to help make sure your union isn't a casualty of coronavirus, Dr. John Deloney. Am I saying your last name right, Doctor?
Perfect. It rhymes with baloney. You did it great.
You have 4 ways for us to strengthen a marriage. What is the first? Tell us all about it.
The first one is this. Please, if you are safe, don't give up. All over the world, people are searching the internet for, when do I know if I need to get divorced? When is my relationship over? And I want to tell folks, you just nailed it perfectly. There's been so much going on. Getting divorced now or getting separated now, if you're safe, is like getting divorced in a fire drill. Don't do it. Recommit to being vulnerable and being open with your partner.
Well, doctor, some may find right now they're communicating less, right? They have even given up their daily time to catch up because they assume they'll talk at some point during the day, which brings us to your second point, practicing intimacy.
Yes. Listen, Titanic, The Notebook, Romeo and Juliet, they lied to us, right? We don't just see somebody and forever fall in love. Intimacy is something that we have to practice. It's something that you got to do every day, like brushing your teeth. And so what we need to do is look at the person that we have committed to loving and say, what can I do to help you make your day better? And be even more vulnerable. Here's what I need from you.
I feel like my husband will look at me like I'm an alien if I say that, but I'll try it.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it.
All right, Dr. Deloney, feeling unified, of course, is crucial. It's also essential, though, for either spouse to maintain his, her own interests, right? Which brings us to prioritizing self-care, number 3.
Yes, we're in this self-care bubble, right? Which we've kind of reduced to, take a warm bath and light a candle. Most of the time, that's not self-care. Self-care is taking the time to make sure you're restored, that you're refreshed. And this can be a walk, but it's bigger. It's taking care of your food, it's exercising, it's movement. A few weeks ago, my wife just went and spent a few days at a public park. And it was good for all of us, right? What are those things that you need to do to take care of yourself so you can come home and be whole and be ready to, back what we said earlier, devote yourself to making sure the people that you love are taken care of?
Almost like if you're on an airplane, there's an emergency, you put your own mask on first before you can help others. Yeah.
Exactly.
And right now, of course, with the pandemic, many date night places are closed, traditional date night stuff, few options for childcare safely. What's a couple to do to find time, to find space to reconnect?
For me and my friends who've got kids and are balancing marriages, we found the last year has been solely devoted to schools and canceled baseball games and canceled birthday parties. It's been all about the kids. I'm telling loved ones, forget the kids. I hate screens, but I'm going to put my kid in front of a movie because me and my wife have to do the hard work of reconnecting, making sure our marriage and union is strong so then our kids can have something to tether to. So if you have to put them in another room to watch a TV and you have to set up a date night in a weird room, do it. If you have to send the kids outside in the yard just for 30 minutes to look at each other and say, hey, how are you? I love you and I want you to know that I'm all in. If you're still all in, you've got to create those pockets of time. Share with people if you can, share childcare, whatever you have to do, make your relationship a priority and put the kids second.
Timely advice. Valentine's Day coming this weekend. Dr. Deloney, thank you so much for your insight. And hey, you guys at home can join the Money and Marriage live stream Friday at 8 o'clock. Tickets.
Shifting gears now, everybody. The live events have begun here on News Now from Fox. I'm taking you out to this cabinet confirmation hearing, the Senate Budget Committee, examining the nomination of Neera Tanden of Massachusetts to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Senator Bernie Sanders is the chair and speaking live now.
At least 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave. And yes, President Biden promised that he would make sure that corporations like Amazon began to pay their fair share of taxes. The next OMB director will play a major role in determining whether those policy proposals succeed or whether they fail. And I want to hear from you this morning how you plan to work with the President, this committee, and the Congress to implement those promises that the President made. Lastly, what I simply want to say is that over the years, I worked with Mike Enzi, who was then the chairman, and Mike and I had a very, very good relationship. And I look forward to having an excellent relationship, a cordial relationship with the ranking member, Lindsey Graham, who I've known for many, many years. I hope, again, that this committee can be the committee that has serious, look, we have differences of opinion. We all know that. But let's have a civil debate, and I promise you that we're going to talk about the most important issues that face your constituents. So let's do that, and with that, let me introduce the ranking member, Lindsey Graham.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on being chairman of the committee. 2020 was a heck of an election cycle. It will soon be over, hopefully, in my lifetime, and we can move on with the nation's business. I've talked to Bernie several times about what we can do together, and there actually is a lot we can do together. I look forward to that. Senator Whitehouse is sort of on the fence about climate change, but if we can ever get him out of his shell, I would like to talk about what happens if General Motors by 2035 actually converts to all electrical vehicles. I mean, that's not, some left-wing group saying that. That's the General Motors saying that in 2035, I think it is that the date, or 2050, I can't remember now, that they're going to stop producing gasoline-driven cars. Well, what does that mean for the country, why they're trying to do that? And it gives us a chance, I think, to talk about big things And there's going to be differences. Senator Sanders went down a checklist of big things, and one of my goals is to make sure that all these big things that we're talking about, other people paying for, that we have a sense of, how do you pay for all this stuff? And from a Republican point of view, we can't really say a whole lot about running up the debt because we did it too. But eventually, it's going to take people like Bernie and Lindsey and the rest of us around here to figure out what to do about the debt one day. I don't know when that day comes, but there'll be a day of reckoning. And I know Senator Whitehouse and Kane and others have been pretty open-minded about reforms. From my point of view, that would be revenue too. Make sure that the revenue is consistent with what we need up here to operate the government. But from Senator Sanders, I just want to tell you that we're going to have some real stark differences about reconciliation. We're going to have some very pointed differences. But the one thing I want to say about Bernie is that you believe what you're saying. You've been the most consistent voice in this body. And the one thing I respect is people who believe what they're saying. Senator Whitehouse, you believe what you're saying about climate change. And the question is, can we find some common ground given what we believe? We have some very talented people on our side of the aisle, and I would just challenge all of us to fight for peacefully, that's the new word now, fight for your point of view, but see if there's some common ground here because the country needs it. As to the nominee, I've known her for a while. She's a very nice person, but not the unity pick that I was looking for anyway. So Ms. Tandon was receiving corporate donations, which is fine with me. I don't mind if you receive corporate donations as long as they're lawful and fully disclosed. And I think all of us receive donations from different groups. That doesn't mean you're owned because somebody gives you money. So I'm not going to hold that against you. But you've been a very partisan figure. You've been a very tough figure when it comes to political discourse, and that's okay too. But calling Mitch McConnell Moscow Mitch is probably not a very good thing to say. Suggesting that the minority leaders somehow in the pocket of the Russians. The GOP's capacity for evil knows no bounds. I'm sure a lot of people in America believe that. I'm not one of them. So Senator Sanders was Hillary Clinton's opponent, as we all know. So her scorn was not limited to Republicans. Russia did a lot more to help Bernie than the DNC's random internal emails did to help Hillary. Oddly, when Russia was trying to elect Trump, they did not attack Bernie Sanders. They chose to help him. They did this in the Democratic primary. They attacked the other candidate. I doubt if Bernie was Russia's pick either. So the point I'm trying to make here is that in a time of unity, we're picking somebody who throws sharp elbows. And there's going to be a consequence for that, hopefully on our side. As to her management capability, she referred to us for the Glassdoor review of her time of running the Center for American Progress. Again, she's a talented person, has come a long way in life, but here's some of the reviews. June 2019, 1 out of 5 stars. Terrible, absolutely horrible. October 2016, cool work but absurd management, disapproves of CEO. April 2016, influential organization poorly managed. September 2012, 2 out of 5 stars, bad management. February 13th, 2 out of 5 stars, great experience, terrible management. 2 out of 5 stars, April 2017, disapproves of CEO, doesn't recommend, what a mess. So all I can say is that this is not the unifying pick that I was looking for this position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lindsey. Amy Klobuchar, our senator from Minnesota, is here. Senator Klobuchar, thanks for being here, and I gather you want to introduce Ms. Tandon.
I do.
Please do.
I want to thank you, Senator Sanders, Senator Graham. Congratulations on your new roles to the committee, all gentlemen today. I know there's a few women on the committee, but it is my honor to be here to speak to you. The work of this committee right now could not be more important. I think you know what's happening with our country, and I admire the leadership role that you, Senator Sanders, are taking right now, and the entire committee. I'm proud to be here today to introduce my friend, Neera Tanden, a woman who is smart, organized, and tenacious. These are good qualities for the job. And if confirmed, she will make history as the first woman of color to lead the Office of Management and Budget. And I appreciate, I'm sure she'll address some of your concerns, Senator Graham, but I do want to know and note that a lot of people have said a lot of things on social media, and probably people in this room, that they regret. And so I want to give you just a different sense of this woman and what she stands for. First, I want to acknowledge the people that are here with Neera, and that know well her perseverance and her ability to balance a budget firsthand. That would be her husband, Ben, who is with us, her 18-year-old daughter, Alina, over there. At the earlier hearing we had with Homeland Security with Senator Peters and Portman, which went well, her mother, Maya, was there with us as well. And I know she's watching from a distance today, as well as her Neera's 15-year-old son, Jaden. It's an honor to tell you Neera's story. Not only is her story characterized by hard work and determination, but it actually shows the power of the American dream. Neera is the daughter of Indian immigrants and grew up in Bedford, Massachusetts. Raised by a single mom, her mom Maya, Neera learned the value of perseverance at a very young age. Maya, her mom, put her kids first. She relied on food stamps and public housing. She was on her own. But then she found new footing and began working as a travel agent, forging her family's path to the middle class. It is her mother's work ethic and drive that I see in Neera. And it's those same qualities that I know will serve her well as our next director of the Office of Management and Budget. As she started out as a travel agent, Neera's mom may not have ever thought that her daughter would one day be asked to serve in the cabinet of the President of the United States. But after years of taking no for an answer and setting high expectations for her family, somehow Neera ended up before us today. Growing up, Neera understood the circumstances of her family struggle and saw what worked and what didn't work. Because of that personal connection, she, from a young age, wanted to pursue public service. Throughout her career, she has shown a passion for improving people's lives. She brings years of government experience, including working in the Senate as then Senator Clinton's legislative director. And while people may have disagreements about Senator Clinton, I think everyone knows, and I know you know, Senator Graham, that her time here was marked by working across the aisle, getting things done, respect for other members, regardless of difference in beliefs. And Neera led that legislative effort. Neera understands, like you do, that inscribed in any budget is a set of priorities, choices about ensuring that everyone gets a fair shot. She knows that the work of Office of Management and Budget shapes the lives of millions of Americans' families. She's an experienced manager who will be ready to take the helm of the Office of Management and Budget on day one. In her near decade at the Center for American Progress, she led teams in promoting, as Senator Sanders noted, bold solutions to problems, including the pandemic. And no, not everyone in this room will agree with every solution she has put forth in her career. I don't agree with every solution she has put forth. But what matters, my friends, is her devotion to the country and her ability to do the job. That's why President Biden picked her. Chairman Sanders, Ranking Member Graham, I know you both recognize the severity of the coronavirus pandemic, and this committee will and continue to play a key role in taking it on, and you will have a partner in Neera. She graduated from UCLA and Yale Law School. As I noted, she worked for former Senator Clinton. She has the background, and she knows how to forge practical solutions. As President Biden put it succinctly when he announced her, she's smart as hell. And maybe that's a good way to end. I know that all members of this committee can trust her to hear you out, to negotiate when necessary, and to do so in good faith. She will be a phenomenal director, and I urge the committee to give her utmost consideration and respect and support her nomination. Thank you very much, Chairman Sanders and Ranking Member Graham, and all members of the committee.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you very much for those remarks. Now we have a brief statement pre-recorded from Senator Booker.
Thank you for giving me this, what I consider a really precious opportunity to introduce President Biden's nominee to serve as Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Neera Tanden. I want to first just be candid with you all. I have known Neera for decades. I don't like to admit that because it shows that both of us are old, but we go back a very long way. Neera is a friend in the truest and deepest sense of the word. And I want to tell you, when we first met and went to school together, she struck me as someone who had a powerful trifecta. She's a person of deep heart, authentic caring and empathy. She's a person of fierce intellect who I've learned a lot from, even back then in our days of study. And then finally, she's a person who has this spirit, this abundance of love for this nation, its ideals and its principles. And she has lived a life where she has been fiercely adherent to the highest ideals of patriotism, of service, of being there for others. I know that Neera's public career has been not only impressive, but she has lived a life of extraordinary impact. She was involved in both the Clinton and the Obama administrations. She served in the White House, in the Senate, in the Department of Health and Human Services, and most recently, she has led the Center for American Progress, providing critical analysis and policy research that has informed many of my colleagues and my office itself. Part of what has made her so impactful is that to Neera, policymaking is not an academic exercise. It is a powerful force that has deeply personal implications on the lives of millions of people. She understands that the decisions we make all have consequences, and often unintended consequences, and that we and the work we do, which she honors so much, has the potential to change life trajectories and make this nation more real for all of her people. Now, Neera, there's a great poem that is by the Langston Hughes about a mother giving a message to her son. And she says in that poem, the line is, "For me, life ain't been no crystal stair." In other words, life hasn't been easy. Neera's climb to impact and influence has been difficult. Neera was raised by a single mother who immigrated from India, like so many others, seeking a better life. America was a light unto her nation, in her nation. And Neera's family came here. Neera has said that when her mom could not find work, they had to rely on America's social safety net to keep them afloat. They relied on food stamps. They relied on rental assistance. And because they had the support they needed when they were struggling, Neera's mom was able to get them on their feet, and she got a job, and she bought a house, and she achieved so much of the American dream. But as we all know, the greatest part of the American dream is seeing your children do better than you, go on to heights that you might not have thought possible. As my mom often said, behind every successful child is an astonished parent. Well, Neera, as she went on to college and then law school with the likes of people like me, she has led a life that has given her mother great pride and maybe even a little astonishment. Neera saw firsthand what this country can do when it invests for its people. And in her example before us today, we see what a country that invests in its people can do, can accomplish. As leader of the Office of Management and Budget, Neera will be tasked with overseeing the office responsible for implementing the Biden administration's agenda and making our government work for people during a time of a dual crisis.
Again, everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will continue to listen in on this cabinet confirmation hearing.
Helping to ensure that the American people are being served by an accountable government, that it is transparent and that it is truly committed to them. If confirmed, NERA will accomplish this American mission. She will offer the kind of vision that is reflective of her brilliance, of her huge heart, and of her commitment and spirit for this country. She will continue to be truly a public servant and a servant leader. She will lead with empathy. She will lead with skill and understanding for our economy and of our country's challenges. And she will lead with love. She will lead with love of country and all of her citizens. I urge my colleagues to swiftly confirm Neera Tanden's nomination. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share with you why I so believe in my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Ms. Tanden, under the rules of the committee, nominees are required to testify under oath. Please rise if you could. Do you swear that the testimony that you will give the Senate Budget Committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If asked to do so, and if given reasonable notice, will you agree to appear before this committee in the future and answer any questions that the members of this committee might have?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please be seated. Now it's appropriate for you to give your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Sanders, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committee. I am humbled and honored to be here today as President Biden's nominee to serve as Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Chairman Sanders, I am grateful for your visionary leadership, and Ranking Member Graham, I look forward to working with you if I have the privilege of being confirmed. I want to begin by thanking Senators Booker and Klobuchar for their gracious introductions, and I also want to recognize two members of my family are here with me today, my husband Ben and my daughter Lena, as well as two who aren't, my son Jaden and my mother Maya. I owe my presence here today to their love and support and to the grit and resilience of my mother, an immigrant from India who was left to make it on her own in America with two young children after her divorce from my father. Back then, she faced a harsh choice: stay in the United States and rely on the social safety net, or return to India where she knew her children would face the stigma of divorce. She had faith in this country and made the decision, I believe the courageous decision, to stay. We relied on food stamps to eat and Section 8 vouchers to pay the rent. At school, I remember being the only kid in the cafeteria line who used 10-cent vouchers from the free and reduced lunch program. I remember using food stamps at the grocery store. Within just a few years, my mother found a job, and a few years later, she was earning a middle-class salary. Soon, she was able to buy a home and eventually see her children off to college and beyond. I spend every day of my life grateful for a nation and a government that had faith in my mother and in me, that invested in our humanity and gave me a fair shot to pursue our potential. As I sit before this committee, I'm mindful that my path in life would never have been possible without the budgetary choices that reflected our nation's values, many of them made in the very agency I am now nominated to lead. That recognition and gratitude has been the North Star of my career. I've spent the past 20 years at the forefront of some of our country's most important policy debates. And for the past decade, I've led a major think tank that engages many of the areas that OMB handles every day, from budget plans to regulatory proposals to efforts to make our government more effective. My experience also extends to both the legislative and executive branches, having served in the U.S. Senate, at the White House under President Clinton, and at an agency under President Obama. I believe that experience provides me with a strong foundation to lead the OMB. I also know that the role of OMB director is different from some of my past positions. Over the last few years, it's been part of my role to be an impassioned advocate. I know there have been some concerns about some of my past language in social media, and I regret that language. And I also want to say I express that regret to Senator Sanders and other members of this committee. I understand that the role of OMB director calls for bipartisan action, as well as nonpartisan adherence to facts and evidence. OMB will play a vital role in addressing many of the country's biggest challenges, from beating back the virus to delivering aid that will help ensure a strong economic recovery to ensuring we build back better than before. If I am privileged to serve as director, I would ensure OMB uses every tool in its disposal to effectively deliver for America's working families, for small businesses, and to the many communities struggling right now. I would vigorously enforce my ironclad belief that our government should serve all Americans, regardless of party, in every corner of the country. I would ensure that our budget reflects the values of a nation built on hard work, human dignity, common purpose, and boundless possibility. And I would work in good faith with all members of this committee to tackle the challenges, the grave challenges Americans are facing, the COVID pandemic, as I said, the deep economic pain in our country, climate change, racial inequality, and the broad issue of inequality in our country. Let me finally say this. As a child in line with my mom at that grocery store, feeling shy and a bit embarrassed as we stood in line and my mom was using food stamps instead of money, I never dreamed that I would be sitting in this august room with great leaders like all of you. I am so incredibly grateful for the opportunities this country has given me, and I am profoundly honored by the possibility to serve and to help ensure that we provide real opportunities for those who come after us. Thank you for inviting me before this committee, and I look forward to your questions.
And thank you very much. And as the son of an immigrant, I understand some of what you are talking about. Let me begin by picking up on a point that the ranking member, Lindsey Graham, made. And that is, we understand that we are a divided nation, and on this committee there are people who have very, very different political points of view. But I think most of us understand that it's important we debate the issues and try to minimize the level of personal and vicious attacks that seem to be so prevalent all over this country today. I have a letter in front of me from, as I'm sure you have seen, a number of Republican members of the House concerned about some of the things you said as the head of CAP. But of course, your attacks were not just made against Republicans. There were vicious attacks made against progressives, people who I have worked with, me personally. So as you come before this committee to assume a very important role in the United States government, at a time when we need serious work on serious issues and not personal attacks on anybody, whether they're on the left or the right, can you reflect a little bit about some of your decisions and the personal statements that you have made in recent years?
Yes, Senator, I really appreciate that question, and I recognize that my language and my expressions on social media, caused hurt to people, and I feel badly about that, and I really regret it, and I recognize this. It's really important for me to demonstrate that I can work with others, and I look forward to taking that burden, and I apologize to people on either the left or right who are hurt by what I've said.
Okay. And as you know, it's not a question of being hurt. We're all big boys, and I don't see too many girls here, but big boys who get attacked all the time. But it's important that we make the attacks expressing our differences on policy, and that we don't need to make personal attacks no matter what view somebody may hold. So can we assume that as the director of the OMB, we're going to see a different approach if you are appointed than you have taken at CAP?
Absolutely. And I would say, social media does lead to too many personal comments, and my approach will be radically different.
Thank you. All right, let me get to another issue that concerns me very much. I happen to believe that big money interests have an undue influence over the economic and political life of our country, that too often campaign contributions are what determines policy rather than the needs of ordinary Americans. And according to the Washington Post, since 2014, the Center for American Progress has received roughly $5.5 million from Walmart, a company that pays its workers starvation wages, $900,000 from the Bank of America, $550,000 from J.P. Morgan Chase.
Pilar Arias breaking in here to let you guys know we are about less than 30 minutes away from passing things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break.
Special interests in our country. How will your relationship with those very powerful special interests impact your decision-making if you are appointed to be the head of OMB?
Senator, I thank you for that question. It will have zero impact on my decision-making. I'm actually CAP took a number of positions that disagreed vigorously with the policy positions of those institutions, but I appreciate this question, and it is my role, it will be my role to ensure that I am only serving the interests of the American people, the administration, and its agenda to address rising inequality and address the needs of working families.
Ms. Tandon, will you at this point commit to doing what President Biden and I and many others want to see happen? And that is help us move to end starvation wages in America by raising the minimum wage over a period of several years.
Absolutely.
Will you do what President Biden and I and many other members of Congress want, and that is move to make public colleges and universities tuition-free for families under $125,000 a year?
Yes, as you know, President Biden has committed to make college affordable, or truly affordable, tuition-free for middle-class families.
President Biden has stated that he would like to see the eligibility age for Medicare go from 65 down to 60. Is that something you will help him implement?
Yes, absolutely, and we know that that can actually help save money because it'll, over the long term, lower the costs per beneficiary costs of Medicare.
We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And that is an issue I intend to take a hard look at as chairman of this committee. President Biden has indicated that he wants Medicare to negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies to lower drug prices. Is that something you will help us move forward on?
Yes.
President Biden has said that he wants to guarantee 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave. Is that something you will help us move forward on?
Yes, absolutely, and I have worked for over 20 years on the issue of paid leave.
Okay. President Biden wants to provide universal pre-K education for every 3- and 4-year-old in this country and make child care more affordable for working families, an issue of enormous importance in general, especially now in the pandemic. Is that something you will help us move forward on?
Yes, absolutely, and I think over the long term, those investments help us address both racial and income inequality.
President Biden has said that he wants to triple Title I funding for public schools to make sure that lower-income kids in this country are able to get the education they need. Will you help us move forward in that direction?
Yes, absolutely.
I know this is not necessarily universally held on this committee, but I happen to believe that climate change is an existential threat to our country and the world, and that we have the opportunity to create millions of good-paying union jobs as we transform our energy system. Is that something you will help us move forward on?
Absolutely, and as you know, President Biden agrees with you that climate change is an existential threat.
Lastly, I think where there is an area of agreement, and Lindsay and I have chatted how we can work together, I don't think anybody on your side denies that our infrastructure is crumbling and that we can create millions of good jobs rebuilding our roads and bridges and wastewater systems and water systems, etc. Will you help us go forward creating the jobs, rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure?
Yes, absolutely, and I hope we can work in a bipartisan manner on infrastructure.
Good. Lindsay, yours.
Thank you, Bernie. One, congratulations to your family. You have lived the American dream. You seem to have an incredible background, and I want to congratulate you. So let's talk about policy. In the education debate, is there any room for school choice in the Biden administration?
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your question. So the president has supported charter schools, and to the extent that we make sure that those charter schools are delivering, that they're accountable to the public, that they're as accountable as public schools. And so there's room for charter schools, absolutely, but they need to be accountable, and I think many charter
right.
school advocates recognize that.
Anything beyond charter schools?
Well, I mean, obviously in the country today, parents have access to private schools. I think it's one of the inequities we actually have to recognize, that upper income families have access to private education, and sometimes those have much more resources than public schools.
Okay, so let's talk about fair share of taxes. What is the fair share? What should be the corporate rate in America? What is fair for corporations to pay?
The president has supported restoring the corporate rate to, I believe, to a higher rate. I believe it's 35%, but I should double check.
Is
28%? I'm so sorry.
Well, let's get this right.
You're absolutely right. 28%.
Well, that's what Grassley says now. Don't let him
28%.
speak for the Biden administration. Do you think 35% is a fair rate for corporations, or is that too high?
I would follow the president's policies on these issues.
Okay, what should the individual rate be?
Depends on the income of the individual.
If somebody makes $10 million,
I believe we should restore it back to 39.6.
is that enough?
On the income, yes, there are other
So,
ways.
so is that
Wait.
at 39.6 is fair in your belief?
Well, my role is to address the President Biden's policies, and he is.
I'm just talking about you as an individual. Would you go up higher? Would the American Center for American Progress support individual rates beyond 39.6, you think?
My role in this, if I have the privilege of being conferred, my role is to address the president's priorities, and the president's priorities has been to restore it to a 39.6% rate.
Okay, so that's fair. Do you believe raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour will cost millions of Americans their job?
Actually, the most recent data on this, and there's been studies over the last few years, 2018, 2019, indicate that the minimum wage, analyses that have looked at 40 years of minimum wage increases have found that the elasticity rate is different than previous understandings, and that actually job loss rates are relatively low.
So you think 1.5 million people losing their job would be relatively low?
No, actually, what I'm saying is that more recent studies, I appreciate that the CBO looked at several years.
But you
of
don't
studies.
accept it? Do you?
I think that I think that the important thing is to be guided by facts and evidence, and there has been a discussion about more recent data being more.
Have you ever run a restaurant?
I have not run a
Okay.
restaurant.
Well, you need to go talk to people who have, because I think they'll give you some facts.
I would say respectfully, Senator, we should also talk to the waiters and waitresses.
Yeah, I think they want their jobs. I think that the tip, doing away with the tip wage is probably bad for them. The best thing you can do for a waiter and a waitress is open up a new restaurant and people hire you away at higher wages, because a new restaurant in town needs good workers. So that's the way I believe to increase wages. But this is why we have elections. Simpson Bowles. Do you support a Simpson Bowles approach to dealing with the debt?
I think the Simpson-Bowles approach, I think there are deep challenges with the Simpson-Bowles approach. I think what we should really decide is
Do you
what we'd
support
like
that
to
concept of trying to find a bipartisan way to deal with the debt?
Oh, I think we should try to find bipartisan ways
do you
to
support
deal with
entitlement
that,
reform?
But the idea of the Simpson-Bowles, I think there were some things that we found were not.
Do you support entitlement reform?
The president, President Biden, has put forward particular ideas on Social Security. One is to raise the payroll cap for people earning over $400,000.
right.
That is an idea he's put
Yeah.
forward to address Social Security solvency, which would also address the debt.
Yeah, okay, I got you. So real quick, on immigration. Here's what's happened thus far in the first 3 weeks. We stopped building the wall. We've halted deportations. We canceled Remain in Mexico policy, withdrew from asylum agreements with triangle nations. We eliminated advanced vetting for terrorists, reinstated catch and release. We're considering canceling the public charge rule. We're ending travel restrictions with countries with national security concerns. Do you believe that the sum total of these policies will lead to more illegal immigration?
I do not, and I would be guided by facts and evidence
Okay,
about
here are the
whether that will
facts.
happen.
So 178% increase in single adults coming across the border this year versus last, 50% increase in unaccompanied minors. So the fact that you don't see this as a problem is very disturbing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Bernie.
Thank you very much, Lindsey. We're now going to hear via video from Senator Murray. Senator Murray?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me start by saluting you on becoming chair of this committee. I know you will do great things in this role. I also want to congratulate Senator Graham.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We're less than 15 minutes away from passing things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix.
Excellent choice for this role, and I was thrilled when then President-elect Biden announced her as his nominee to lead the Office of Management and Budget. I have known and worked closely with Neera for many years, and I think she will excel as OMB director because she brings both practical experience as well as knowing how to get things done, as well as the personal experience that's so important on the programs behind these budget numbers and how important they are to our families and to our communities. And now we need more than ever both sets of experiences. Neera brings a deep familiarity with a broad array of policy, including areas of great importance to me, such as healthcare and childcare and paid leave and income inequality, as well as extensive managerial experience from overseeing a very large think tank. I know she will also bring a high level of energy and engagement to the role of director that has been sorely missing. I had many complaints about Russ Vought as director of OMB. Chief among them was the complete lack of engagement and leadership shown by him in OMB during the coronavirus pandemic. I can assure my colleagues that these will not be issues if Ms. Tandem is confirmed as director. Whether or not you agree with her on every issue, you will not be able to question Neera's passion, her knowledge, or her engagement. This pandemic has put a spotlight on the everyday challenges that many families face, from finding affordable, quality childcare to having access to paid leave so they can take care of themselves or their loved ones without fear of losing a paycheck or their job, simply earning a living wage for themselves and their families. And of course, these challenges are even more acute for families of color. So my question to you and consists of 2 parts. First, can you tell me how you see this administration prioritizing investments in these core areas for families? Secondly, can you give the committee the economic case for prioritizing and making those investments?
Thank you so much, Senator. I would note that as we experience the deep economic challenges we're facing, that women are disproportionately being impacted by that. 4.2 million people are leaving the workforce. 2.4 million women are leaving the workforce, primarily because they're facing they're taking disproportionate impact. The recession is having disproportionate impact on caregiving. Women are leaving because they need to take care of children who are not in school, amongst other reasons. And so I do think that is a reason why it is important that we invest in childcare, that we have robust.
All right, everybody, we're going to be switching gears right now on News Now from Fox, bring you out to Venice, where Governor Ron DeSantis is at the Venice Community Center out here in Florida, giving updates on the state's vaccine distribution efforts. We're going to listen in live right here on News Now from Fox.
COVID vaccine. Additionally, Publix, which we had 325 Publix across the state of Florida, 23 counties, That is now able to be expanded to almost 600 Publix locations across 41 different counties. And here in Sarasota County, that includes 22 public pharmacies in Sarasota County, including 5 Publix right here in Venice, Florida. So this morning, they opened the site up for vaccines for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for Sarasota County. You can go to Publix.com/COVID vaccine. Now, what I think Publix has done, which is great, is they open up this window and everyone rushes to get on. And then like an hour later, they have tens of thousands of slots that are just taken. And it's like if you miss that window, then what, you got to wait for the next week. And so we want to make it so that folks have the ability to do this. So what they're now doing are different appointment windows. So they did this morning at 7 a.m. for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then they're also going to open up an appointment window Friday morning at 7 a.m. And they will accept appointments for Monday and Tuesday. And then they're going to open it up Monday morning, and that'll be for next Wednesday and Thursday. And so I think that is good because there's a crush of folks that want to get on it. And when you do it all for the week, it's out in an hour, hour and a half, and then people got to wait the whole next week. So this way you have an opportunity to be able to do it. Now, what we monitor with Seniors First, which is we're doing Seniors First. I know some other states are doing it differently, focusing on younger, healthier people. We're putting our parents and grandparents first on this, and our goal is to give every senior a shot that wants a shot, and we're going to keep doing that. And we're not going to change until the seniors are taken care of. But what we look at is, okay, how many seniors are getting shots in each county? What percentages of seniors are getting shots in each county? I mean, there's some counties that have a lot of seniors have gotten the shot, but they have a lot of seniors, so their percentage is a little lower. There's others that, in raw numbers, there isn't as many seniors as like Sarasota, but they have a high percentage, and so that's good. So it's surprising when you look at it. The #1 county so far in Florida for seniors, the percentages of seniors that have gotten a shot is Leon County, which is 61% of seniors in Leon have already gotten a shot. That is way, way higher than the national average. You also have massive counties like Palm Beach, which is nearing 50% of all seniors, one of the largest counties in Florida with 25% age 65 and up. But what we've been identifying last week were Manatee, Charlotte, and Sarasota. You know, they were between 20 and 25%. So we wanted to make sure that we're increasing availability in those counties to be able to get that percentage up. And so because of that, we are doing this site today. Obviously, we're happy to have the Publix expansion in Manatee and Sarasota. Charlotte has already had the Publix, and we appreciate that. So between this vaccination event and the increase in the state allocation to the existing sites in Sarasota, the vaccine doses dedicated to Sarasota County have increased by 85% in just 1 week. And that is by looking at data. That is by figuring out where the need is. And so some of the counties that are doing well, they didn't get 85% increase because, you know what, they're doing good under the existing regimen. So we think that that's the way to do it. When there's a need, we fill it. I spoke with Senator Gruters just yesterday. I said, trust me, we're on it. And here we are this morning to be able to do it for everyone. So to date, we have vaccinated more seniors, over 1.5 million reported, and probably closer to 1.7 actual because these reports take 4 or 5 days to really be current. That is way, way more than any other state by hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Of all the people that have been vaccinated in Florida, close to 75% of all shots have gone to senior citizens. And we are now about 35% of all of our 4.4 million seniors have received at least one shot. Obviously, doing things like that is going to help us increase it even more. And so we believe that the Seniors First is the right approach. We believe it's reflected in the numbers in terms of the vaccines. And we also think as we go forward in a few weeks, you're going to start to see it reflected in the COVID numbers. Now, we're going down. Everyone's going down on this across the country. Hospital admissions, hospital census, emergency room visits. maybe that's just the natural cycle, but I do think you're going to start seeing this vaccine effects kick in, and you will see fewer seniors as a percentage, hopefully going to the emergency department and going to hospitals. And that's what it's all about. Keep people healthy, make sure that they can live their lives in a very full and dynamic fashion. We don't want people to have to be isolated in their homes, being scared. We want you to be able to have confidence to go out, see your friends and family, and obviously when you have a 95% vaccine, that's a great way to be able to do it. We're also continuing to do other ways to get vaccines out to members of the communities. We have a great homebound seniors program that we've done. We started doing Holocaust survivors in South Florida. I was in Miami. We did Bay of Pigs veterans. And then we're also going to be doing more announcements along those lines later this week, which is really, really good. We're also working with a lot of churches and houses of worship to be able to do events at church property or in the community in conjunction with churches. So we've done 45 different church-related events, and that's more than 33,000 vaccinations just with our houses of worship. It's actually not limited to churches. I mean, we've done a lot with African American churches, but I was at a synagogue in Aventura the other day, and we had Jewish, Christian, and Muslim, 3 different houses of worship coming together at the synagogue to vaccinate elderly people. So we're going to continue to do that. With county health departments, some of them are doing a really good job. We have 105 community vaccination sites across the state of Florida. Every single county in Florida has at least one site to be able to get vaccinated, and some counties have huge numbers when you count the retail sites. And we've also held vaccine events at 15 senior communities across the state. So we've been at Sun City Center, for example, right up the road outside of Tampa. We're going to be doing another community pod announcement tomorrow. When you have communities that are senior heavy, you can kind of set this up, get in there, and then you have thousands of people that can go through over the course of a couple days. It's a way to get a lot of shots in arms in a way that's very efficient and effective. So the supply of the vaccine, we are getting more on a weekly basis than we had been. We had been getting about 250 to 266,000 initial doses a week. Last week, we were able, so basically the week that's just now finished probably on Monday and Tuesday, we got 307,000. And then this week, where you're going to start Wednesday, Thursday, Friday through the weekend, it's 325,000. So because we got an increased dosage, that's part of the reason we were able to up Sarasota and the surrounding counties there. The pharmacy program that we outlined yesterday, the great thing about that is those are doses in addition to the doses we're already getting. So yes, some of the state's allocation has gone to Publix, but all the new Publix locations and all the Walmart locations, those are doses, tens of thousands of doses direct from HHS that are not a part of the 325,000. So it's 325,000 plus the new pharmacy locations, which is tens of thousands of doses, which we think is really, really good. We do think the Pfizer is going to start increasing. I can't tell you if it's going to be next week or 3 weeks from now, but with their schedule, we're going to be able to get more and more Pfizer. So if we're able to get 50,000 more doses of Pfizer a week, combined with the federal pharmacy increase, that puts us in a much, much better spot in terms of vaccine supply than we have been. And then we're looking at the approval for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine at the end of the month. I don't know why they set the date for the end of the month. I would think you'd want to burn the midnight oil and do 24/7 and get this thing approved as quickly as possible. I believe we show a sense of urgency in Florida about this. It was a little perplexing. I think it could be approved earlier. Bottom line is it's going to be approved at some point, most likely at the very end of this month. And there is vaccine available that J&J has produced that will then go out to the states the next day. I don't know how much that is. I mean, obviously, if it's like 1 million for the whole country, that's going to be a drop in the bucket. If it's 10 million for the whole country, well, that would be hundreds of thousands, maybe 500,000-600,000 for the state of Florida. So the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, the data was very, very good. It was not portrayed as positive because they say 67% efficacy at preventing infection, but after 28 days, it was 100% effective at preventing death and serious hospitalization, which is really the most important thing. I mean, if you take J&J vaccine and you end up with cold-like symptoms for 2 days, that's not the end of the world. What we're trying to do is keep people out of the hospital and save lives. And I think the J&J vaccine so far, from what we know, does that. So we'll put that to use as well. And that will, again, hopefully be a significant increase in dosages going forward. But rest assured, as more doses come in, we're getting it to the places that need it and that can use it. And this is a good example here in Venice of us doing just that. So I'm proud to be able to be working with the folks here. We're going to continue to be here. We have more options now for folks in this county, and just in Venice, there's going to be a number of Publix locations that are going to be offering these starting on Friday. That's really good news for a lot of seniors here in Venice and in Sarasota County generally. So, Joe, do you want us to come up and say some stuff?
Yeah. Thanks so much, Governor. And I just want to say that leadership matters, especially in times of crisis. And what I do every day is field phone calls to my constituents across Sarasota, Charlotte, and even Manatee members, and everybody, literally people banging at the door saying, I want to get vaccinated, because everybody's scared and they have the right to be scared. This pandemic has caused a lot of people to have a lot of concern. But what this governor has done in terms of the rollout, his public-private partnerships, and really over the last week, what it shows you, what a local and state partnership can derive. This 85% increase to our local communities is a massive deal, because it's actually 85% plus when you think about all the public-private partnerships and those other doses coming. Commissioner Ziegler, I see Councilman Nick, I see Ron Kutzinger, another county commissioner, but Chris Ziegler called me and said, our South County, we're literally, everything's in North County, we need more help. What can we possibly do to get more vaccines here to the people? And I called the governor right up, and literally within 24 hours, here we are. And what's amazing about this whole thing is the fact that they got this entire site. So the emergency crews, all the first responders, and the state, the organization, get all this set up and get all these shots out. These 3,000 additional shots here in Venice. The additional doses that we're getting this week as a supplemental effort. And I know we're going to Charlotte tomorrow. It all makes it's a huge deal to the constituents. And I just want to thank the governor for his leadership throughout this crisis. It's not easy. And when you think about everything else we're going through as a state with the economy and everything else, I'm so thankful to have a governor that values freedom and liberty and to allow us to be open. And so for that, Governor, just keep up the great work. Thank you so much for your efforts here in Southwest Florida, and we're ready to lead, but thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, thanks, Senator. And it's interesting. If you look at December and January in the state of Florida, and you looked at the projected revenue that was due to the government and then what we actually took in, we took in about $550 million more over those 2 months than was projected. And you see a lot of these other states that are so intent on closing people down. We've lifted people up. We've trusted Floridians, and they've responded, and you see what's going on. People are trying to come here to do business and to entrepreneurs, jobs, you name it. And I think it's because, we really focused on the big picture. And as of right now, we're, I think of all the states, I think we're 29th for cumulative COVID per capita cases, 28 states higher than Florida. And in mortality, we're 26. So you have 25 states plus the District of Columbia that are higher than Florida in the per capita mortality. And so we've always focused on our vulnerable population, whether it was nursing homes at the front end or seniors first now with the vaccines. And I think that approach has proven to be more effective. I watch what's going on in our country, and it's like, oh, well, after 100 days, we will have maybe half the kids can go to school for 1 day. And I'm like, we've been open the whole time for schools. We've been open since August in person. Every parent has a right to send their kid in person. The vast majority exercised that right, and the ones that did virtual, many of them immediately tried to get their kids in person. We followed the evidence and the data. We didn't follow special interests. We didn't follow hysteria. We did what was right by students and families, and we're much better for that. And the fact that you're going to have schools that are going to be closed for this entire school year and probably even into the fall is a national disgrace. Florida led on education. We were there for our working parents. We were there for our students, and we're going to continue to do that, and we are not turning back. Yes, ma'am. So it's something that we're looking at. I don't have anything to announce now, but if I do, we will be sure to let you know. The media is worried about that, obviously. You guys really love that. You don't care as much if it's a, quote, peaceful protest, and then it's fine. You don't care as much if they're celebrating a Biden election. You only care about if it's people that you don't like. So I'm a Bucks fan. I'm damn proud of what they did on Sunday night. And so in terms of the UK variant, here's what we know. We know, based on all the evidence, that these vaccines are going to be effective against that. And that's really the main concern. I mean, we're getting our seniors vaccinated. We've not seen any data or any evidence to suggest that these vaccines are not effective. And so if we get the seniors vaccinated, we're going to be good, and that's what we're going to do. If there's data that comes out, not an academic model from Neil Ferguson, but actual data that comes out that we should let people know about, or that should change the approach of vaccine, or any of that. Obviously, you're going to follow that and see. But I can tell you most of what I've seen about it has been more based on modeling rather than based on actual evidence. And again, the vaccines, there's not been any problem demonstrated with the vaccines. And so that was my main concern with it. And I think we're going to be in good shape there. If something changes, we will let you know. Yes, ma'am. Well, I want everything done as quickly as possible. We obviously were able to expedite a lot of projects over COVID, and I think that saved probably months worth of traffic across the state. And we want to continue to do it, but the DOT knows that that's what we want to do, and we're going to find every way to do it quick. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. So the question is how do you ensure these are folks that are local? Well, two ways. One is these names were put together through the county. So they got county folks. They did it. It was ready to go. They had the names. The people were signed up, and all you do is show up and do it. In the broader question, we've said we're not doing vaccine tourism here. I can tell you that behind the scenes, we've gotten pushback from CDC on that. They don't believe you should have to show ID or anything like that. I'm sorry, in Florida, we want to know that you're a Florida resident. You could be a half year, because that's a lot of people come here for half year. We get it. They got doctors here. But we don't want people traveling from out of state or out of the country even to be able to do it. We want to focus on the folks that are our friends and neighbors. And I think that's approach. But we do, are you 65 and up? And then are you here? Here, because it was done through the county, I don't think there's going to be a problem with it. With the public sites, I don't think that's going to be as much of a problem either. We obviously are doing the Florida residency for that. Initially, when we only had it in like 10 counties, we'd have people drive hundreds of miles just to go to a Publix. That was not really the intent. I mean, obviously, they're free to drive if they want. But because there's so many retail sites now across the state, then it's something where you pretty much have access. Most, I would say probably 80 to 90% of the counties have a retail site that's relatively close. Now, some places, Venice, it's going to be great because you're going to have 4 or 5 right here. Palm Beach County, there's 60-some Publixes in Palm Beach County that's doing it. 90% of all seniors live within 2 miles of at least one Publix. And so that's what you're looking to do. This way, you don't have to even think about driving across the state. But in terms of out of state, people that are just visiting, tourists, not doing it. I will say, though, the fact that someone would even think about coming here from Brazil or from South Africa or wherever to come to Florida, it kind of blows up any fake narratives that somehow seniors aren't getting shots here. Because if they weren't getting shots here, no one would want to come to get shots here. They see people doing it. Seniors here are getting shots. They're telling their friends in these other states, hey, I just got it. And they're saying, well, wait a minute, you're 69, I'm 69, I'm not even eligible in my state with that. We said 65 and plus since as soon as we did the healthcare workers and we had nursing home program, we said we've got to get into 65. And I think that was the right thing. Yes, ma'am. It was Publix. I misspoke. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. So it was the Publix, and which is good. And I actually think it's 15. But we can get those actual numbers for you. So it was Publix, and we may still do Walmart in those, because I think what's going to happen with Walmart is they have a certain allocation that they're getting from the federal government, and I think they did it really smart. They're doing over 100 stores across the state. They're not going to be doing 100 shots at each store every day, which they probably could do. It's going to be less than that. But what will happen is as more allocations come in, they can do that. And then they'll also be able to replicate that model and get it into some of these other communities. So we did ask to look at Sarasota, Manatee for Walmart, and it may be something that they do. And then even if they don't do it with our allocation, that could be something that we look at as well. I mean, there's nothing preventing the state of Florida from asking Walmart, hey, can you do these 10 locations in Manatee and these 10 in Sarasota? We can provide the dosages for that. So we're looking at doing that as well. I'm going to figure out probably today or tomorrow what we're looking at in terms of next week's dosages. We anticipate it's probably going to be about 325,000 with the federal pharmacy program still turned on, which is great. But if we do get more, then we're going to go to this sheet that the Department of Health puts out that says percentage vaccinated. We've got some people have just done a fantastic job. I mean, you look at Leon, 61%. Alachua and St. John's, 56%. Some of the rural counties are very high because when you're dealing with smaller numbers of people, it is easier to do. But when we see Sarasota at 25%, we want to get that in the 40s as soon as we can. When you see Manatee at 23%, we want to get that. Charlotte, same thing. So I think you're going to have more opportunities to be able to do it. Yes, ma'am. One more. Well, stay tuned for tomorrow. We're going to have a great announcement for Charlotte County. It's very important, and obviously I'm citing those numbers. We want to do something about it. Charlotte was one of the first on the west coast of Florida to be able to get Publix, and I think that's been helpful. But we're going to do more in Charlotte, absolutely. We'll have an announcement on that tomorrow, and I think people will be really happy. And so Charlotte, Manatee, and Sarasota, those three, we've sent more doses to this week. And those are priorities for us to be able to make sure that seniors, we're going to be able to run through thousands and thousands of seniors a day in all those counties. And that's what we're looking to do. So you can tell them, we hear them, we're acting, and I think you're going to see a lot of them are going to get shots very, very soon. Thanks, everyone. Good to see you. Thanks, guys.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up some questions with the media, and always when he does that question and answer round, you know there are some sound bites there, and we had one right there moments ago saying, Governor saying, I'm damn proud of how this team and celebrations came together for the Super Bowl that was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers amid a global pandemic, but still got to go out there and celebrate somehow, some way. And they had 25,000 people in those stands, and they were ready for a party there when the conclusion happened there. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us today on News Now from Fox. We are once again loaded up today. Obviously, in about 45 minutes, we'll go back out to the Capitol. Day 2 of the impeachment trial. We'll be bringing you all the sights and sounds that come out of that. Coming up in just 15 minutes, folks, I do want to preview what we have have coming up here in just a little bit. We are going to be talking to a new podcast that just dropped today. It's called Siege on Democracy. It's a Fox 5 DC podcast special. We'll be talking to the host there about what the images and sights and sounds were on that January 6th day. We'll get some insight of the people that were actually on the ground that day there in DC. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to the COVID-19 White House Task Force that is live right now.
And I also know that many of you still have questions about masks. You may be unsure if they work, what kind is best, and whether 2 masks are better than 1. We've learned a lot about masks over the past year. Today, I want to share with you some new science that is emerging about masks and what we know now that we didn't know when the pandemic started. The science is clear. Everyone needs to be wearing a mask when they are in public or when they are in their own home, but with people who do not live in their household. This is especially true with our ongoing concern about new variants spreading in the United States. Masks offer 2 kinds of protection. When I wear a mask, it protects you and it protects me. But to get the most protection possible, we all have to wear them. Research has demonstrated that COVID-19 infections and deaths have decreased when policies that require everyone to wear a mask have been implemented. So with cases, hospitalizations, and deaths still very high, now is not the time to roll back mask requirements. I have also seen very many well-meaning people wearing masks that do not fit well or fit incorrectly. In fact, recent survey data from Porter Novelli found that among adults who reported wearing masks in the past week, half said they wore their masks incorrectly in public. New data released from CDC today underscore the importance of wearing a mask correctly and making sure it fits closely and snugly over your nose and mouth. In this new study, researchers used experiments in the laboratory, not the real world, to assess how different strategies to improve the fit of masks impacts of masks' ability to block aerosolized particles emitted during a simulated cough, as well as to reduce exposure to aerosol particles emitted during simulated breathing. The size of the aerosol particles in the experiment were designed to mimic the respiratory droplet particles most important for person-to-person transmission of SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. Specifically, the experiments compared the performance of no mask, a single cloth face mask, and a single medical procedure mask with 2 approaches to improve the mask fit of the surgical mask: wearing a cloth mask over the procedure mask and knotting and tucking the ear loops of the medical procedure mask. In the study, wearing any type of mask performed significantly better than not wearing a mask. And well-fitting masks provided the greatest performance both at blocking emitted aerosols and exposure of aerosols to the receiver. In the breathing experiment, having both the source and the receiver wear masks modified to fit better reduced the receiver's exposure by more than 95% compared to no mask at all. These experimental data reinforce CDC's prior guidance that everyone 2 years of age or older should wear a mask when in public and around others in the home not living with you. We continue to recommend that masks should have 2 or more layers, completely cover your nose and mouth, and fit snugly against your nose and the sides of your face. I want to be clear that these new scientific data released today do not change the specific recommendations about who should wear a mask or when they should wear one. But they do provide new information on why wearing a well-fitting mask is so important to protect you and others. Based on this new information, the CDC is updating the mask information for the public on the CDC website to provide new options on how to improve mask fit. This includes wearing a mask with a moldable nose wire, knotting the ear loops on your mask, or wearing a cloth mask over a procedure or disposable mask. There are also new options available to consumers called mask fitters, small reusable devices that cinch a cloth or medical mask and that can create a tighter fit against the face and thus improve mask performance. The bottom line is this: masks work, and they work best when they have a good fit and are worn correctly. Importantly, as per our usual guidance, masks should be used in combination with other prevention measures to offer you and your community the most protection from COVID-19. Stay at least 6 feet apart from other people you don't live with, avoid crowds and travel, and wash your hands often. When we take all of these prevention steps and wear masks that fit well, we protect ourselves and we take care of each other. I also want to follow up on a question I received during Monday's briefing from Caitlin Collins. I was asked about CDC's best estimate on the prevalence of variant cases in the United States based on current case data and volume of sequencing. Our latest estimate nationally is that between 1 and 4% of cases in the United States are due to the B.1.1.7 variant, the variant most frequently found in the United States. It's important to note that some states have seen higher numbers of variant cases, and thus the proportion attributable to B.1.1.7 in these states is likely to be higher than in other states. We do not believe the variants are distributed equally across the country at this time. And with that, I will say thank you, and I will look forward to your questions and pass it back to Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I would like to just take a couple of minutes to preemptively answer 3 types of questions that I have been asked over the last several days that I believe are important to address preemptively because they will come up. The first relates to the fact that many states, cities, and locations who have gone from 1A to 1B will soon or have already gone into the 1C of the phase. Within 1C are persons 16 to 64 years of age with underlying conditions, including those that might be immunosuppressed because of certain drugs, such as glucocorticoids or corticosteroids, for diseases like autoinflammatory diseases or allergic diseases. There has been a number of individuals who feel that they should not get vaccinated because of those underlying conditions. I want to set the record straight for these individuals because they are more vulnerable to the more severe effects of if they do get infected. Therefore, they are the very people who should get vaccinated. When you think in terms of having an immunosuppressed state, for example, if you're on glucocorticoids for rheumatoid arthritis or you're on some of the monoclonal antibodies that block the markers of inflammation, that under those circumstances, if that's where you are, there is not a safety issue with regard to the vaccine. Safety issues in immunosuppressed individuals relate to live attenuated vaccines, which are contraindicated in people who are immunosuppressed. There is no safety reason not to get vaccinated. So for those who are thinking of getting vaccinated or soon will come up for vaccination, this is something that would be beneficial to you. The only potential downside might be that you might not have as robust a response to the vaccine as if you had a normal immune response. But clearly, getting a less than optimum response is much better than no response at all. And I'm sure we'll be getting back to this question as more vaccines become available and more people in that category will be ready to get vaccinated. The next is the question of the vaccination of children, namely pediatrics and pregnant women. As we all know, these were not included in the original clinical trials that led to the EUA for the 2 vaccines that are currently available. But I want to point out that since the EUA and under the EUA, approximately 20,000 pregnant women have been vaccinated with no red flags, as we say, and this is being monitored by the CDC and the FDA. So that's where we're going there. With regard to children and pregnant women, as I mentioned on a prior discussion with this group, the fact remains that we will be starting clinical trials, and some have already started. We will not need to do tens of thousands of people. We will need just enough measured in hundreds to thousands for safety and whether or not we induce an immune response that is equivalent to the immune response that has been proven to be protective under the trials that have now shown to be 94 to 95% effective. And finally, the last issue relates to something that Dr. Walensky just said about the prevalence of the B117 or UK variant. The models tell us that this very well might become dominant in the United States by the end of March. That being the case, we should not despair at that, because there are things that we can do to prevent that. It is not outside of our power to do that. For example, the vaccines that we are using clearly are effective against this. We know that from in vitro correlate studies, as well as for vaccines that are other candidates. So the two things that we can do are some of the things that Dr. Walensky just mentioned: wearing of masks, avoiding congregate settings, keeping your distance, and washing your hands together when vaccine becomes available to you, to please get vaccinated. So I'll hand it back to you, Jeff.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fauci. And Dr. Nunes-Smith, I understand that you were at the end of your comments, so hopefully the technical issues are behind us and you'll be available for questions. I just want to pick up where you left off, and that is that equity is core to our strategy to put this pandemic behind us. And we're grateful to you for your expertise and leadership. Through efforts like community vaccination centers located in the hardest hit areas, mobile units, the community health center program we announced yesterday, along with efforts to build vaccine confidence, we are providing tools to communities around the country to do this work. After this briefing, Dr. Nunes-Smith and I will join Governor Cuomo to announce 2 new community vaccination centers in underserved communities in the state of New York. Another example of this work coming to life on the ground. With that, let me open it up for questions.
All right, thank you, everybody. We only have time for a couple of questions today. First, we're going to go to Bertha Coombs at NBC.
Hi, thanks very much. When you're talking about outreach in these underserved communities, one of the things that we are seeing right now is that there are several waiting lists. There are people who are already on state lists waiting, who haven't gotten access, and now the pharmacies are opening up, but those seem to be first come, first served. How are you going to try to create an equitable access for people who've already been waiting to be able to get access to these new vaccine doses coming online?
Dr. Nunes-Smith, let's see if your technical issues are resolved.
No. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you so much for the question. You know, we are 100% committed to making sure that there is equitable access to the vaccines. And the points you raise around registration are well noted. I think there are great efforts underway. I would want to really lift up the work of community-based organizations and faith organizations and others to address really with some of these mechanisms that we've talked about today, including location of mobile units, mobile access, as well as pop-up community vaccination sites. And we're going to see more in the range of outreach, you know, with our federally qualified community health centers doing outreach to their patient populations to bring them in, as well as some of the pharmacies and others expanding ways to register through telephone and other things that I think will be really helpful. We're keeping a close eye on this, and we'll continue to circle back with updates.
And you're making sure that, for example, if there is a pharmacy in Harlem or Overtown, that the people who wind up getting those slots aren't sliding over from wealthier neighborhoods.
It is our top priority for anybody who is at yes, and it is their turn, that they're able to connect with vaccination.
Thanks.
Great, and we have time for one more question. We'll go to Laura Santhanim at PBS.
Thank you so much for putting on this
presentation. Can you talk to me a little bit more, or just elaborate on the points about variant prevalence and how vaccine supplies are responding to that? Thank you.
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, as you heard from Dr. Walensky and I alluded to that, the B117 is, becoming widespread in the United States. It varies. It isn't uniformly distributed throughout the United States. The variant that is the 351, the South African variant, has been recognized in a couple of states with just a few people, but it is very likely more prevalent than that because we don't have yet the full sequence surveillance that we'll be doing. When you're talking about the relationship between vaccination and variant, there are a couple of things that we do know. We do know that the 117, the one that is the UK, as it were, the one that we're concerned that over the next month or so it might become dominant. If you look at the antibodies that are induced by the vaccines that we use, they do very well in vitro in the test tube against the B117 variant. Also, the J&J study, which was done in the UK, and in fact, was able to show that the protection against that was really quite good, to the tune of about 90%. The other variant of concern is one that is a bit more problematic, and that is the one that is not yet to any great degree in the United States, although we know it's here, and that's the 351.
All right, everybody. So we were listening to Dr. Fauci there and the rest of the White House task force meeting there. They try to do it every 3 days. So we bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here today on what is setting up to be another busy day here on the News Now desk. Of course, in about 30 minutes, we'll take you out to the Capitol, where we will have day 2 of the impeachment trial of the former president, Donald J. Trump. We'll be featuring that for you as long as we have that hearing, so that trial going on, and we'll bring it to you in full. But really, what led up to this impeachment hearing had a lot to do with January 6th, on that insurrection, on that day on the Capitol, where so many just sad sights were happening, sad sounds and sights, really, that happened inside and outside the Capitol. Well, today, our sister station, Fox 5 in D.C., premiering a new podcast. It's called Siege on Democracy, and it just dropped today. And we're going to be getting some great insights on just how this all came about and what the first episode features. We bring in now Lindsay Watts from Fox 5 D.C. Thank you so much for joining us here today on News Now from Fox. And Lindsay, this is a great idea.
On January 6th was so incredible. And in talking to my coworkers, nobody has experienced anything like this. And you know, you have people like me who've been at this maybe 13 years or around that time range, but we're talking about photographers who have been doing this for 40 plus years and were just stunned by what they saw out there and said that they've never seen anything like this.
And what were some of the things that really stick away from the reporters and the photographers there that were at the scene?
So I was out there, but I got there a little later. I report at night. So it was really our crews that were first to be out there earlier in the afternoon. And you're seeing some of this video. I actually didn't know what my coworkers went through. I hadn't heard the specifics until I interviewed them for this first episode of the podcast. But this particular crew, Doug Wilkes, you see people surrounding him there. I mean, they were kicking him. Someone ripped off his mask. People were calling him and his reporter traitors, telling them to get out of the country. I mean, it was just so ugly. And, talking to him, he was scared. And he said he's just never felt like that on the job before. He was talking about how he was in Baghdad when they were dropping missiles, and it still did not compare to that feeling of helplessness being out there. They had 2 security guards who were also kind of taking hits, but clearly they were outnumbered. And it was, in that moment, they were just hoping that this crowd didn't decide to really do something, to really get violent with them. And it was emotional for me talking to the coworkers. There's another photographer who's by himself. He wasn't even with his security yet. And there were guys just surrounding him. telling him that they were going to crack his head. I mean, like, just thinking about what could have happened, you know, you can't help but get emotional, especially talking to your friends and just knowing what they were dealing with out there. I mean, threats of violence and people, you know, telling him that he had no place in the city where he lives. And so it definitely was an emotional undertaking, I think, to really get a full picture and understanding of what all of our crews went through.
Sure. And I want to get your thoughts on what did you think about when you saw the hearing yesterday and the House managers really showcasing this edited video of really the timeline of what happened on January 6th. When you were watching that video, what was going on through your head?
It was incredible. And I think a lot of that video I had seen, but put together in that way was heartbreaking. It was absolutely horrible. You know, we had another reporter who was inside the Capitol as this was happening. He had to barricade in a closet in the basement, this small little space. He didn't know what was going on. He was doing live reports from there. But you know, to really kind of see that all put together and see what lawmakers went through as well. It honestly is what this first episode of the podcast is doing as well. We kind of put our personal timeline together to look at this day through the way we experienced it, with those same kind of, you know, natural sound and sound from videos like what was in that impeachment video. But I mean, wow, it really just took your breath away to see all of that.
Oh, sure. And I mean, podcasts right now are just so popular. And now when you have something that really everyone is still talking about, it's fresh in everybody's minds. This is really going to be something where I think a lot of people will be able to take away from something, even if they had nothing to do with being around D.C. or never been to D.C. themselves. You know it's your own U.S. Capitol, and you have a special feeling right there. Lindsay, tell us where people can find this podcast as well.
If you go to our website right now, fox5dc.com, you will find a story. Just scroll down to the podcast section of the website, and then there's a lot of different options where you can click, but you can find this wherever you typically get your podcasts, you know, whether it be iTunes or Spotify or SoundCloud, but you should be able to find it. The podcast is called Siege on Democracy, and again, it's out now. It's available. Another new episode out next Wednesday, and that one is also amazing. I mean, it really looks very in depth about what police went through. In that impeachment video, you saw some of the horrible assaults on police, and so we talked to 2 officers who were assaulted that day, and it's riveting and very heart-wrenching. So hopefully people will check it out, and I'd love to know what people think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this event is something where it's an onion, and you're still pulling so many layers off, and we really haven't got all of the details or the insight about what happened. So having a podcast like this, really interesting, and it's going to offer a lot of insight for people that just want to know a little bit more about the event and the terrible stuff that happened. So how many episodes do you think you guys are going to have planned in all?
That's a good question. So it is a work in progress. The second episode, we're just finishing that today. It'll be out, as I mentioned, next Wednesday. And then I'm working on the third episode, where I spoke to a woman who was just arrested last week. She's charged in this riot, so she was very candid. So we'll have that third episode, and I'm hoping for, you know, my ideal is maybe 6 episodes that we'll do every single week, and then from there, I want to continue with it. It would be a little more fluid, and we kind of put out more episodes as we get more great content. And I definitely want to hear what people think about this and what they want to hear about and know about, because it's not something that we've finished. It's not totally done, and we're just putting it out week by week. I mean, it's a work in progress. And so I'm very excited to kind of get the feedback, and, you know, that will help drive the future episodes.
Oh, sure. Now, Lindsay, I got to ask you, what did you think yesterday of Representative Jamie Raskin? I mean, he had some just emotional testimony there at the end of when they were wrapping up their first day. To have that in your own backyard and to hear the things that he was witnessing inside there, what was going on through your mind there?
So Jamie Raskin is our representative here in Maryland. I live in Maryland, so I have spoken to him before, and just a really stand-up guy. And he lost his adult son to suicide not long before this happened. And then you heard him talk about his daughter being with him there in the Capitol that day and what they went through after both of them had experienced. I mean, you can't imagine the horror of losing a family member in such an unexpected way, and the stress that you go through, and then to have to be in that situation. So I think knowing more about him, you feel even more compassion for what he experienced and what he went through. And he obviously is very busy right now with the impeachment, but we are working on talking to him, and hopefully when this is all over with, he will be part of our podcast as well. And what he experienced is just so tragic.
Yeah, it's tragic in so many ways, and what a dark day in our history there, January 6th, the insurrection on the U.S. Capitol. Lindsay, one more time for people, maybe they just starting to tune in right now, where can they find this podcast?
The podcast is called Siege on Democracy. So you can go to Spotify, you can go to Apple Podcasts and search that title. If you go to our website, fox5dc.com, and you just scroll down, you'll see the podcast section. You can click on the story, actually listen to the podcast right there if you're not really familiar with listening to podcasts on other forums. And you can search me out on social media, Lindsay Watts. I've shared the link on all of my platforms today. So I hope people will seek it out and give it a listen. And like I said, let me know what you think. I'm really interested in the feedback.
Yeah, this is going to be something I'm going to be definitely listening to today after work as well. Lindsay Watts from Fox 5 DC, thank you so much, and best of luck on this podcast as well. This is really going to be something. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
All right, folks, you can continue to bring the very latest right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. Live look right now inside of the Capitol. We are just about 15 minutes away from day 2 of the impeachment trial. We'll be bringing you in its entirety right here on News Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you. You're watching News Now. In the meantime, for those of you that are watching with us here, we always appreciate that. Let's go out to a confirmation hearing for the OMB director here.
To go to environmental justice communities, those who have been left behind before, those who are suffering transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And how will you envision OMB's role in tracking that and targeting that, trying to make sure we help communities that have been previously left behind, from fossil fuel communities to urban inner city communities?
Thank you so much, Senator. OMB will play a critical role in ensuring that we keep our commitment in how we're allocating those dollars and how agencies themselves are allocating dollars to make sure that they go to communities that have been left behind, tribal, as you mentioned, communities of color.
And when it comes to how OMB interacts with the power of the federal government to address student debt, I know you've mentioned this before I got into the room, but I'd like to just hear again how you envision OMB can help drive solutions to the problem of massive student debt, something many other developed nations are saying, hey, it's so important to the individual's life and to our economy. We want to make sure people have a track to be able to acquire an upper education for jobs that require it. Do you see that as important, and do you see debt as a problem, and how can OMB help?
Great. I do see that as a central problem. I will say I went to UCLA. It's a public university in a state where they recognize how it's a public good, but it's also a good for the country. So the president has proposed an agenda that tries to redress student debt and the massive levels of debt that young people are taking on, and that is not just a challenge for those people, but it obviously hurts economic growth. It hurts their ability to purchase a home. It hurts their ability to be economically mobile. So I know there's a rich, robust discourse about executive action versus legislative steps. The president has supported legislative steps to address student debt and reduce student debt, and particularly in this crisis, eliminate student debt where we can.
Thank you very much. I so appreciate that you're willing to bring your vast set of experiences in different positions and a broad range of issues to bear on a critical agency to help our nation build back better. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. Senator Kennedy.
Ms. Tandon, congratulations. I think we're both aware how powerful the OMB position is. You will touch on just about every social and economic policy. You're probably also aware that we produce, we meaning the United States, produce about 200,000, or rather 2,000 metric tons of nuclear waste every year. And we've got it stored all over hell in half of Georgia. I think about 80 different locations. It's dangerous. I'd like your personal thoughts, not the president's thoughts, but your personal thoughts about what we ought to do about that.
I've studied various issues like Yucca Mountain and other issues around nuclear waste. And I think the challenge around nuclear power, personally, my perspective is that nuclear power is cleaner when we are thinking about greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me for interrupting. I hate to do this, but what do you think we ought, if anything, we ought to do about the nuclear waste being dispersed around the United States?
I think it is. I think we should be taking active steps to ensure the security of
anything
nuclear
else?
Waste.
We want it to be secure. We can agree on that. Anything else?
Sir, I'm happy to work with you in your office on concerns you have about nuclear waste disposal.
Let me ask you this. Is it not true that you have told a major news organization of this country that you support moving that waste to Yucca Mountain?
I don't believe I have, actually.
Okay.
But I'm happy to examine some statement I've made in the past.
Well, you're under oath. Are you saying you didn't say it or you don't remember it?
I have to tell you, I don't remember making any comments about Yucca Mountain, but in my long career, I may have. So I'm happy to I don't know. I'm not remembering as this moment.
All right. Let me ask you about Senator Sanders' line of question. You were a very aggressive fundraiser for your think tank.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I'm not suggesting you did anything wrong. Please don't construe my remarks as suggesting that. But there will be a perception. I'm not saying it's reality, but as we know in government and politics, perception matters. But there will be a perception that if you took Wall Street, given the money you raised from them, if you took Wall Street, turned them upside down and shook them, you'd fall out of their pockets. Will that, how are you going to deal with that? I mean, when Wall Street comes calling and you're at OMB.
Senator, at the Center for American Progress, we proposed a financial transaction tax. We proposed higher regulations of Wall Street. We proposed dealing with carried interest many, many, many years ago. We proposed a whole series of policy proposals that would restrict the power of Wall Street. I believe Wall Street has too much power in our political discourse, and I have said that multiple times. I have said that in every role.
Okay,
And
let me
so
interrupt you because I got to go to another subject. I appreciate your answer. I have to tell you, I'm very disturbed about your personal comments about people. It's not just one or two. I think you deleted about 1,000 tweets. And it wasn't just about Republicans. And I don't mind disagreements in policy. I think that's great. I love the dialectic. But the comments were personal. I mean, you call Senator Sanders everything but an ignorant slut.
That is not true.
And
Senator.
when you said these things, did you mean them?
I wouldn't have said ignorant.
Senator, I have to say, I deeply regret my comments.
I understand that, but
And
when
I
you
feel
said
badly
them, did
about
you
them.
mean them? I understand you've taken them back, but did you mean them?
I'd say the discourse over the last 4 years on all sides has been incredibly polarizing.
I'm asking about yours. Did you mean them?
I really feel badly about them, Senator.
Did you mean
I
them?
feel badly about them.
Did you mean them when you said them?
I mean, I would say social media is I've
Did
heard
you
a
mean them
terrible
when you said
discourse.
them?
I feel terribly about them.
Did you mean them when you said them, or were you not telling the truth?
I mean, I feel badly. I look back at them. I said them. I feel badly about them. I deleted tweets over
Are
line
you
30
saying that
times.
because you want to be confirmed?
No, I felt badly about them and
Did you
deleted
mean them when you said them?
Senator, I must have meant them, but I really regret them.
I want the record to reflect that I did not call Senator Sanders an ignorant slut. Okay?
Thank you. I don't know how I should take that, Senator Kennedy, but Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excited about your leadership. And to Ms. Tandon, congratulations. I have 6 questions that are susceptible probably to yes/no answers, really short. If senators of either party reach out to you or your office with requests for information, do you plan to respond to the extent possible in a timely manner?
Yes.
If the Government Accountability Office reaches out to you or your office seeking cooperation relating to congressional oversight of the executive branch, will you direct your staff to work with them in a timely and complete manner?
Absolutely, yes.
Will you respect the requirements and intent of the Impoundment Control Act and other laws that govern how the executive branch spends congressionally appropriated funds?
Absolutely.
Would you ever facilitate the withholding of congressionally appropriated funds for political purposes?
Absolutely not.
Do you plan to respect the expertise of the career staff at the OMB and follow the facts on OMB analysis?
Absolutely, and I believe they are a great asset to the federal government and OMB.
Finally, should you be the OMB director at the end of the administration, would you fully cooperate with the transition to the subsequent administration's team regardless of the president-elect's political affiliation?
Absolutely, Senator. 100%.
I ask those questions because we've had some challenges in each of these areas, and I'm glad to hear your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kane. Senator Van Hollen, I think, is with us on video.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to you, Chairman Sanders, and to Ranking Member Graham. I think the Budget Committee can be a central place for debating and discussing and acting on the big issues of our day. To Ms. Tandon, congratulations on your nomination. In selecting you, President Biden has picked somebody who has both deep and wide policy expertise and a life story that shows how the government can help families when they're most in need and provide a springboard to success. So I look forward to working with you on these issues. I've heard earlier in this debate a reference to the rise in per capita income over the last year. And I think it's important that we recognize that often references to per capita income can be very misleading. So for example, if Jeff Bezos had moved to Baltimore City in 2020, the per capita income of the residents of Baltimore City would have tripled.
All right, everybody, we are going to slide away from that for right now. You're watching News Now from Fox. We're just about 6 minutes away from the second day of the impeachment trial for the former president, Donald J. Trump. Right outside of the Senate chambers right now, you can see some senators still coming in. We just saw moments ago Senator Mitch McConnell, and then we have Representative Jim Jordan. He's going to be coming to watch a little bit as well. So there we go. We got Representative Andy Biggs there as well in the mix there, both Republicans, and want to see what happens in this day in history for the second day of the historic impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. Here is what we are rolling on right now. We do have a White House news briefing. We'll bring that to you a little bit later in the day. We just have to go to so many events that are happening right now, obviously, but to get you ready for this impeachment trial, we are going to go out to our sister station, Fox 11 in LA, where they talked to Representative Adam Schiff, because he had a big part in the first impeachment, and want to get his insight on everything that is happening the second time around. Let's bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox. And when this trial gets going, of course, we'll break in and bring it to you uninterrupted right here on News Now from Fox. Manager during President Trump's first impeachment. Congressman Schiff, good to see you. Welcome back.
Good to see you. Thank you.
All right. Your assessment, you've been there, you've done it, you've been in the room. How did you grade today's proceedings?
Well, I thought the House managers put on an incredible and powerful case, emotionally powerful. The constitutional argumentation was strong and well thought out and well presented. Really a flawless presentation, but then the evidence is so powerful and the constitutional history is also so persuasive that they really had the much better case to make. The defense, on the other hand, a very long, rambling presentation by Mr. Castor that I think left even the Republicans scratching their head. But at the end of the day, just watching a 13 minutes of horrifying video, seeing the president's central role in inciting that mob to attack the Capitol. Jamie Raskin is exactly right. This is the most serious abuse of constitutional authority by the president in our history. And if this kind of violence instigated by the president isn't impeachable, then nothing is.
Yet after all of that, the majority of the Republicans voted that the trial itself is not constitutional and that the whole thing should stop. So do the arguments really even matter, or do you think that most of them have their minds made up and this is all just for show?
Well, I think the arguments really do matter because there are two juries here. There are the senators and there are the American people. And it's very important for the country to see just what kind of damage this president, this former president, wrought on the United States. And if he is not disqualified from running again, what kind of damage he can incur once again. So the senators, Alex, I think you're absolutely right. They seemed impervious to the facts and the law and the Constitution. There are times where the text is ambiguous. That's not the case here. The Constitution says the Senate shall have the power to try all impeachments. Of course, this president was impeached while he was in office. Mitch McConnell made the decision not to start the trial until he was out of office, and now is arguing, well, we can't start the trial because I waited until he was out of office. That kind of sophistry in the face of this kind of violence just cannot carry the day.
So when you were the lead impeachment manager, a lot of folks thought you won the argument in terms of folks on the left, but then you weren't able to convince many Republicans, with the exception of